Berdichev. Alternative form of Berdichev. There. Barley, especially 4-road barley or 6-road barley. Barra Alston. A village in Barra Furrers Parish, West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 4466. Barra Furrers. A village and civil parish in West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 4563. Barra Regis. A village in Purbeck District, Dorset, England. Beria. Alternative form of Berea. Varied. Alternative form of Barad. Varieds. Third person singular simple present indicative of buried. Beria. A French social media app released in 2020, which prompts users once each day to take photos of whatever they are doing using the front and back cameras of their phones, that received Apple's iPhone App of the Year in 2022. Ariel. A surname. Ariels. Plural of Ariel. Marian. An inhabitant of the ancient city of Berea in what is now northern Greece. Barianism. The religious practices of the Barians. Barians. Plural of Barian. Buriable. Able to be buried. Burial. Buriament. Bury. To deprive by or as if by violence, to rob, to strip. Buried. Having suffered the death of a loved one. Buriedness. The state or condition of being buried. Buriament. The state of being buried. Deprivation, especially the loss of a relative by death. Bereavements. Plural of bereavement. Meraven. Berat. Barrier. Someone who bereaves. Barriers. Plural of bereaver. Barriers. Third person singular simple present indicative of bereave. Merivas. Second person singular simple present indicative of bereave. Merive. Third person singular simple present indicative of bereave. Varying. Present participle and gerund of bereave. There. Initialism of body of European regulators of electronic communications. Erisinthier. Synonym of Cybele a goddess. Verit. To advise. Verite. Present participle and gerund of berid. Theret. Simple past and past participle of bereave. Thereftist. Second person singular simple past indicative of bereave. Thereftness. The quality of being didet. Veryhov. A city in Zakarpattia Oblast in western Ukraine. Berychev's potential. A measure of activity in the motor cortex and supplementary motor area of the brain, leading up to voluntary muscle movement. Berychev's potentials. Plural of Berychev's potential. There. A municipality of Croatia. Val. A flask-like glass vessel with a bulbous body and a narrow neck typically used for serving tej. Barrameal. A whole grain flour made from barra, a variety of barley grown in northern Scotland, Orkney, and the Shetland Islands. It is commonly used in making bannocks and ale. Berenbaum. A surname from German. Berenbaums. Plural of Berenbaum. Beren. To rend or tear severely, tear badly, rip all over. Berending. Present participle and gerund of berend. Barons. Third person singular simple present indicative of Berend. Barrett. A surname from German. Merits. Plural of Barent. Meregger. A male given name of historical usage. Derengaria. A female given name of historical usage. Derengarian. a member of a proto-Protestant religious sect that adhered to the views of Berengar of Tours, Archdeacon of Angers, and opposed several key Roman Catholic doctrines in the mid-11th century. Berengarianism. The doctrines of the Berengarians. Berengarians. Plural of Berengarian. Berenger. A surname. Berni. A village and commune of Murs County, Romania. Baroness. A female given name from ancient Greek, notably of ancient queens of Egypt. Baroness's hair. Synonym of coma baronesses. Marenson. A surname. Baronsons. Plural of Baronson. Bath. Simple past and past participle of barond. Vaz. Plural of Bara. Madisford. A surname from Old English. Bevisfords. Plural of Bedsford. Bereshith. Anglicized transliteration of Hebrew Bake, Hebrew Shva, Hebrew Dagesh, Hebrew Wesh, Hebrew A, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Shing, Hebrew Wishinat, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Tab, Bereshit. The Hebrew word for the Genesis, the first book of the Hebrew Bible. Bereshith. Alternative form of Bereshit. Berest. Injuriously, maniacally, or furiously violent or out of control, berserk. Berestechko. A town in Volyn Oblast in western Ukraine. Berestivy Strida. A village and commune of Bacău County, Romania. Asdimiria. A commune of Galati County, Romania. Berestitazlau. A commune of Bacău County, Romania. Berestology. The scientific study of birchbark manuscripts. Berestin. A city in Berestin Rayon, Kharkiv Oblast, Ukraine. Ure. A type of round, brimless cap with a soft top and a headband to secure it to the head, usually culturally associated with France. Bereth. Alternative spelling of beret. Beret. Wearing a beret. Berete. Alternative spelling of beret. Beretinok. A municipality of Croatia. Beret-like. Resembling or characteristic of a beret. Berets. Plural of beret. Berets. Plural of beret. Beretta. A firearm, especially a handgun made by the Beretta Company. Berettas. Plural of beretta. Bered. Alternative form of beret. Beretina. Alternative form of Baratina. Beretanas. Plural of Baratina. Beravosti. A commune and village in Archhhhh County, Romania. Bewe. An outlying estate. Bewix. Plural of Bewick. Bera. A transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Beraza. Berezan. A city in Kiev Oblast in northern Ukraine. Berezanskite. A hexagonal dihexagonal dipyramidal white mineral containing lithium, oxygen, potassium, silicon, and titanium. Berezani. A village and commune of Vaslui County, Romania. Mariuni. A city in Ternopil Oblast in western Ukraine. Berezena. A river in Belarus and a right tributary of the Dnieper. Berezivka. A city, the administrative center of Berezivka Urban Hromada and Berezivka Rayon, Odessa Oblast, Ukraine. Bereznak. A surname from Russian. Bereznaks. Plural of Bereznak. Berezny. A city in Oblast in western Ukraine. Berezniki. A city in Perm Krai, Russia. A place name, notably of Bert and Dal. A village in Gelderland, Netherlands. Burra. A city in central Catalonia, capital of Bergia. Herbal. Todigalabris its pursues, a wrasse native to the western Atlantic, inhabiting intra-waters near the sea floor at depths of 10,128 meters 33,420 feet and at latitudes of 36 degrees 49 degrees north, and reaching up to 38 centimeters 15 inches in total length and up to 1 kilogram to 2 pounds in weight. Arbals, plural of Burgal. Bergama, a city and a district in Izmir province in western Turkey. Bergamas, plural of Bergama. Bergamaschi, plural of Bergamasco. Bergamasco, a medium-sized breed of herding dog originating in the Italian Alps, known for its heavily matted coat resembling dreadlocks. Bergamascos, plural of Bergamasco. Bergamasque, of or characteristic of Bergamo, Italy. Bergamasques, plural of Bergamasque. Bergamia, a species of the citrus fruit bergamot, probably a natural hybrid between a lemon and an orange. Arganihal, synonym of linolyl acetate. Bergamo, a place name. Bergamal, synonym of linolyl acetate. Bergamos, plural of Bergamo. Bergamat, a tree of the orange family citrus Thames lemon sin. Citrus bergamia, having a roundish or pear-shaped fruit, from the rind of which an essential oil of delicious odor is extracted, much prized as a perfume. Bergamot mint, synonym of eau de cologne mint. Bergamot mints, plural of bergamot mint. Bergamotine, the unsaturated bicyclic hydrocarbon 4,6-dimethyl-6,4-methylben-3-anyl bicyclo-3.1.1-heptadene found in bergamot. Bergamots, plural of bergamot. Bergamotin, any of a group of furanocoumarins found principally in grapefruit juice, but also in bergamot oil, thought to be responsible for its effect on the metabolism of some pharmaceuticals. Bergamotins, plural of bergamotin. Berda, a surname. Berdander, a European duck. Tadorna, tadorna, a sheldrake. Berganders, plural of Bergander. Berganza, a surname from Spanish. Berganzas, plural of Berganza. Bergypton, 5-methoxypsoralen, is soralen found in the essential oil of bergamot where it is the cause of phototoxicity and other citruses. Bergaptine, archaic form of bergyptin. Bergaptal, the furanocoumarin 4-hydroxyfuro-3,2-G-chrome 7,1 present in Gara, a town and municipality of the province of Gipuzkoa, Basque Country, Spain. Bergedel, a kind of potato fritter eaten in parts of Asia. Bergedorf, a borough and quarter in Hamburg, Germany. Werdicht, a village and municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Bergelmir, a frost giant in Norse mythology. Bergerman, a surname. Bergemans, plural of Bergeman. Berden, a port city, municipality, and former county of the county of Vestland, Norway, formerly part of the county of Hordaland. Bergen on Zee, a coastal village in Bergen municipality, North Holland province, Netherlands. Bergen County, one of 21 counties in New Jersey, United States. County seat, Hackensack. Bergen op Zoom, a city in North Brabant, Netherlands. Bergen Field, a borough in Bergen County, New Jersey, United States. Argenia, any of the genus Bergenia of flowering plants in the family Saxifragaceae. Argenias, plural of Bergenia. Bergamin, a trihydroxybenzoic acid glycoside with an immunomodulatory effect, found in Bergenia and other plants. Bergenite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing barium, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and uranium. Burdens, plural of Bergen. Bergenser, of or pertaining to Bergen, Norway. Bergensers, plural of Bergenser. Berger, a surname. Berger Picard, a French breed of medium-sized sheepdog. Berger's clouded yellow. Coleus alpha-cariensis, a species of butterfly. Bergerac, a city in Dordogne department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Bergeret, a pastoral song. Bergerets, plural of bergeret. Bergeret, a form of early rustic French song. Bergerets, plural of bergeret. Archhhhh, of or relating to Peter L. Berger 1929–2017, Austrian-born American sociologist and Lutheran theologian. Bergerin, a surname from French. Bergerins, plural of Bergerin. Bergerson, a surname. Bergersons, plural of Bergerson. Berdessem, a surname. Berdessens, plural of Bergeson. Bergevin, a surname from French. Bergevins, plural of Bergevin. Bergy, a surname. Bergies, plural of Bergy. Bergfall, the fall of a mountain rock. Berg Falls, plural of Bergfall. Bergfeld, a surname from German. Bergfelds, plural of Bergfeld. Bergfield, an expanse of ice covered with icebergs. Birdfields, plural of Bergfield. Birdfree, a tall defensive tower typically found in medieval castles in German-influenced countries. Bergfrieds, plural of Bergfree. Bergurn, a surname from German. Berguns, plural of Bergrun. Ber, a surname. Berda, Varus equal aquila varui. Erdans, plural of Bourbon. Werda, a surname from German. Werd, simple past and past participle of Bur. Werda, a village and commune of Alba County, Romania. Werding, present participle and gerund of Bur. Birdbout, obsolete form of Barmount. Birdmotes, plural of Birdmote. Warbaf, a surname from German. Bardras, plural of Burroff. Ars, plural of Bur. Murray, a toponym used on old maps, located in the general area of Alaska. Wergy, a homeless person in Cape Town. Burgies, plural of Burgie. Burge, a surname from Irish. Burgic, a surname from Slovene. Burgenization, the Burgess process. Burdens, plural of Bergen. Bergisches Land, a low mountain range in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany, east of the Rhine and south of the Ruhr. The largest town is Wuppertal. Burgess process, a method of production of liquid hydrocarbons for use as synthetic fuel by hydrogenation of high volatile bituminous coal at high temperature and pressure. Bergland, a surname from Norwegian. Urbans, plural of Bergland. Bergorien, of or relating to Edmund Bergler 1899–1962, Austrian-American psychoanalyst. Erdlund, a surname from Swedish. Erdlunds, plural of Berglund. Bourbon, a surname. Bergman cyclization, an organic reaction, and more specifically a rearrangement reaction taking place when an addition is heated in presence of a suitable hydrogen donor. Bergman cyclizations. Plural of Bergman cyclization. Bergman-esque. Reminiscent of the works of Ingmar Bergman 1918-2007, Swedish director, writer, and producer. Bergmanian. Of or pertaining to Ingmar Bergman 1918-2007, influential Swedish director, writer, and producer. Bergman's rule. The ecogeographic principle that, within a broadly distributed taxonomic clade, populations and species of larger size are found in colder environments, and species of smaller size are found in warmer regions. Bergmanite. Synonym of naturalite. Bergaster. Obsolete form of barmaster. Bergmasters. Plural of bergmaster. Burial. An earthy substance resembling fine flour composed of the shells of infusoria. Bergvale. Alternative form of bergmeal. Bergbout. Obsolete form of barmouth. Bergboats. Plural of bergmout. Berder. A surname. Berders. Plural of Berdner. Bergoglio. Of relating to or supporting the policies of Pope Francis Jorge Mario Bergoglio, 1936-2025, who was the head of the Catholic Church from 2013 until his death. Bergoglio. A surname from Italian in turn from toponymy. Bergamasque. A kind of rustic dance. Bergamasques. Plural of bergamasque. Bergpalmiet. Tetraria thermalis, a reed-like grass of South Africa. Bergquist. A surname from Swedish. Bergquests. Plural of Bergquist. Berggren. A surname. Bergens. Plural of Berggren. Ars. Plural of Burr. Bergschrun. Alternative form of Bergschrun. Bergschruns. Plural of Bergschrun. Bergschrun. A large crack or crevasse in a glacier where the glacier is pulling away from the mountain. Bergschruns. Plural of Bergschrun. Bergslagite. A monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, beryllium, calcium, hydrogen, and oxygen. Bersua. A surname. Bersimus. Plural of Bersma. Bergson. A surname. Bergsonian. Of or relating to Henry Louis Bergson 1859-1941, French philosopher who convinced many thinkers that immediate experience and intuition are more significant than rationalism and science in understanding reality. Bergsonianism. Synonym of Bergsonism. Bergsonians. Plural of Bergsonian. Bergsonism. The philosophy of Henry Bergson 1859-1941, French philosopher who argued that processes of immediate experience and intuition are more significant than abstract rationalism and science for understanding reality. Bergsonist. A follower of Bergsonian philosophy. Bergsonistic. Synonym of Bergsonian. Bergsonists. Plural of Bergsonists. Bergstat. A surname from Swedish. Bergstats. Plural of Bergstedt. Bergstar. A long pole with a spike at the end used in climbing mountains, an alpenstock. Bergstocks. Plural of Bergstock. Bergstrasse. A rural district in southern Hesse, Germany. Bergstresser. A surname from German. Bergstrassers. Plural of Bergstrasser. Bergstrom. A surname from Swedish. Bergstroms. Plural of Bergstrom. Bergeda. A comarca in central Catalonia. Capital, Berga. Berda. A surname. Ardems, plural of Bergum. Bergwind, a hot dry wind blowing from the mountainous interior to the coast. Bergwinds, plural of Bergwind. Werdi, containing icebergs. Werdibit, a fragment of ice larger than a growler but smaller than an iceberg proper. Bergibits, plural of Bergibit. Bardelt, a rosefish Sebasts norvegicus, an edible red fish of the North Atlantic. Bardelt, plural of Bergilt. Bur-a, a surname. Bur-ens, plural of Bur-hain. A surname. Ars, plural of Bur. Varhau, a surname from German. Burhaus, plural of Burhau. Burheid, to compose rhymes about, celebrate in rhyme, make poetry about someone. Burheimt, simple past and past participle of Burheim. Burheins, third person singular simple present indicative of Burheim. Burheining, present participle and gerund of Burheim. Bur, a barangay of Artek, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Yuri, alternative form of berry-berry. A surname from Mingrelian, especially when referring to Lavrenti Beria NKVD chief under Stalin's administration and one of the main architects of the Great Purge. Ereza, the philosophy and politics espoused by Lavrenti Beria. Durda, to adorn with ribbons. Durban, adorned, trimmed with ribbons. Durwaning, present participle and gerund of beribbon. Beribbons, third person singular simple present indicative of beribbon. Verimary, an ailment caused by a deficiency of thiamine vitamin B1, leading to lethargy and organ complications. Virivere, having or relating to the disease beriberi. Viriveris, plural of beriberi. Viriveroi, related to beriberi. Viridin, ridden upon, ridden by. Murai, to ride around, beset with horsemen. Irregora falcon, synonym of brown falcon falco berigora. Irregora falcons, plural of birigora falcon. Irregora hawk, synonym of brown falcon falco berigora. Irregora hawks, plural of birigora hawk. Birimbau, alternative form of birimbau. Birimbaus, plural of birimbo. Birimbau, a percussion instrument consisting of a gourd as resonator and a single wire stretched along a pole, used in Brazil, has a pivotal role in capoeira ensembles. Birimbaus, plural of birimbo. Biride, alternative spelling of Berheim. Birimed, simple past and past participle of Berheim. Birimes, third person singular simple present indicative of Berheim. Berheiming, present participle and gerund of Berheim. Berin, to tut. Erans, third person singular simple present indicative of Berin. Bering, an element of various place names in the geographical region between the northeastern extreme of Russia and the U.S. state of Alaska. Bering Sea, the sea between Siberia and Alaska north of the Pacific Ocean that is connected to the Arctic Ocean by the Bering Strait. Bering Strait, a strait between Chukotka, Russia and Alaska, United States, linking the Arctic Ocean to the Bering Sea. Bering Straits, alternative form of Bering Strait. Bering time, the standard time of the former 11th time zone situated west of Greenwich. Bering Strait, Alternative form of Bering Strait. Bering Strait. Bering Strait. Beringert. Wearing a ring or rings. Beritter. A surname. Beritters. Plural of Beringer. Beringer. The Bering Land Bridge, a geographical phenomenon roughly 1,000 miles 1,600 km wide north to south at its greatest extent, which joined present-day Alaska and eastern Siberia at various times during the Pleistocene ice ages, the land bridge previously occupying what is now the Bering Strait. Beringbian, or relating to Beringia or the Bering Sea. Beringbians, plural of Beringian. Beringing, present participle and gerund of Bering. Beringwind, synonym of Beringia. Beringlelte, having the hair in ringlets. Beringwide, alternative form of Beringleted. Berings, third person singular simple present indicative of Bering. Berinmo, a language of Papua New Guinea. Berinthia, a female given name. Irit, a surname from German. Iria, a surname. Irias, plural of Berisha. Irias, plural of Berish. Bereslav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Bereslavsti, a commune of Valsia County, Romania. Berith, to censure, reprove. Berith, simple past and past participle of berisp. Berespe, present participle and gerund of beres. Beresps, third person singular simple present indicative of berest. Berestain, a surname. Berestains, plural of Beristain. Beritmilla, alternative spelling of Britmilla. Berithmilla, alternative spelling of Britmilla. A commune of Hunedoara County, Romania. Berivaj, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Var, a surname. Burke-Tabatsnik syndrome, an extremely rare disorder of unknown cause, characterized by short stature, congenital optic atrophy, and brachycephaly. Burkebile, a surname. Burkebiles, plural of Burkebile. Berkelate, any oxyanion of berkelium, any salt containing such an anion. Berkelates, plural of Berkelate. Berkeleyan, of or relating to Bishop, Berkeley or his system of idealism. Berkelanism, Berkeleyan beliefs generally. Berkelayans, plural of Berkelayan. Berkeleo, Berkelayan. Berkeley, a habitational surname from Old English. Berkeley County, one of 46 counties in South Carolina, United States. County seat, Monk's Corner, named after John and William Berkeley. Berkeley Heights, a township in Union County, New Jersey. Berkeley Road, a settlement by the site of a former railway station in Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England. OS grid ref so 7200. Berkeley Springs, a town, the county seat of Morgan County, West Virginia, United States. Original name, Bath. Berkeleyan, alternative form of Berkeleyan. Berkelanism, alternative form of Berkelanism. Archhhhh, Berkelanism. Archhhhh, a student or alumnus of the University of California, Berkeley. Berkeleyites, plural of Berkeley. Berkelium, a transuranic chemical element symbol Bk with an atomic number of 97. Berkeland, a municipality of Gelderland, Netherlands. Berkemeyer, A drinking glass with a wide, flared bowl dating from 15th century Germany and the Netherlands, with a characteristic green or yellow color caused by iron impurities in the sand and used for glass production. Birkemeyers, plural of Birkemeyer. Birkendas, alternative form of Birkendas. Birkendasses, plural of Birkendas. Birker, a surname. Berge, a surname. Archhhhh, plural of Berkey. Berkhamsted, a town and civil parish with a town council in Dacorum Borough, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 9907. Berkhamstedian, a pupil of Berkhamsted School. Berkhamstedians, plural of Berkhamstedian. Berkhamer, a surname. Berkhamers, plural of Berkhamer. Berkeley, a village in Mendip District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8149. Berkeley horse, a BDSM apparatus consisting of a triangular frame to which a person can be tied for flogging. Berkeley horses, plural of Berkeley horse. Berkeley Marsh, a hamlet near Berkeley and Frome, Mendip District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8049. Burlesque, in the choreographic style of Busby Berkeley, involving elaborate geometric patterns creating a kaleidoscopic effect, usually by large numbers of showgirls. Berkeleys, plural of Berkeley. Berkman, a surname. Berkman, a surname. Berkmans, plural of Berkman. Berko, mad, crazy. Berkovets, an Old Russian unit of weight, approximately 164 kilograms or 10 poods. Berkovets, alternative form of Berkovets. Berkovich, a surname from Slovene. Berkoviches, plural of Berkovich. Berkovits, a surname from Polish. Berkowitzes, plural of Berkowitz. Berks, abbreviation of Berkshire. Berks County, one of 67 counties in Pennsylvania, United States. County seat, Reading. Berks, abbreviation of Berkshire. Berkshire, an inland county of England, bounded by Oxfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Hampshire, Surrey, Greater London, and Wiltshire. Berkshire County, one of 14 counties in Massachusetts, United States, with its traditional county seat in Pittsfield. It has no county government. Berkshire Hathaway, a U.S. conglomerate. Berkshireman, a man from Berkshire, England. Berkshireman, plural of Berkshireman. Berkshires, plural of Berkshire. Berkson, a surname. Bergson's paradox, a counterintuitive result arising in statistical tests of proportions when there is an ascertainment bias inherent in a study design. Berkswell, a village and civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Solihull, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 2479. Bertwich, a civil parish in Stafford Borough, Staffordshire, England. Burka, synonym of golden eagle. Burkhaths, plural of Burkhat. Berlenon, an anti-Erhath Micdragt. Berland, a surname. Berlands, plural of Berland. Berlanga, a surname. Berlangas, plural of Berlanga. Berlepsches Tinnamu, a Tinnamu, Crypturellus Berlepski. Berlepsches Tinnamus, plural of Berlepsches Tinnamu. Berlesti, a village in Inca, Brăila County, Romania. Berli, material frequently rancid used as bait to attract fish or other organisms. Berlin, the capital and largest city of Germany. Berlin, a town in Usulután Department, El Salvador. Berlin black, a black varnish drying with almost a dead surface, used for coating the better kinds of ironware. Berlin blue, synonym of Prussian blue. Berlin breakage syndrome, synonym of Meiningen breakage syndrome. Berlin green, ferric ferrocyanide, a complex cyanide with a structure similar to that of Prussian blue, used as a green dye. Berlin greens, plural of Berlin green. Berlin Heights, an unincorporated community in Burlington County, New Jersey. Berlin iron, a very fusible variety of cast iron from which figures and other delicate articles are manufactured. These are often stained or lacquered in imitation of bronze. Berlin school, synonym of kosmisch music. Berlin shop, a shop for the sale of worsted embroidery and the materials for such work. Berlin shops, plural of Berlin shop. Berlin time, synonym of Central European time. Berlin Township, a township in Camden County in the U.S. state of New Jersey. Berlin Wall, a wall that parted the city of Berlin until 1989, constructed by the German Democratic Republic to keep East Germans from escaping to West Berlin. Berlin Walls, plural of Berlin Wall. Berlin White, synonym of French white, an especially pure form of white lead, particularly as used in paints. Berlin work, worsted embroidery. Berlin worsted, fine worsted for fancy work, zephyr worsted. Berlin, a sedan-type, saloon-type car. Berliner, a native or inhabitant of Berlin. Berliners, plural of Berliner. Berlins, plural of Berlin. Berlinese, the Region spoken in the city of Berlin, Germany, and surrounding areas in Brandenburg. Berlinetta, an especially sporty form of coupe car. Berlinettes, plural of Berlinetta. Berling, a surname from German. Berlingot, a hard candy made from caramel, usually in pyramidal form. Berlingdets, plural of Berlingot. Berlings, plural of Berling. Berlinia, of or relating to Berlin, Germany. Berlinians, plural of Berlinian. Berlinite, a trigonal trapezohedral mineral containing aluminum, oxygen, and phosphorus. Berlinization, the process of Berlinizing. Berlinize, to make Berlinian. Berlinized, simple past and past participle of Berlinize. Berlinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Berlinize. Berlinizing, present participle and gerund of Berlinize. Berlins, plural of Berlin. Arweas, a surname. Arweosia, of or relating to Hector Berlioz 1803-1869, French Romantic composer and conductor. Arlist, a village and commune of Caras, Severin County, Romania. Berlitz, a brand of language skills learning. During the teaching of the language, all instruction is done in the target language. Burlock dermatitis, a streaky form of phytophotodermatitis caused by exposure to perfume containing bergeptin. Burlock dermatitis, alternative form of Burlock dermatitis. Berlusconi, a surname from Italian. Berlusconian, of or relating to Silvio Berlusconi, born 1936, Italian politician and businessman. Berlusconism, Silvio Berlusconi's policies and attitudes generally. A narrow ledge or shelf as along the top or bottom of a slope. Abbreviation of Bermuda. Mura, a surname. Murmanite, a monoclinic sphenoidal mineral containing hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and phosphorus. Burmans, plural of Burman. Bur, alternative spelling of Burm. Burma, a surname. Burmias, plural of Burmia. Bird, having a berm. Bermejo, a surname from Spanish in turn transferred from the nickname. Bermejos, plural of Bermejo. Bermal, a surname. Bermals, plural of Bermal. Urdo, a surname. Armeos, plural of Bermeo. Arms, plural of Berm. Bermudian, pronunciation spelling of Bermudian. Burbe, present participle and gerund of Berm. Birmingham, a surname. Birmingham's, plural of Birmingham. Armes, any of the accusations of the Australian genus Burmese. Armeses, plural of Burmese. Bermondsey, an urban area in the borough of Southwark, London OS Grid Ref TQ 3479. Bermaprofen, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Burms, plural of Berm. Bermsbrunn. A district of Schwarzenberg, Erzgebirgskreis, Saxony, Germany. Bermuda, an archipelago and overseas territory of the United Kingdom in the North Atlantic Ocean, 580 nautical miles, 1,074 kilometers east-southeast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. Bermuda buttercup, Oxalis pescapri, a tristellous plant with yellow flowers. Bermuda buttercups, plural of Bermuda buttercup. Bermuda cedar, Juniperus bermudiana, a species of juniper endemic to Bermuda. Bermuda cedars, plural of Bermuda cedar. Bermuda dunes, a census-designated place in Riverside County, California, United States. Bermuda grass, a perennial grass, cynodon-dactylon, native to Africa and Asia, used in warm areas of the world for pasture, lawn, and making hay. Bermuda grasses, plural of Bermuda grass. Bermuda green, a pale, slightly blue shade of green. Bermuda greens, plural of Bermuda green. Bermuda juniper, synonym of Bermuda cedar. Bermuda junipers, plural of Bermuda juniper. Bermuda lilies, plural of Bermuda lily. Bermuda lily, Lilium longiflorum vareximium, a variety of the Easter lily. Bermuda onion, a variety of sweet onion grown on the island of Bermuda. Bermuda onions, plural of Bermuda onion. Bermuda petrel, synonym of cahao. Bermuda petrels, plural of Bermuda petrel. Bermuda rig, a sailing rig consisting of a single-stayed mast with a fore and aft rigged mainsail on a boom and a jib or genoa on the forestay. Bermuda rigs, plural of Bermuda rig. Bermuda seam, a metal panel profile featuring a step-down profile that runs perpendicular to the slope of the roof. Bermuda seams, plural of Bermuda seam. Bermuda shorts, a type of knee-high shorts reminiscent of cut formal trousers. Bermuda Triangle, an area of the Atlantic Ocean where many ships and planes have disappeared under allegedly mysterious circumstances. Bermuda Triangles, plural of Bermuda Triangle. Bermuda Shorts, alternative spelling of Bermuda Shorts. Bermudagrass, alternative form of Bermuda grass. Bermudagrasses, plural of Bermudagrass. Bermudan, a person from Bermuda or of Bermudian Bermudian descent. Bermudan option. An option that can be exercised at specific dates between issue date and expiry date, sometimes known as a mid-Atlantic option. Bermudan options. Plural of Bermudan option. Bermudans. Plural of Bermudan. Bermudas. Bermuda shorts. Bermudez. A patrilineal surname from Spanish, an anglicization of Bermudez. Bermudezes. Plural of Bermudez. Bermudian. Of, from, or pertaining to Bermuda or the Bermudian people. Bermudian English. The dialect of English spoken on the island of Bermuda. Bermudians. Plural of Bermudian. Bury. Bermuda. Where. A place name. Berna. A surname from Spanish. Bernards. Plural of Bername. Bernabeu. A surname. Bernacki. A surname from Polish. Bernakis. Plural of Bernacki. Bernacle. Obsolete spelling of barnacle. Bernacles. Plural of Bernacle. Bernadetta. A female given name from French. Bernadette. A female given name from French. Bernadine. A female given name. Bernal. A city in Buenos Aires province, Argentina. Bernals. A surname. Bernalises. Plural of Bernals. Bernalillo. A town, the county seat of Sandoval County, New Mexico, United States. Bernalillo County. One of 33 counties in New Mexico, United States. County seat, Albuquerque. Bernalite. An orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, iron, lead, oxygen, silicon, and zinc. Bernankean. Of or pertaining to American economist Ben Bernanke, born 1953, or his policies, work, or theories. Bernard. A male given name from the Germanic languages. Bernard's wolf. An extinct subspecies of the gray wolf Canis lupus bernardi that was limited to Banks and Victoria Island of the Arctic archipelago. Bernard's wolves. Plural of Bernard's wolf. Bernard-Horner syndrome. Horner syndrome. Bernard-Solier syndrome. A rare autosomal recessive bleeding disorder caused by a deficiency of the glycoprotein Ibromin 9V complex. Bernardaz. A surname from Spanish in turn originating as a patronymic. Bernardezes. Plural of Bernardez. Bernardi. A surname from Italian. Bernardian. Of or relating to Claude Bernard 1813-1878, French physiologist. Bernardin. A surname from French. Bernardin. Of or pertaining to Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, or to the Cistercian monks. Bernardins. Plural of Bernardine. Bernardini. A surname from Italian. Bernardines. Plural of Bernardini. Bernardins. Plural of Bernardin. Bernardes. Plural of Bernardi. Bernardite. A monoclinic prismatic black mineral containing antimony, arsenic, sulfur, and thallium. Bernards. A surname. Bernardses. Plural of Bernards. Bernardsville. A borough of Somerset County, New Jersey, United States. Bernardi. A surname from French. Bernardis. Plural of Bernardi. Bernas. A surname from Polish. Bernesses. Plural of Bernas. Bernat. A male given name. Berna. A surname. Bernaths. Plural of Bernat. Bernats. Plural of Bernat. Bernauer. A surname from German. Bernauers. plural of Bernauer. Berne, a commune in Jura department, Normandy, France. Bernez, a surname. Wernver, a town, the administrative seat of Salzlandkreis district, Saxony-Anhalt, Germany. Werd, a German anonymous poster. Werth, a surname from German. Werntite, a rare tin sulfide mineral. Werntites, plural of Berntite. Berts, plural of Bernt. Bertsen, a surname from Swedish. Berntsens, plural of Berntsen. Mur, a place name. Werdeck, a municipality in Rheintal district, St. Gallen canton, Switzerland. Berthudel, a dog that is a cross between a Bernese mountain dog and a poodle. Werner, a supporter of Bernie Sanders. Erders, plural of Berner. Arneas, from or pertaining to Bern. Bernese Alps, a group of mountain ranges in the western part of the Alps in Switzerland. Arneas German, the form of Swiss German spoken in and near Bern, the capital of Switzerland. Bernese Mountain Dog, a large dog breed, one of the 4 breeds of the Sennenhund type dogs from the Swiss Alps. Bernese Mountain Dogs, plural of Bernese Mountain Dog. Bernese Oberland, an alpine area of Switzerland in Bern canton. Bernese, plural of Bernese. Berth, a surname from French. Bernets, plural of Bernet. Berth, a surname. Berneth, a surname. Bernets, plural of Bernet. Berne, a surname. Arnyams, an isolated settlement in Reedham Parish, Broadland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 4605. Arnes, plural of Bernie. Bernfall, a surname. Bernhardian, of or relating to Thomas Bernhard, born Nicolaus Thomas Bernhard, 1931–1989, Austrian novelist, playwright, and poet. Bernars, a surname from German. Bernhardt-Roth syndrome, numbness or pain in the outer thigh not caused by injury to the thigh, but by injury to a nerve. A surname from German. Bernhardt-Roth syndrome, numbness or pain in the outer thigh not caused by injury to the thigh, but by injury to a nerve that extends from the thigh to the spinal column. Bernhardtchen, of or relating to Sarah Bernhardt 1844–1923, French stage and early film actress. Bernarts, plural of Bernhardt. Bernars, a surname from German. Bernarts, plural of Bernhardt. Bernhamian, of or relating to Hippolyte Bernheim 1840–1919, French physician and neurologist best known for his theory of suggestibility in relation to hypnotism. Berndas, a municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Ardes, a female given name from ancient Greek. Bernicia, an Anglo-Saxon kingdom that existed from 420 to 634 AD in modern-day northeastern England and southeastern Scotland. Bernacle, a barnacle goose. Bernacles, plural of bernacle. Bernie, a unisex given name. Bernie Bro, a male political supporter of the U.S. presidential candidate Bernie Sanders. Bernie Bros, plural of Bernie Bro. Bernie Care, the 2017 Medicare for All bill or any other healthcare reform supported by Bernie Sanders. Bernicrat, a Democratic supporter of Bernie Sanders or his policies. Bernicrats, plural of Bernicrat. Archhhhh, a surname from French. Arneria, a passerine bird of species Berneria madagascariensis, sole species of its genus. Berdina, a make of sewing machine. Berdina Pass, a mountain pass in the Bernina Range in Grisons Canton, Switzerland. Berdinomycin, any of a class of thiopeptide antibiotics. Berdinomycins, plural of berdinomycin. Berninas, plural of Bernina. Berninesque, reminiscent of the works of Gian Lorenzo Bernini 1598–1680, Italian sculptor and architect. Berding, a surname. Bernings, plural of burning. Berdini, a surname from Italian. Berdinian, of war relating to Gian Lorenzo Bernini 1598–1680, Italian artist and architect who worked principally in Rome, the leading sculptor of his age, credited with creating the Baroque style of sculpture. Berninist, reminiscent of the works of Gian Lorenzo Bernini 1598–1680, Italian artist and architect. Bernisardet, any extinct crocodile-like reptile in the family Bernissardiidae. Bernisardids, plural of Bernisardi. Ernesta, a supporter of Bernie Sanders or his political philosophy. Ernestas, plural of Bernesta. Ernida, a female given name. Bernoulli, a surname. Bernoulli distribution, a discrete probability distribution that represents the results of a single trial, taking value 1 with success probability p and value 0 with failure probability q equals 1p. Bernoulli distributions, plural of Bernoulli distribution. Bernoulli effect, in a flowing fluid, the occurrence of what is stated by Bernoulli's principle. Bernoulli effects, plural of Bernoulli effect. Bernoulli number, any one of the rational numbers in a sequence of such that appears in numerous contexts, including formulae for sums of integer powers and certain power series expansions. Bernoulli numbers, plural of Bernoulli number. Bernoulli polynomial, any member of a certain group of polynomials remarkable in that the number of crossings of the x-axis in the unit interval does not go up as the degree of the polynomials goes up. Bernoulli polynomials, plural of Bernoulli polynomial. Bernoulli process, a series of independent trials analogous to repeatedly flipping a coin to determine whether it is fair. Bernoulli processes, plural of Bernoulli process. Bernoulli umbra, in umbral calculus, a kind of umbra corresponding to the Bernoulli numbers. Bernoulli umbri, plural of Bernoulli umbra. Bernoulli variable, any variable that is part of a Bernoulli process. Bernoulli variables, plural of Bernoulli variable. Bernoulli's principle, the principle which states that an increase in the speed of a fluid occurs simultaneously with a decrease in static pressure or a decrease in the fluid's potential energy. Bernoullian, of or relating to the Bernoulli family of merchants and scholars, originally from Belgium, who contributed to the foundations of applied mathematics and physics. Bernoullis, alternative form of Bernoullis. Bernouses, plural of Bernous. Bernis, a surname. Berstor, a town in Botzen district, Upper Lusatia, Saxony, Germany. Ernsts, plural of Berns. Bernskoder, a surname from German. Bernskoders, plural of Bernskoder. Bernstein, a surname from German. Bernstein basis polynomial, any polynomial of the form bant equals n choose it I1t and dash I, the in the I letter 1d57 aspirated term of the binomial expansion of t plus 1 tn. Bernstein basis polynomials, Plural of Bernstein basis polynomial. Bernsteinian. Of or relating to Basil Bernstein 1924–2000, British sociologist and linguist known for his work in the sociology of education. Berntsson. A surname. Berntsons. Plural of Berntsson. Dero. A surname. Dera. To rob, to plunder. Dera. Simple past and past participle of bara. Robbing. Present participle and gerund of bara. Robe. Wearing a robe. Deradas. Third person singular simple present indicative of bara. Baraka. A vitamin-rich effervescent drink tablet or a fruity drink made by dissolving one or more of these tablets in water, used for its supposed health effects or as a folk remedy for hangover or tiredness. Barakas. Plural of baraka. Baro. A small, oval, transparent jellyfish of genus Barophyllum ctenophora. Berea. The ancient city of Aleppo. Beroa. Alternative form of Barian. Beroans. Plural of Baroan. Eros. Plural of Baro. Beroi. Any animal in the family Beroidae, subfamily of order Beroida and of class Nuda, distinguished from other ctenophores by lacking tentacles. Beroids. Plural of the roi. Bero. To roll about, roll around, roll over. Bera. A large autochthonous ethnic group in Plateau State, central Nigeria. Erut. Having a roof. Beras. Plural of Bero. Berasea. Of or relating to Berassus, a Hellenistic era Babylonian writer, priest, and astronomer who wrote in the Koine Greek language and was active at the beginning of the 3rd century BC. Beratha. Any insect of the Beetidlaceae family, Berathidae. Berathids. Plural of Berathid. Beratrostat. The medication for the prevention and treatment hereditary angioedema. Erouge. Wear a rouge. Berave. A calcium ion-regulated photoprotein from the ctenophore Beroa bisicola. Erova. A town in eastern North Macedonia. Urura. A suburb of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Berquist. A surname. Berquists. Plural of Berquist. There. A surname from Spanish. Veras. Plural of Vera. Veraleza. A surname from Spanish. Meraledas. Plural of Beraleza. Berendo. A pronghorn. Berendos. Plural of Berendo. Thus. A surname from German. Mariseas. Plural of Baz. Merith. Archaic form of beret. Mera. A surname. Meriths. Plural of Barith. Barretts. Plural of Barrett. Barith. A surname. Beretta. Archaic form of Biretta. Berettas. Plural of Beretta. Barretts. Plural of Barrett. Mary. A surname. Barry. A town in Barry Barmera Council Area, Riverland Region, South Australia. Barry Barmera. Barry Barmera Council, a local government area in the Riverland Region, South Australia. Maria. A surname. Barians. Plural of Barian. Aesole. Any of the Philly, Barisley, now considered to be the Sufili, Barislonia, the Neotoidi is the Neotoidi, who was fully considered to be a Sufili of the Barislidae. Aesolids. Plural of Bariasolid. Barrack Salom. A village and civil parish in South Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 6294. Married. A surname. Marriages. Plural of marriage. Bury. Simple past and past participle of bury. Marion. A surname from French. Darien County. One of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat. Nashville. Marians. Plural of Berrien. A surname. Barriers. Plural of barrier. Barries. Plural of Barry. Bevieu. A village and community in Powys, Wales, historically in Montgomeryshire. OS Grid Ref SJ 1800. Berrigan. An Irish surname. Barrel. A twist or spin given in throwing an object. Barrel. A surname. Barra. A surname. Barrowmans. Plural of barrowman. Bury. A funeral, a burying. Barrier. A surname. Barringers. Plural of Barringer. Barrington. A small village in Kyloe Parish, Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NU 0043. Barringtons. Plural of Barrington. A surname. Ayos. Plural of vario. Bisexual. Attracted to every gender but very rarely experiencing attraction to men or men-aligned genders. Beresford. A surname. Vero. A surname. Eroes. Plural of Veroa. Veracle. A surname from Spanish. Veracles. Plural of Beracle. Barons. A surname from Spanish. Baronesses. Plural of barons. Deva. A surname. Devas. Plural of Baron. Vera. A village and civil parish in Sedgemoor District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 2952. Veras. Plural of barrow. Very. A surname from Middle English. Berry blue. A purplish blue color resembling that of blueberries. Berry blues. Plural of berry blue. Berry brow. A suburban village in the metropolitan borough of Kirklees, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1313. Veery Creek. A census-designated place in Budd County, California, United States. Berry Hill. A number of hills and properties in various locations. Berry Paradox. A particular self-referential paradox relating to the number of words in a descriptive phrase. Berry Poison. The plant Gastrolobium parvifolium. Berry Pomeroy. A village and civil parish in South Hams District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 8261. Berry Sugar. A variety of ultra-fine sugar that dissolves more quickly than ordinary granulated sugar. Berry sugars. Plural of berry sugar. Berry cone. A cone whose scales have become fleshy and fused together, as in juniperus. Berry cones. Plural of berry cone. Any of the tropical birds in the genus Carpornes, found in South America. Plural of variator. Adiesa. A lake in California, United States. Barrafields. A modern housing development and civil parish created 2015 northwest of Aylesbury, Buckinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 7815. Barry Hill. A surname. Mary Hunter. modeled berry hunter. Berry hunters, plural of berry hunter. Present participle and gerund of berry. Plural of berry. Tasting like berries, especially in describing wine. A blue-gray opaque mineral with chemical formula Pb by 7s. Plural of berry. Barrowlands, a neighbourhood of Surbiton, Borough of Kingston upon Thames, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1967. Various, without berries. Berry-like, resembling a berry. Berra, a surname from Old English. Barrowmans, plural of Barrowman. Barron Arbour, a village and civil parish in North Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 5646. Berrypacker, any of various birds of the genera Melanocorus and Rhamphorhynchus, native to New Guinea, whose diet is dominated by berries and small fruits. Berrypackers, plural of berrypacker. Berrypicker, one who picks berries. Berrypickers, plural of berrypicker. Berrypicking, the picking of berries, fruit. Berrettini, a martini cocktail made with berries. Berrettines, plural of berrettini. Berryville, a city in Arkansas, United States, and one of the two county seats of Carroll County. Mur, plural of iat. Ars, plural of burr. Bersagliere, a marksman or rifleman in certain Italian regiments. Bersaglieri, plural of bersagliere. Bersagna, of or relating to Leo Bersani, born 1931, American literary theorist. Bert, a surname from German. Bertaz, plural of Bersch. Berzaba, a barangay of Bayugan, Agusan del Sur, Philippines. Berthir, Egyptian clover. Berzirns, plural of Bersim. Berter, synonym of Berserker, a Norse warrior who fought in a frenzy. Berserk llama syndrome, a psychological condition in human-raised canelids, particularly llamas and alpacas, that can cause them to be dangerously aggressive toward humans. Berserked, simple past and past participle of berserk. Berserkly, the city of Berkeley, California, or the University of California campus located there, both having a reputation for progressive or radical politics. Berserker, a Norse warrior who purportedly fought in a trance-like frenzy, a berserk. Berserker gang, the state of fury experienced by berserkers before battle. Berserkers, plural of berserker. Berserking, present participle and gerund of berserk. Berserkly, in a berserk manner. Berserkness, the quality of being berserk. Berserko, berserk, crazy. Bererks, plural of berserk. Wyrzhat, a city in Vinnytsia Oblast in western Ukraine. Berlan, a surname. Berlans, plural of Bersan. Rista, a civil parish in Arran District, north of Bognor Regis, West Sussex, England. Acronym of bidirectional encoder representations from transformers. A diminutive form of male given names containing the element Bert, such as Albert or Robert, also used as a formal given name. Bert and Ernie, alternative form of Ernie and Bert. Bertha, a female given name, variant of Bertha. Berta, Bertapalm. Bertampalm, any of various palms in the genus Eugisona. Bertampalms, plural of Bert M. Palm. Bertams, plural of Bertam. Where? A surname. Bertelsen. A surname. Bertelsens. Plural of Bertelsen. Arts. Plural of Bert. Bertus de Jas. A village and commune of Brăila County, Romania. There, chiefly in wide berth, is sufficient space in the water for a ship or other vessel to lie at anchor or maneuver without getting in the way of other vessels or colliding into rocks or the shore. A female given name from the Germanic languages. Berthage, a place for mooring vessels in a dock or harbor. Berthages, plural of berthage. Berthas, plural of bertha. What? A sort of trim added to the neckline of a dress. Berth, simple past and past participle of birth. Berthelot, a surname from French. Berthelots, plural of Berthelot. Worth, plural of Bur. Berthuan, a surname from French. Artheams, plural of Berthaam. Ar, a surname from French. Berthurine, a monoclinic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Berthurite, a steel gray opaque mineral with chemical formula Fe2S4. Berthurettes, plural of Berthurite. Berthierville, a town in Dautre Regional County Municipality, Quebec, Canada. Birthing, present participle. Birthings, plural of birthing. Birthless, without a birth. Berthold, a city in North Dakota. Bertolf, a surname from German. Bertolfs, plural of Bertholf. Berthli, any non-stoichiometric compound. Berthlides, plural of Bertheli. Eris, plural of birth. Berthside, the side of a berth mooring point for a ship, etc. Artie, a surname. Artie, a diminutive of Bertram, Albert, or of any male given names ending in Bert. Bertie County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Windsor. Bertolimiumab, a human monoclonal antibody that binds to E-ataxin 1. Bertolin system, a system for identifying people by a physical description based upon anthropometric measurements, notes of markings, deformities, skin color, impression of thumb lines, etc. Bertolinage, an early form of biometric identification used on criminals by the French police, making use of distinguishing anthropometric measurements, such as head size, arm span, and scars. Bertini, a surname from Italian. Bertines, plural of Bertini. Bertino, a surname. Bertinos, plural of Bertino. Artes, plural of Bertie. Bert, a surname from German. Werks, plural of Bert. Bertolini, a surname from Italian. Bertolinas, plural of Bertolini. Bertolino, a surname. Bertolinos, plural of Bertolino. Bertoloni's pansies, plural of Bertoloni's pansy. Bertoloni's pansy. Viola bertolonii, a species of violet. Bertin, a surname from French. Bertome, a surname. Bertons, plural of Bertone. Bertins, plural of Burton. Ordosate, an orthorhombic light pink mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, lithium, oxygen, and phosphorus. Bertrand, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Bertrand, a male given name. Bertrand's paradox, a problem within the classical interpretation of probability theory, illustrating how the principle of indifference may not produce definite, well-defined results for probabilities if it is applied uncritically when the domain of possibilities is infinite. Bertrand's postulate, synonym of Bertrand-Chebyshev theorem. Bertrand-Chebyshev theorem, the theorem that there is at least one prime number between n and 2n for every n1, i.e. Bertrand-Edgeworth model, a microeconomic model of price-setting oligopoly dealing with the situation of a homogeneous product, i.e. consumers want to buy from the cheapest seller and a limit to the output of firms which are willing and able to sell at a particular price. Bertrandite, a basic beryllium silicate that is an ore of beryllium. Berts, a surname. Ocean View, a census-designated place in Del Norte County, California, United States. Birches, plural of birch. Bertucci, a surname from Italian. Bertuccius, plural of Bertucci. Bertalfo, a surname from Cebuano. Biru, a surname. Birubis, plural of Biru. Birati, adorned with rubies. Biruman, a surname. Birumans, plural of Biruman. Birupatham, a dopamine antagonist. Biruwala, a large town in Kalutari district, Western Province, Sri Lanka. Warai, a surname. Warwari, alternative form of Barwari. Bar, any of various places, including Barracontuid, dated form of Barraca-Pontuid. Barraca-Pontuid, a town and civil parish with a town council in Northumberland and the northernmost town in England. OS Grid Ref NT 9953. Warwickshire, a lieutenancy area and historical county of the Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland. Werway, a mountain range in northeastern Wales. Buricid, any member of the family Buricidae of squirrelfish. Buricids, plural of Buricid. Buriciform, belonging to the Buriciforms, an order of ray-finned fishes. Buriciforms, plural of Buriciform. Ruricoi, resembling or relating to the Buricidae, a family of marine fishes. Beryl, a unisex given name from English derived from the gem beryl. Beryl-spangled tanager. Tangariniga viridis, a species of songbird found in the Andes Mountains. Beryl-spangled tanagers, plural of beryl-spangled tanager. Burrili, alternative form of berylline. Beryllium, misspelling of beryllium. Berylate, the A and BO2 are any salt containing diazane. Berylates, plural of berylate. Beryllia, beryllium oxide. Beryllius, plural of beryllia. Berylli, any intermetallic compound of beryllium with another metal, present in some alloys. Berylides, plural of berylli. Beryliferous, containing or yielding beryllium. Berylli, beryl-like, having a light blue-green color. Berylines, plural of berylline. Berliosis, plural of berliosis. Berliosis, a chronic disease of the lungs, caused by inhalation of beryllium compounds. Berlati, relating to berliosis. Beryllice, an orthorhombic white mineral containing beryllium, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Beryllium, the chemical element symbol B with an atomic number of 4, is soft silvery, white low-density alkaline earth metal with specialist industrial applications. Beryllium carbide, the hard binary compound of beryllium and carbon B2C. Beryllium chloride, a colorless, hygroscopic solid with the formula BCl2. Beryllium nitride, a nitride of beryllium, B3N2. Beryllium oxide, a white crystalline compound, BO, used in semiconductors and in specialist ceramic applications. Beryllium sodalite, alternative form of beryllosidolite. Beryllium Ni, the only stable isotope of beryllium, B, having 4 protons and 5 neutrons. Beryllium-like, having the electron configuration of beryllium. Berylliums, plural of beryllium. Berylofluoride, the A and BF3 or any salt containing the zane. Berylofluorides, plural of berylofluoride. Berylloid, a solid consisting of a double 12-sided pyramid. Berylloids, plural of berylloid. Beryllonite, a rare mineral, sodium beryllium phosphate with the chemical formula NaBPO4, found especially in Maine. Beryllosidolite, synonym of tugtupite. Beryls, plural of beryl. Berislav, a city and rayon of Kherson Oblast in southern Ukraine. Burytin, alternative form of Berytian. Burytins, plural of Burytin. Burytian, alternative form of Berytian. Burytians, plural of Burytian. Berytian, of or pertaining to Byrtus, the ancient city of Beirut. Berytians, plural of Berytian. Burritid, any of the family Burritidae of stilt bugs or thread bugs. Burritids, plural of burritid. Burritina, synonym of burritid. Burritinids, plural of burritinid. Burritus. The ancient city of Beirut. Ur-Aska, a river, village, and commune of Kara-Severin County, Romania. Arzeoan, or pertaining to Ernst Jacob Berzelius 1779-1848, Swedish chemist, who devised the modern technique of chemical formula notation. Arzeoan, an isometric hexactahedral mineral containing copper and selenium. Arzeoan, an isometric hexactahedral mineral containing arsenic, calcium, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, and sodium. Erzawai, a white variety of the mineral hawine. Arzeoan, a rejected name for praseodymium. Berserk, alternative spelling of berserk. Berserkali, alternative form of berserkali. Berserker, alternative spelling of berserker. Berserkers, plural of berserker. Artex, plural of berserk. Arzens, a surname from Latvian. Arzenses, plural of Berzens. Erzovia, a commune and village in Kara-Severin County, Romania. Less N-bis-2-hydroxyethyl-2-aminothane sulfonic acid. A, plural of B. Less, an ancient Egyptian god, the protector of households and mothers, children, and childbirth. Aesalens, Bonaire, St. Eustadia. And Saba, the Caribbean Netherlands. The Seju, a small disc of metal which protects the arbit, a piece of armor typically worn together with a spalder or pauldron, a rondel, sometimes especially when used to steady a lance. Besadeus, plural of besadu. Besay, a kind of double-bladed axe. Besabes, plural of besay. Besal, a great-grandfather. Besales, plural of besail. Besal, to attack or assail, lunge at or toward. Assault. Besal, alternative form of besail. Besailed, simple past and past participle of besail. Besails, plural of besail. Besailing, present participle and gerund of besail. Besails, third person singular simple present indicative of besail. Besaint, to make a saint of. Besainted, simple past and past participle of besaint. Besainting, present participle and gerund of besaint. Besaints, third person singular simple present indicative of besaint. Besalan, a barangay of Santa Cruz, Ilocos Sur, Philippines. Besalted, treated with salt, covered with salt or turned into salt. Besamam, a spice mixture used for its scent on Habdallah. Besan, gram flour as used in Indian and Burmese cuisine. Besanchila, an Indian pancake made from chickpea flour. Besanchila, alternative spelling of Besanchila. Besançon, a commune, the capital city of Doubs Department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Besandaled, wearing sandals. Besandaled, wearing sandals. Besa, simple past of besang. Besa, a surname. Bedats, plural of besant. Besao, a municipality of Mountain Province, Philippines. Besat. Synonym of sashed. Besat, simple past of beset. Besatcheled, carrying or equipped with a satchel. A surname. Bes, plural of besaw. Bese, to say about someone or something, get something across verbally or by saying, relay, signify, declare. Besau, alternative form of besail. Besaus, plural of besail. Bezes, third person singular simple present indicative of besay. Besgar, a small village in Scarisbrick Parish, West Lancashire District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3913. Bescare, to fill with fright, scare all over, scare completely, terrify. Bescares, third person singular simple present indicative of bescare. Bescarfed, wearing a scarf. Bescarred, wearing a scarf. Bescatter, to scatter over. Bescatter, simple past and past participle of bescatter. Bescattering, present participle and gerund of bescatter. Bescatters, third person singular simple present indicative of bescatter. Besceptor, holding a scepter. Bescepted, alternative form of besceptored. Bescorched, to scorch about, around, or all over, scorch completely. Bescorched, simple past and past participle of bescorch. Bescorches, third person singular simple present indicative of bescorch. Bescorching, present participle and gerund of bescorch. Besgore, to treat with scorn. Bescored, simple past and past participle of bescorn. Bescorning, present participle and gerund of bescorn. Bescorns, third person singular simple present indicative of bescorn. An urban area of the Metropolitan Borough of Walsall, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0096. Bescrape. To scrape all over, scrape excessively. Bescraped. Simple past and past participle of bescrape. Bescrapes. Third person singular simple present indicative of bescrape. Bescraping. Present participle and gerund of bescrape. Bescratch. To scratch, scratch about, scratch all over. Bescratched. Simple past and past participle of bescratch. Bescratches. Third person singular simple present indicative of bescratch. Bescratching. Present participle and gerund of bescratch. Bescrawl. To cover something with scrawls, to scribble over. Bescrawled. Simple past and past participle of bescrawl. Bescrawling. Present participle and gerund of bescrawl. Bescrawls. Third person singular simple present indicative of bescrawl. Bescreen. To cover with a screen, or as with a screen. Bescreened. Simple past and past participle of bescreen. Bescreening. Present participle and gerund of bescreen. Bescreams. Third person singular simple present indicative of bescreen. Bescribble. To write in a messy, scribbly fashion. Bescribbled. Simple past and past participle of bescribble. Bescribbles. Third person singular simple present indicative of bescribble. Bescribbling. Present participle and gerund of bescribble. Bescrub. To scrub around or about, scrub completely or all over. Bescumber. To sully with mud or dung. Bescumber. Simple past and past participle of bescumber. Bescumbering. Present participle and gerund of bescumber. Bescumbers. Third person singular simple present indicative of bescumber. To make seated, to seat. Seated. Synonym of seated. Beseating. Present participle and gerund of beseat. Third person singular simple present indicative of beseat. Beseech. Obsolete spelling of beseech. Besecker. A surname. Beseckers. Plural of besecker. To look at, see, mind, regard, favor. Beseech. To beg or implore something of a person. Beseech. Simple past and past participle of beseech. Beseecher. A person who beseeches. Beseechers. Plural of beseecher. Beseeches. Third person singular simple present indicative of beseech. Beseeching. Present participle and gerund of beseech. Beseechingly. In a beseeching manner. Beseechingness. The state or quality of being beseeching. Beseechings. Plural of beseeching. Beseechment. The act of beseeching, imploration. Beseechments. Plural of beseechment. Is a present participle and gerund of beseech. To beseech. Entreat. Obsolete spelling of beseech. Beseech. Third person singular simple present indicative of beseech. Beseeking. Present participle and gerund of beseech. Beseech. Third person singular simple present indicative of beseech. Beseer. Generally with a qualifying word such as ill or well, to appear, look, or seem a certain way for someone or something. Besend. Simple past and past participle of beseem. Besemes. Second person singular simple present indicative of beseem. Beseme. Third person singular simple present indicative of beseem. Beseeming. Becoming, befitting, suitable. Beseemingly. In a beseeming manner. Beseemingness. Bestate or quality of being beseeming. Beseemings. Plural of beseeming. Beseemly. Fit, suitable, becoming. Eris. Third person singular simple present indicative of beseem. As furnish, arrayed, dressed, equip. As third person singular simple present indicative of besee. Besau. To endow with a personhood or self. Bethend. To send over or across, send to, send a message to. Besequind. Wearing or decorated with sequins. Besequind. Alternative form of besequind. Asher. Alternative form of berserk. Berserker. Misspelling of berserker. Berserkers. Plural of berserker. Aerks. Plural of berserk. Bether. A surname. Betheras. Plural of besera. Let. To surround or hem in. Besetment. The state of being beset. Besetments. Plural of besetment. Well, that's third person singular simple present indicative of beset. Beset. Alternative past participle of beset. Besetter. Someone or something that besets. Besetters. Plural of besetter. Besetting. Present participle and gerund of beset. Besettings. Plural of besetting. Besew. To sow. Azures. Third person singular simple present indicative of besew. Lax. Abbreviation of be. Sea expedition. Is for a small village and civil parish served by Deford and Besford Parish Council in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 9144. Beshackle. To shackle. Beshackled. Simple past and past participle of beshackle. Beshackles. Third person singular simple present indicative of beshackle. Beshackling. Present participle and gerund of beshackle. Beshade. To shadow, cast a shadow over. Beshades. Third person singular simple present indicative of beshade. Beshadow. To cast a shadow around, about, or over, overshadow. Beshadowed. Simple past and past participle of beshadow. Beshadowing. Present participle and gerund of beshadow. Beshadows. Third person singular simple present indicative of beshadow. Beshout. Made shaggy. Behake. To shake roughly or violently. Behakes. Third person singular simple present indicative of beshake. Beshame. To shame, put to shame. Ashamed. Simple past and past participle of beshame. Beshames. Third person singular simple present indicative of beshame. Beshaming. Present participle and gerund of beshame. Beth. To give shape to, form. Bejara. A surname. Bejer. To share about, share across or share with, distribute among others, share. Bejeres. Third person singular simple present indicative of besher. Beshar. To make haste, hurry. Bishal, wearing a shawl. Bishbarmak, a traditional dish of nomadic Turkic peoples in Central Asia and Russia, consisting of chopped boiled meat with noodles and onion sauce. Here. A surname. Bashiring, present participle and gerund of Bashir. Virs, third person singular simple present indicative of Bashir. Afer, alternative spelling of Bashert. Ashirts, plural of Bashert. Bashil, to shield around or about, protect, defend. Beshilde. Simple past and past participle of Bashil. Beshielding, present participle and gerund of Bashil. Beshields, third person singular simple present indicative of Bashil. Bashai, to shine around or upon. Bashines, third person singular simple present indicative of Bashai. Bashining, present participle and gerund of Bashai. Bashur, furnished with or wearing a shirt, shur. Rida, to soil with excrement, shit all over. Bashite, to shite all over, befoul with shitting, bashit. Bashiting, present participle and gerund of bashite. Rajitten, past participle of bashite. Bashitting, present participle and gerund of bashit. Bashur, synonym of shiver break into fragments. Bashur, simple past and past participle of beshiver. Beshivere, present participle and gerund of beshiver. Beshivers, third person singular simple present indicative of beshiver. Bishwek, a silver coin. Of the Ottoman Empire. Bishweks, plural of Bishlik. Bishmet, a knee-length outer garment with a short stand-up collar, typical of Turkic, Mongolian, and Caucasian peoples, similar to a short kaftan. Bishmet, plural of Bishmet. Bishai, simple past and past participle of Bishu. Adu, to put shoes on, fit or furnish with shoes. Bishud, simple past and past participle of Bishu. Bishui, present participle of Bishu. Bishus, third person singular simple present indicative of Bishu. Bishon, simple past and past participle of Bishine. Bishor, past participle of Bashir. Bishornin, a particular steroid glycoside. Bishormacide, a particular steroid glycoside. Bishort, wearing shorts. Bishouts, to shout at. Bishouted, simple past and past participle of bishout. Bishouting, present participle and gerund of bishout. Bishouts, third person singular simple present indicative of the shout. Vishal, a large food fish Anaplopoma fimbria of the North Pacific coast, the candlefish or sablefish. Vishru, to invoke or wish evil upon, to curse. Vishrud, simple past and past participle of bishru. Vishruing, present participle and gerund of bishru. Vishrus, third person singular simple present indicative of bishru. Bishroud, to cover with or as with a shroud. Bishroud, simple past and past participle of bishroud. Bishrouding, present participle and gerund of bishroud. Bishrouds, third person singular simple present indicative of bishroud. Abbreviation of Baal Shantav. Ashit, relating to the Bisht, the Baal Shantav. Urjat, to shut in or enclose, shut up or confine. Isikovich, a surname. Isikovich set, synonym of cake is set of points in Euclidean space that contains a unit line segment in every direction. Isikovich sets, plural of Isikovich set. Beside, next to, at the side of. Beside oneself, overcome, consumed by an emotion. Beside the mark, beside the point. Irrelevant. Beside the point, irrelevant, moot. Besideness, the quality of being beside. Besides, in addition to. Besides oneself, archaic form of beside oneself. Besides the point, uncommon form of beside the point. Assaini, to beset or surround with armed forces for the purpose of compelling to surrender, to lay siege to, beleaguer. Assairet, simple past and past participle of besiege. Assiegement, the act of besieging or the state of being besieged. Assiegements, plural of besiegement. Assaider, a person who besieges. Assaiders, plural of besieger. Asaidas, third person, singular simple present indicative of besiege. Asija. Third person singular simple present indicative of besiege. Besieging, present participle and gerund of besiege. Besiegingly, in a besieging manner. Besiegings, plural of besieging. Acifloxacin, a particular fluoroquinolone antibiotic. Isefovir, a cyclic nucleotide phosphonate used to treat hepatitis B infection. Beside, to sigh over. Beside, simple past and past participle of beside. Besighing, present participle and gerund of beside. Besides, third person singular simple present indicative of beside. Besolate, alternative spelling of besolate. Besolates, plural of besolate. Besilsama, a mouse monoclonal antibody used to detect inflammatory lesions and metastasis. Besoft, wearing silk clothing. Besover, to cover with or as with silver. Besang, to sing of or sing about, celebrate in song or poetry, sing the praises of, praise, laud. Asunj, to singe about or all over. Besinjing, present participle and gerund of besinge. Besing, present participle and gerund of besang. Besangs, third person singular simple present indicative of besang. Acipridine, a nootropic drug developed for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease, acting as a blocker of voltage-sensitive sodium channels. Esse, archaic form of besieg. Says, a member of a branch of the Orang Asli people of Malaya. Beza, to sit around, sit about, besiege. Besets, third person singular simple present indicative of besit. Asither, past participle of besit. Besitting, present participle and gerund of besit. Vegeds, a mountain range in Central Europe, running from Czech Republic to Ukraine along the Polish-Slovakia border, with its highest peak Havrla at 2,061 meters. Esker, to border, lie on the outskirts of. Eskerde, simple past and past participle of beskirt. Beskirting, present participle and gerund of beskirt. Beskirts, third person singular simple present indicative of beskirt. Bezgazieka, a flat visorless sailor's cap. Bezgaziekas, plural of Bezgazieka. is gaziaki, plural of biskaziaka. This latter, to bislaver, bislobber. This latter, simple past and past participle of bislabber. Bislabbering, present participle and gerund of bislabber. Bisladders, third person singular simple present indicative of bislabber. Veslat, a town, the administrative center of the Pravobrezhny district, North Ossetia, Russia. Veslat, to slap around or about, slap all over, slap soundly or completely. Belaps, third person singular simple present indicative of bislap. Bislather, to slather profusely or all over. Bislave, to make a slave of, enslave. Bislaved, simple past and past participle of bislave. Bislaver, to cover with slaver or anything suggesting slaver. Bislaver, simple past and past participle of bislaver. Bislavery, present participle and gerund of bislaver. Bislavers, third person singular simple present indicative of bislaver. Bislaves, third person singular simple present indicative of bislave. Bislaving, present participle and gerund of bislave. Elate, to sleep, have a sleep, sleep with. Bileave, to take the sleeves from a bishop. Bisleave, having sleeves. Biller, a surname from German. Illers, plural of bisler. Bislai, a surname. Bisline, to make dirty with something slimy, befoul. Bislined, simple past and past participle of bisline. Bislimes, third person singular simple present indicative of bisline. Bislining, present participle and gerund of bisline. Bislamed, held in a sling. Bislipper, to put slippers on, provide with slippers. Bislipper, wearing slippers, slippered. Bislippering, present participle of bislipper. As slippers, third person singular simple present indicative of bislipper. Bislobber, to wet, besmear or befoul with spittle or anything running from the mouth, cover in slobber, bisball. Bislaughtered, simple past and past participle of bislobber. Bislaughtering, present participle and gerund of bislobber. Bislaughters, third person singular simple present indicative of bislobber. Bislaughter, alternative form of bislobber. Bislaughter, simple past and past participle of bislobber. Bislaughtering, present participle and gerund of bislobber. Bislaughters, third person singular simple present indicative of bislobber. Biflurry, to soil, smear with mud or excrement, make dirty. The initialism of big eyes, small mouth, describing the odd proportions with which much Japanese manga is drawn. Bizama, to make small, figurative to make as though small. Bizamals, third person singular simple present indicative of bismall. Vismear, to smear over, to smear all over, to daub. Bismear, smeared over, soiled, sully. Besmear, one who besmears. Besmearers, plural of besmear. Besmearing, present participle and gerund of besmear. Besmears, third person singular simple present indicative of besmear. Bismell, smell out, sniff about, around, or all over, investigate or check by smelling, detect a smell or a scent. Bismile, to smile at, give or show a smile to. Besmiled. Simple past and past participle of besmile. Besmiles. Third person singular simple present indicative of besmile. Besmiling. Present participle and gerund of besmile. Besbirched. To make dirty. Besbirched. Simple past and past participle of besmirch. Besmircher. Agent noun of besmirch, one who besmirches. Besmirchers. Plural of besmircher. Besmirches. Third person singular simple present indicative of besmirch. Besmirching. Present participle and gerund of besmirch. Besmirchment. The act of sullying or besmirching. Besmirchments. Plural of besmirchment. Besmir. To besmirch, sully, befoul. Besmitten. Smitten, infatuated. Besmocked. Wearing a smock. Besmar. To envelop in smock. Besmarred. Simple past and past participle of besmar. Besmogging. Present participle and gerund of besmar. Besmargs. Third person singular simple present indicative of besmar. Besmoke. To fill with smoke, act on with smoke, fumigate. Besmoked. Simple past and past participle of besmoke. Besmokes. Third person singular simple present indicative of besmoke. Besmoking. Present participle and gerund of besmoke. Besmooch. To give smooches to, smooch all over. Besmooched. Simple past and past participle of besmooch. Besmooches. Third person singular simple present indicative of besmooch. Besmooching. Present participle and gerund of besmooch. Besavoo. To make smooth. Besmood. Simple past and past participle of besmoo. Besmoving. Present participle and gerund of besmoo. Besamurs. Third person singular simple present indicative of besmooth. Besamad. Tesamaj. Besamadit. Simple past and past participle of besmudge. Besmudgers. Third person singular simple present indicative of besmudge. Besmudging. Present participle and gerund of besmudge. Besmut. To blacken with smut, foul with soot. Besmuch. To besmirch. Besmuch. Simple past and past participle of besmuch. Besmuches. Third person singular simple present indicative of besmuch. Besmutching. Present participle and gerund of besmuch. Besmuts. Third person singular simple present indicative of besmut. Bespotta. Simple past and past participle of besmut. Bespotting. Present participle and gerund of besmut. Bisnaga. Alternative form of Bisnagger. Bisnagger. Former name of Vidisha. Esnu. Alternative form of Bisno. Anud. Simple past and past participle of Bisnu. Bisnuing. Present participle and gerund of besnu. Edus. Third person singular simple present indicative of besnu. Bisneerboke disease. Sarcoidosis. Bisneerboke shaman disease. Sarcoidosis. Bisnidiosis. A protozoan disease caused by infection with Bisnoitia parasites. As no. To snow on, to cover with snow, or as if with snow. As no. Covered or laden with snow. Besnowing. Present participle and gerund of besnow. nose. Third person singular simple present indicative of besnow. Bemef. To befoul with snuff. Beso negro. Analingdes. Bezat. Wearing socks, or a sock. Bedoil. To cover with or as with soil, stain, sully. Da. A broom made from a bundle of twigs tied onto a shaft. Besam pocket. A pocket on the inside of a garment accessed through a slit with a reinforced lower edge with no flap. Besam pockets. Plural of besam pocket. Besam head. A fool, a blockhead. Besam heads. Plural of besam head. Behamd. Simple past and past participle of besam. Besomer. Someone who uses a besam. Besomers. Plural of besomer. Besaming. Present participle and gerund of besam. Besamai. Resembling or characteristic of a besam. Beams. Plural of besam. Billard. Sung to, having a song sung to one, by extension charmed, enchanted. Bezonian. Alternative form of Bezonian. Bezonians. Plural of Bezonian. Athet. To soil with soot, blacken with soot, besmot. Ed. To soothe about or all over, comfort. Edu. Simple past and past participle of besu. Edu. Third person singular simple present indicative of besu. Besude. Present participle and gerund of besu. Bizarro. To sorrow about or over, care about, fill with care or sorrow, make sad. Bizor. To certit become. Besorted. Simple past and past participle of besort. Besorting. Present participle and gerund of besort. Bidarts. Third person singular simple present indicative of besort. Thus, a river flowing through Catalonia. To muddle, stupefy, or cause to act foolishly, as with alcoholic liquor or infatuation. Bats. Third person singular simple present indicative of besot. Besotted. Simple past and past participle of besot. Besottedly. In a besotted manner. Besottedness. The state or quality of being besotted, infatuation, intellectual or moral blindness. Besotten. Alternative form of besotted. Besotting. Present participle and gerund of besot. Besottingly. In a besotting manner. Simple past and past participle of beseech. Besottis. Second person singular simple past indicative of beseech. Besow. To imbue or endow with a soul. Besowed. Simple past and past participle of besoul. Besole. Present participle and gerund of besol. Besos. Third person singular simple present indicative of besol. Besour. To make sour. Besow. To sow all around or about, scatter, disperse, plant. Bezos. Third person singular simple present indicative of besow. Besozzlement. A state of intoxication, drunkenness. Bespake. Simple past of bespeak. Bespangle. To cover something with spangles. Bespangled. Simple past and past participle of bespangle. Bespangles. Third person singular simple present indicative of bespangle. Bespangling. Present participle and gerund of bespangle. Besparkle. To add sparkle to. Besparkle. Simple past and past participle of besparkle. Besparkles. Third person singular simple present indicative of besparkle. Besparkling. Present participle and gerund of besparkle. Bespat. Simple past of bespit. Bespate. That has been spit upon. Bespatter. To spatter or cover with something, sprinkle with anything liquid or with any wet or adhesive substance. Bespatter. Simple past and past participle of bespatter. Bespatterer. One who bespatters. Bespatterers. Plural of bespatterer. Bespatteret. Third person singular simple present indicative of bespatter. Bespattering. Present participle and gerund of bespatter. Bespatterings. Plural of bespattering. Bespatterment. Synonym of bespattering. Bespatterments. Plural of bespatterment. Bespatters. Third person singular simple present indicative of bespatter. Bespattle. To spit on. Bisball. Alternative spelling of bespall. Bisballed. Simple past and past participle of bespall. Bespalling. Present participle and gerund of bespall. Bisballs. Third person singular simple present indicative of bespall. Bisball. To daub. Make foul or soil someone or something with spall or spittle. Bespall. Simple past and past participle of bespall. Bespalling. Gerund of bespall, the act or process by which something is bespalled. Besballs. Third person singular simple present indicative of bespall. Bespeak. To speak. To address. A speaker. Someone who bespeaks. Bespeakers. Plural of bespeaker. Bespeakess. Second person singular simple present indicative of bespeak. Bespeaka. Third person singular simple present indicative of bespeak. Bespeaking. Present participle and gerund of bespeak. Bespeaks. Third person singular simple present indicative of bespeak. Bespear. Equipped or furnished with a spear. Bespeckle. To add speckles. Bespeckled. Simple past and past participle of bespeckle. Bespeckles. Third person singular simple present indicative of bespeckle. Bespeckle. Present participle and gerund of bespeckle. Bespectacled. Wearing spectacles, glasses. Let. Simple past and past participle of bespeed. Bespeech. To address in speech. Bespeeched. Simple past and past participle of bespeech. Bespeeches. Third person singular simple present indicative of bespeech. Bespeeching. Present participle and gerund of bespeech. Bespeak. To speed, cause to prosper. Aspede. Simple past and past participle of bespeed. Bespeeding. Present participle and gerund of bespeed. Aspeeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of bespeed. Bespell. To cast a spell upon, to enchant, bewitch. Bespelled. Endued with magical power, enchanted, charmed. Bespelling. Present participle and gerund of bespell. Bespells. Third person singular simple present indicative of bespell. Bespend. To expend, bestow, employ. Bespew. To stain with spew, vomit on, foul with sick. Bespewed. Simple past and past participle of bespew. Bespewing. Present participle and gerund of bespew. Bespewers. Third person singular simple present indicative of bespew. Bespesa, to season with spice or with some spicy drug. Bespesed, simple past and past participle of bespeset. Bespeses, third person singular simple present indicative of bespeset. Bespeseng, present participle and gerund of bespeset. Bespise, third person singular simple present indicative of bespy. Spin, to spin around or about, so as to cover, spin all over. Bespurt, alternative form of bespurt. Bespurted, simple past and past participle of bespurt. Bespurting, present participle and gerund of bespurt. Bespurts, third person singular simple present indicative of bespurt. The spit, to spit upon someone or something, to soil with spittle. The spits, third person singular simple present indicative of bespit. Bespitting, present participle and gerund of bespit. Bespittle, to cover someone or something with spit or spittle, especially from speech. Bespittled, simple past and past participle of bespittle. Besplash, to splash all over, to wet by splashing. Besplashed, simple past and past participle of besplash. Besplashes, third person singular simple present indicative of besplash. Besplashing, present participle and gerund of besplash. Besplatter, to splatter. Besplatter, simple past and past participle of besplatter. Besplattering, present participle and gerund of besplatter. Besplatters, third person singular simple present indicative of besplatter. Bespoil, to spoil or pollute. Bespoiled, simple past and past participle of bespoil. Bespoiling, present participle and gerund of bespoil. Bespoil. Spoils, third person singular simple present indicative of bespoil. Bespoke, made or done in a way adjusted to the needs of a specific person or group, for example customer, health care patient, do-it-yourselfer, and thus specialized and, in some cases, unique. Bespokely, in a bespoke manner. Bespoken, past participle of bespeak. Bespokenness, the quality of being bespoke. Bespokoyev, a transliteration of a Russian surname. Besport, to sport, to play. Besported, simple past and past participle of besport. Besporting, present participle and gerund of besport. Besports, third person singular simple present indicative of besport. Besopa, to make spots on, mark with spots, cover with or as with blots or blemishes. Besobots, third person singular simple present indicative of bespot. Bespotted, simple past and past participle of bespot. Bespotting, present participle and gerund of bespot. Bespouse, to marry. Bespoused, marry. Bespouses, third person singular simple present indicative of bespouse. Bespousing, present participle and gerund of bespouse. Bespout, to spout about, recite in a pompous or affected manner. Bespouted, simple past and past participle of bespout. Bespouting, present participle and gerund of bespout. Bespouts, third person singular simple present indicative of bespout. Bespray, to spray on, spray all over, besprinkle, bespatter. Bespray, simple past and past participle of bespray. Bespraying, present participle of bespray. Besprays, third person singular simple present indicative of bespray. Bespread, to spread over, to cover way. Bespreading, present participle and gerund of bespread. Bespreads, third person singular simple present indicative of bespread. Bespreadal, a fundamental breakdown in the established norms of a society due to its citizens no longer having a collective understanding of the customs, values, or institutions of that society, particularly in a Russian or post-Soviet context. Bespringe, to sprinkle or scatter. Bespringers, third person singular simple present indicative of bespringe. Bespringing, present participle and gerund of bespringe. Bespringe, simple past and past participle of bespringe. Besprinkled, obsolete form of besprinkled. Besprinkle, to sprinkle. Besprinkled, sprinkled. Besprinkler, one who or that which besprinkles. Besprinklers, plural of besprinkler. Besprinkles, third person singular simple present indicative of besprinkle. Besprinkling, present participle and gerund of besprinkle. Bespew, alternative spelling of bespew. Bespur, wearing or having spurs. Bespurt, to spurt on or over, to sprinkle. Bespurted, simple past and past participle of bespurt. Bespurting, present participle and gerund of bespurt. Bespurts, third person singular simple present indicative of bespurt. Bespy, to send spies to, beset with espionage. Bespying, present participle and gerund of bespy. Votrat, a surname. Veras, plural of visrat. Thus, initialism of basic enlisted submarine school. Thus, a diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth. Best beetle, any member of the family Passilidae of beetles. Best beetles, plural of best beetle. Best bud, any of various beetles of the family Passilidae. Best buds, plural of best bud. Mesa, a former copper coin of Ethiopia. Messacar, an outer suburb of the metropolitan borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 6101. Bessa, a surname from French. Bessarabia, a geographic region of Eastern Europe bounded by the Dniester River on the east and the Prut River on the west, now divided politically between Moldova and Ukraine. Bessarabian, of Bessarabia. Bessarabians, plural of Bessarabian. Bessas, plural of Bessa. Mesbrook, a village in County Armagh, Northern Ireland. Vesper, alternative form of Besbug. Vesudus, plural of Besba. Let's, a surname from French. Vessel, a surname. Vessel beam, a field of electromagnetic, acoustic, or gravitational radiation whose amplitude is described by a Bessel function of the first kind. Bessel beams, plural of Bessel beam. Bessel function, any of a class of functions that are solutions to a particular form of differential equation, a Bessel equation, and are typically used to describe waves in a cylindrically symmetric system. Bessel functions, plural of Bessel function. Bessel's correction, the use of n-1 instead of n in the formula for the sample variance and sample standard deviation, where n is the number of observations in a sample. This corrects the bias in the estimation of the population variance and partially corrects the bias in the estimation of the population standard deviation, but often also increases the mean squared error in these estimations. Besselian, relating to Friedrich Bessel. Besselian element. Any of a set of values used to calculate and predict the local circumstances of occultations for an observer on Earth, mostly often for solar eclipses. Besselian elements. Plural of Besselian element. Bessemer. A surname, notably that of Henry Bessemer. Bessemer converter. A large industrial retort vessel used to make steel by the Bessemer process. Bessemer converters. Plural of Bessemer converter. Bessemer iron. Pig iron suitable for making Bessemer steel. Bessemer irons. Plural of Bessemer iron. Bessemer process. The first inexpensive industrial process for the mass production of steel, based on blowing air through molten pig iron to remove impurities by oxidation. Bessemer processes. Plural of Bessemer process. Bessemer steel. Steel made directly from cast iron by burning out a portion of the carbon and other impurities that the latter contains through the agency of a blast of air which is forced through the molten metal. Bessemer steels. Plural of Bessemer steel. Bessemerization. Alternative form of Bessemerization. Bessemerization. The conversion of iron to steel by the Bessemer process. Bessemerize. To convert iron to steel by the Bessemer process. Bessemerize. Simple past and past participle of bessemerize. Besserizes. Third-person singular simple present indicative of bessemerize. Bessemerizing. Present participle and gerund of bessemerize. Besant. A surname. Besant. Plural of besant. Bether. A surname. Besser block. A large double-cavity concrete brick. Besser blocks. Plural of Besser block. Besser brick. A Besser block. Besser bricks. Plural of Besser brick. Besserwisser. A know-it-all, Weiss I, Weissecker, smart elect. Besserwissers. Plural of Besserwisser. Besses. Plural of Bess. Bessesouth a suburb of the metropolitan borough of Bury, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8105. That. A surname from French. That's. Plural of Besset. That's a surname. Bessie's system. A system of plant taxonomy published by Charles Bessy in 1915. Bessie. Of or relating to Charles Edwin Bessy 1845–1915, American botanist, or the taxonomic system he introduced. That is. Plural of Bessy. That. An ancient independent Thracian tribe who lived in a territory ranging from Moesia to Mount Rhodope in northern Thrace. Bethe, a diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth, also used as a formal female given name. Betzer, a surname from German. Betzers, plural of Bessinger. Betzler, a surname. Betzlers, plural of Bessler. Methe, a surname from French. Besset, a diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth, today more often spelled Bessie. Wes, a surname. Vest and Ferris, an award given to a player deemed to have been the best performer in a game or over a season. Best and Fairists, plural of best and fairists. Best ball. The four-ball golf format, especially a variation involving teams of 3 or 4 players. Best before date. A food quality marking which denotes the date until which a food item is guaranteed to be at its best. Best before dates. Plural of best before date. Best bet. The best proposal or plan. Best bets. Plural of best bet. Best bib and tucker. Attractive clothing. Best bibs and tuckers. Plural of best bib and tucker. Best bitter. A bitter ale of a strength between 4.2% and 4.7% ABV. Best bitters. Plural of best bitter. Best bower. The main bower anchor from the bow of a boat. Best bowers. Plural of best bower. Best boy. The first assistant to either the key grip in charge of camera placement and movement or the gaffer in charge of lighting and electrics. Best boys. Plural of best boy. Best built. Superlative form of well built, most well built. Best case scenario. Alternative spelling of best case scenario. Best case scenarios. Plural of best case scenario. Best efforts. An assurance of good faith effort to achieve best results under prevailing circumstances. Best evidence rule. A legal principle that holds an original copy of a document to be superior evidence. Best for someone. Superlative form of good for someone, most good for someone. Best for you. Superlative form of good for you, most good for you. Best form lens. A lens that is designed to minimize spherical aberration. Best form lenses. Plural of best form lens. Best friend. An especially close and trusted friend. Best friend forever. A person who is an especially close and trusted friend over a long period of time. Best friends. Plural of best friend. Best friends forever. Plural of best friend forever. Best gal. Alternative form of best girl girlfriend sense only. Best gals. Plural of best gal. Best girl. One's girlfriend. Best girls. Plural of best girl. Best in class. The best of something's kind. Best known. Superlative form of well known, most well known. Best Korea. North Korea, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Best laid plans. A proverbial expression used to signify the futility of making detailed plans when the ability to fully or even partially execute them is uncertain. Best maid. A bridesmaid. Best maids. Plural of best maid. Best man. The primary attendant to the groom in a wedding ceremony. Best man. Plural of best man. Best nature. Superlative form of good-natured, most good-natured. Best of. The attainment of a majority of wins in an outnumbered series of games. Best of both worlds. A combination of two seemingly contradictory benefits. Best of breed. Any product thought to be the best of its type. Best of British. Good luck. Best of British luck. Synonym of best of British good luck. Best of luck. Used to express hopes that someone does well in an endeavor. Best of the best. Synonym of creme de la creme. Best of the bunch. The best or most preferred person or item within a group. Best off. Superlative form of well off, most well off. Best on ground. A player chosen as having made the most outstanding achievement during a match and awarded a small prize. Best on grounds. Plural of best on ground. Best parlor. A parlor or drawing room that is furnished especially well and often reserved for entertaining guests. Best parlors. Plural of best parlor. Best part of. Most of majority of. Best pleased, displeased, upset, disgruntled. Best practice, a well-defined procedure that is known to produce near optimum results. Best practices, plural of best practice. Best regards, used as a polite closing of a letter. Best thing since sliced bread, alternative form of greatest thing since sliced bread. Best thing since sliced pan, alternative form of greatest thing since sliced bread. Best versed, superlative form of well-versed, most well-versed. Best wishes, used as a polite way to end a letter or see someone off. Best appointed, superlative form of well-appointed, most well-appointed. Best before date, alternative form of best before date. Best before dates, plural of best before date. Best behaved, superlative form of well-behaved, most well-behaved. Best brought up, superlative form of well brought up, most well brought up. Best belt, superlative form of well built, most well built. Best by date, synonym of best before date. Best by dates, plural of best by date. Best case, in the most favorable of all possible circumstances. Best case scenario, any situation or conclusion which could not be any better, the best possible outcome. Best case scenarios, plural of best case scenario. Best connected, superlative form of well connected, most well connected. Best defined, superlative form of well defined, most well defined. Best developed, superlative form of well developed, most well developed. Best formed, superlative form of well formed, most well formed. Best grounded, superlative form of well grounded, most well grounded. Best hearted, superlative form of good hearted, most good hearted. Best humored, superlative form of good humored, most good humored. Best humored, superlative form of good humored, most good humored. Best hung, superlative form of well hung, most well hung. Best informed, superlative form of well informed, most well informed. Best intention, superlative form of well intentioned, most well intentioned. Best kept secret, something interesting or important, but not well known. Best kept secrets, plural of best kept secret. Best known, superlative form of well known, most well known. Best lit, superlative form of well lit, most well lit. Best looking, superlative form of good looking, most good looking. Best manner, superlative form of well mannered, most well mannered. Best nature, superlative form of good natured, most good natured. Best of, a compilation of the best works of a musical performer. Best off, superlative form of well off, most well off, alternative spelling of best off. Best offs, plural of best of. Best pay, that earns the highest wage than all others. Best placed, superlative form of well placed, most well placed. Best preserved, superlative form of well preserved, most well preserved. Vestry, superlative form of well read, most well read. Vestry, superlative form of well run, most well run. Best seller, alternative form of best seller. Best sellers, plural of best seller. Best selling, highly popular with consumers purchasing goods within a specific class. Best dined, superlative form of well-timed, most well-timed. Best versed, superlative form of well-versed, most well-versed. Bestagger. To stagger about, cause one to stagger. Bestagger. Simple past and past participle of bestagger. Bestaggering. Present participle and gerund of bestagger. Bestaggers. Third person singular simple present indicative of bestagger. Bestain. To mark with stains, discolor, spot. Bestain. Stained all over, completely stained or discolored. Bestaining. Present participle and gerund of bestain. Bestains. Third person singular simple present indicative of bestain. Bestand. To stand by or near, stand around. Bestanding. Present participle and gerund of bestand. Bestands. Third person singular simple present indicative of bestand. Bestar. To sprinkle with or as with stars, to adorn or decorate with or as with stars. Bestari Jaya. A town in Kuala Selangor district, Selangor, Malaysia. Bestard. Simple past and past participle of bestar. Bestarring. Present participle and gerund of bestar. Bestars. Third person singular simple present indicative of bestar. Bestatin. The protease inhibitor ubanimex. Estatute. Having a statue or statues. Bestay. To secure or steady, cause to come to a fixed position or state, bring to a halt or stop. Westa. A surname. Bested. To help, assist. Bestede. Simple past of bested. Besteding. Help, assistance, avail. Esteds. Third person singular simple present indicative of bested. Bestil. To steal, move stealthily. Bestealing. Present participle and gerund of besteal. Bestiles. Third person singular simple present indicative of besteal. Bested. Simple past and past participle of best. Bestir. To guide, pilot, direct. Bestem. To stem completely, stem all about, hinder. Bestund. Simple past and past participle of bestem. Bestems. Third person singular simple present indicative of bestem. Bestept. To step on, step over, tread upon. Bestept. Simple past and past participle of bestep. Bestepping. Present participle and gerund of bestep. Besteps. Third person singular simple present indicative of bestep. Astur. A surname. Asters. Plural of bestir. Bestes. Plural of beste. Estes. Best. The best of the best. Bestestes. Synonym of best. Beste. Third person singular simple present indicative of best. Estetson. Alternative form of bestetson. Best friend. Alternative form of best friend. Best friends. Plural of best friend. Bestil. Bis-like. Bestilize. Alternative form of bestialize. Bestialize. Simple past and past participle of bestialize. Bestialize is third person singular simple present indicative of bestialize. Bestializing. Present participle and gerund of bestialize. Bestialism. Bestiality, sexual intercourse between human and animal. Bestialisms. Plural of bestialism. Bestialist. A person who has sexual relations with non-human animals. Bestialists. Plural of bestialists. Bestialities. Plural of bestiality. Bestiality. Sexual activity between a human and another animal species. Bestialization, the state or process of turning bestial to privation, corruption, degradation, dehumanization. Bestialize, to make like a beast. Bestialized, simple past and past participle of bestialize. Bestializes, third person singular simple present indicative of bestialize. Bestializing, present participle and gerund of bestialize. Bestially, in a bestial manner. Bestialness, the quality of being bestial. Bestials, synonym of bestial cattle. Bestiarian, a person who upholds the rights of animals, especially an antivivisectionist. Bestiarianism, antivivisectionism. Bestiarians, plural of bestiarian. Bestiaries, plural of bestiary. Bestiary, a medieval treatise of various real or imaginary animals. Bestic, to stick on the surface of, cover over. Besticker, covered with stickers. Besticking, present participle and gerund of bestick. Besticks, third person singular simple present indicative of bestick. Mesti, a best friend. Besties, plural of bestie. Bestill, to make quiet or still, calm, pacify. Bestilled, simple past and past participle of bestill. Bestills, third person singular simple present indicative of bestill. Besting, present participle and gerund of best. Astir, to put into brisk or vigorous action, to move with life and vigor. Bestir, obsolete form of bestir. Astir, simple past and past participle of bestir. Bestirus, third person singular simple present indicative of bestura. Bestirring, present participle and gerund of bestir. Astirus, third person singular simple present indicative of bestir. Well, a moon of Saturn. Usnas, the quality or state of being the best. Bestai, to stock. Furnish. Bestockinged, wearing stockings or a stocking. Stockinged. Bestow, simple past of bastille. Bestolen, past participle of bastille. Bestod, simple past and past participle of bestand. Bestorm, to overtake with a storm, assail with storms. Bestormed, simple past and past participle of bestorm. Bestorms, third person singular simple present indicative of bestorm. Bestow, to apply or make use of someone or something, to employ, to use. Bestowed, simple past and past participle of bestow. Bestowable, capable of being bestowed. Bestowage, stowage. Bestow, the act of bestowing. Bestowals, plural of bestowal. Bestow, obsolete spelling of bestow. Bestow, simple past and past participle of bestow. Bestowets, second person singular simple past indicative of bestow. Bestower, one who bestows. Bestowers, plural of bestower. Bestowus, second person singular simple present indicative of bestow. Bestowa, third person singular simple present indicative of bestow. Bestowing, present participle and gerund of bestow. Bestowment, the act of bestowing or conferring something, especially in honor, bestow. Bestowments, plural of bestowment. Bestow, Third person singular simple present indicative of bestow. Bestraddle, to bestride. Bestraddled, simple past and past participle of bestraddle. Bestraddles, third person singular simple present indicative of bestraddle. Bestraddling, present participle and gerund of bestraddle. Bestrange, to make strange, foreign, or alien, alienate, estrange. Estrange, made strange, foreign, or alien, estrange. Estrangement, the state, quality, or condition of being bestranged, estrangement, alienation. Estrangers, third person singular simple present indicative of bestrange. Bestranging, present participle and gerund of bestrange. Bestraught, distracted, mad, distraught. Distraughted, distracted. Bestreak, to mark or cover with streaks. Bestreaked, simple past and past participle of bestreak. Bestreaking, present participle and gerund of bestreak. Bestreaks, third person singular simple present indicative of bestreak. Bestream, to stream around, about, or all over, flood. Bestretch, stretch out or across, extended. Beshrew, to strew or scatter about, throw or drop here and there. Bestrewed, simple past of bestrew. Bestrewing, present participle and gerund of bestrew. Bestrewn, past participle of bestrew. Bestrews, third person singular simple present indicative of bestrew. Bestray, past participle of bestry. Bestridden, past participle of bestry. Bestry, to be astride something, to stand over or sit on with legs on either side, especially to sit on a horse. Bestride, third person singular simple present indicative of bestry. Bestriding, present participle and gerund of bestry. Bestrip, to strip away, remove, strip, undress, deprive. Bestriped, having stripes, stripy. Bestripped, simple past and past participle of bestrip. Bestripping, present participle and gerund of bestrip. Bestrips, third person singular simple present indicative of bestrip. Bestrow, simple past and past participle of bestry. Bestrophin, any of a family of proteins that channel chloroansicous membranes. Bestrophinopathies, plural of bestrophinopathy. Bestrophinopathy, a retinal dystrophy associated with a bestrophin mutation. Bestrophins, plural of bestrophin. Beschroft, alternative spelling of bestraught. Beschrow, alternative form of bestrew. Beschrow, simple past of bestrow. Bestrowing, present participle and gerund of bestrow. Bestrown, past participle of bestrew. Bestrows, third person singular simple present indicative of bestrow. Bestra, to distend. Bests, plural of best. Bests on ground. Plural of best on ground. Bestseller, a book or other product that has sold in large numbers. Bestsellerum, the quality of having the status of bestseller. Bestsellers, plural of bestseller. Best-selling, alternative spelling of best-selling. Beshoring, the process of identifying the best location to which to move manufacturing or other industrial facilities. bestubbled, with facial stubble, stubbly. Bestacco, covered in stucco. Basta, simple past and past participle of bestick. Bastai, to set with or as with studs, adorn with bosses. Mastade, simple past and past participle of bestud. Bestudding, present participle and gerund of bestud. Bestuds, third person singular simple present indicative of bestud. Bestad, a neighborhood of Oslo, Norway. Bestar, having been stung. Vistaya, a surname from Russian. Vistaya course, a course of higher education for women in Imperial Russia. Vistaya courses. Plural of Bistajev course. Bistwick, a surname. Bistwicks, plural of Bistwick. Bisgood, an outer suburb of the city of Nottingham, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 5645. Istwood Village, a village and civil parish in Jedling Borough, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 5547. Vesti, uncommon spelling of bestie. Other, to be fitting or appropriate, befit, suit. Isude, simple past and past participle of besut. Bisuting, present participle and gerund of besut. Erts, third person singular simple present indicative of besut. Visalade, simple past and past participle of besully. Vitalis, third person singular simple present indicative of besully. Besully, to make sullied or soiled, defile. Isoe, present participle of besully. Bisulpamide, a diuretic drug. Bisar, sung of, sung about, glorified or praised in song. Biswaddle, to wrap or envelop in swaddling clothes. Viswarm, to swarm over, to envelop in a swarm. Visward, simple past and past participle of beswarm. Beswarming, present participle and gerund of beswarm. Beswarms, third person singular simple present indicative of beswarm. Biswat, to cover something both literally and figuratively. Biswatting, present participle and gerund of beswat. Beswear, to swear by, swear about or regarding, swear at or to, promise. Beswearing, present participle and gerund of beswear. Betwear, third person singular simple present indicative of beswear. Betwet, covered with sweat. Besweater, wearing a sweater. Besweeten, sublimely sweeten. Vive, a village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 012481. Vivix, plural of bisick. Beswind, to skirt, beat. Viswink, to labor, toil, belabor. Biswinking, present participle and gerund of beswink. Biswar, simple past of beswear. Biswar, past participle of beswear. Vasai, archaic spelling of beside. Vessel, contraction of benzonesylphonyl. Vesylate, a salt or ester of benzonesylphonic acid. Vesylates, plural of besylate. Besoic, denoting the aromatic sulfonic acid of the chemical formula C6H6O3S, benzonesylphonic. That, an adsorption technique used to measure the specific surface area of a solid, typically using nitrogen gas at a temperature of 77 K. That, a diminutive of the female name Elizabeth. Bet a dime to a dollar. Alternative form of bet a dollar to a dime. Bet a dollar to a dime. Synonym of bet a dollar to a donut. Bet a dollar to a donut. Alternative form of bet a dollar to a donut. Bet a dollar to a donut. To declare with confidence. Wetten. Alternative form of bet in. Bet dollars to donuts. Alternative form of bet a dollar to a donut. Bet dollars to donuts. Alternative form of bet a dollar to a donut. Bet exchange. A website that acts as a broker between parties that want to place bets with each other, working on similar principles to a stock market. Bet exchanges. Plural of bet exchange. Bet on the jockey, not the horse. Alternative form of bet the jockey, not the horse. Bet one's arse. Alternative spelling of bet one's ass. Bet one's ass. To bet everything, to have total reliance or confidence in something. Bet one's boots. To be absolutely sure of something, to be certain enough to wager an essential possession. Bet one's bottom dollar. To be absolutely sure of something, to be certain enough of something to wager everything. Bet one's life. Synonym of bet one's boots. Bet out. To be the first in a round to put money in the pot. Bet round. To lay bets of equal value against nearly all the horses in a race so as to stand no great risk of losing. Bet the farm. To be absolutely certain, to have no doubts. Bet the house. Synonym of bet the farm. Bet the jockey, not the horse. One should invest based on the management team behind a venture rather than on the product or service being sold. Bet the ranch. Synonym of bet the farm. Bet to make one's bet. Bet, abbreviation of between. Beta, clipping of Betamax. Beta barrel, a large beta sheet that twists and coils to form a closed structure in which the first strand is hydrogen bonded to the last. Beta barrels, plural of beta barrel. Beta blockade, the action of a beta blocker. Beta blockades, plural of beta blockade. Beta blocker, a blocking agent, one of a class of drugs used to treat hypertension and control the rate at which the heart beats. Beta blockers, plural of beta blocker. Beta Canis Majoris, the fourth brightest star in the constellation Canis Major. Beta carbon nitride, a theoretical binary compound of carbon and nitrogen, C3N4, that is thought would have properties similar to diamond or boron nitride. Beta carbon nitrides, plural of beta carbon nitride. Beta carotene. Alternative spelling of beta carotene. Beta cell, a basophil of the adenoepiphysis. Beta cells, plural of beta cell. Beta Centauri, a blue giant star about 500 light-years away that is the second brightest star in the constellation of Centaurus. Beta Ceti, synonym of diphthong. Beta chain, one of the two types of protein chains that constitute the hemoglobin molecule. Beta chains, plural of beta chain. Beta cities, plural of beta city. Beta city, a city that links a moderate economic region into the world economy. Beta crucis, synonym of Becquerel. Beta decay, a nuclear reaction in which a beta particle electron or positron is emitted. Beta decays, plural of beta decay. Beta distribution, any of a family of continuous probability distributions defined on the interval 0-1 whose shape is parameterized by two positive parameters denoted alpha and beta, which appear as exponents in the associated associated random variable. Beta distributions, plural of beta distribution. Beta emitter, a radioactive substance emitting beta particles. Beta emitters, plural of beta emitter. Beta error, type Roman II error. Beta errors, plural of beta error. Beta female, a female that is second in a social or group hierarchy, subordinate to an alpha female but superior to an omega female. Beta females, plural of beta female. Beta fish, beta fishes, plural of beta fish. Beta function, a mathematical function that is also called the Euler integral of the first kind. It is a symmetric special function. Beta functions, plural of beta function. Beta globin, one of the two globin subunits in the most common form of hemoglobin in humans. Beta globins, plural of beta globin. Beta globulin, any of a particular group of globular proteins. Beta globulins, plural of beta globulin. Beta iron, the paramagnetic form of alpha iron or ferrite. Beta Israel, a Jewish diaspora group that lived for thousands of years in the territory of the Kingdom of Axum and its successor, the Ethiopian Empire. They mostly emigrated to the State of Israel after its foundation in 1948. Beta Lyrae, a binary star system approximately 882 light-years away in the constellation Lyra. Beta male, a male second in a social or group hierarchy and submissive to the alpha male. Beta males, plural of beta male. Beta movement, the optical illusion whereby a series of static images shown in rapid succession on a screen appeared to show a moving image. Beta movements, plural of beta movement. Beta orbiter, a person who accommodates or mingles with others in the hope of eventually getting sex. Beta orbiters, plural of beta orbiter. Beta particle, an energetic electron or positron produced as the result of a nuclear reaction or nuclear decay. Beta particles, plural of beta particle. Beta quartz, a stable form of quartz above 573 degrees C. Beta radiation, the radiation of beta particles as a result of radioactive decay. Beta radiations, plural of beta radiation. Beta ray, a stream of beta particles, fast-moving electrons propagating through a gas or vacuum, such as emitted by a radioactive substance. Beta rays, plural of beta ray. Beta reader, a person who informally proofreads another person's text before the latter makes it available to the general public. Beta readers, plural of beta reader. Beta reduce, to syntactically replace a function call by the result of calling that function. Beta reduce, simple past and past participle of beta reduce. Beta reduces, third-person singular simple present indicative of beta reduce. Beta reducing, present participle and gerund of beta reduce. Beta reduction, the act of beta reducing, an instance of replacing a function call by the result of calling a function. Beta reductions, plural of beta reduction. Beta sheet, a secondary structure in proteins consisting of multiple strands connected laterally. Beta sheets, plural of beta sheet. Beta strand, a section of a polypeptide chain consisting of amino acids and which comprises a protein's secondary structure. Beta strands, plural of beta strand. Beta tests, a process of beta testing. Beta tester, someone who performs beta testing. Beta testers, Plural of beta tester. Beta testing, a form of software testing after the alpha testing stage, involving a limited audience of external users. Beta tests, plural of beta tests. Beta variant, the highly virulent B.1351 strain of the SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes COVID-19. Beta version, an early version of a program or application that contains most of the major features, but is not yet complete. Sometimes these versions are released only to a select group of people or to the general public for testing and feedback. This is the second major stage of development following the alpha version and comes before the release candidate. Beta versions, plural of beta version. Beta wave, an electrical signal produced by the brain while the subject mentally active. Beta waves, plural of beta wave. Beta amino acid, any amino acid that has the amino and carboxylic functional groups attached to adjacent carbon atoms. Beta-alanine is the only one that occurs in nature, but not in peptides or proteins. Beta amino acids, plural of beta amino acid. Beta antithrombin, alternative form of beta antithrombin. Beta beam, a beam of beta particles, electroneutrinos, or of radioactive ions. Beta beams, plural of beta beam. Beta blockade, alternative form of beta blockade. Beta blockades, plural of beta blockade. Beta blocker, alternative form of beta blocker. Beta blockers, plural of beta blocker. Beta carotene, a plant pigment that is an isomer of carotene, found in dark green and dark yellow vegetables and fruits and important in the diet as a precursor of vitamin A. Beta compactification, Stone-Chech compactification. Beta compactifications, plural of beta compactification. Beta-glucan, a group of polysaccharides naturally occurring in the cell walls of cereals, bacteria, and fungi. Beta-glucans, plural of beta-glucan. Beta-glucosidase, a glucosidase enzyme located on the brush border of the small intestine that acts upon beta-1,4 bonds linking two glucose or glucose-substituted molecules. Beta-hydroxyazuvallylchicinin, a derivative of chicinin found in the roots of Lithospermum erythrohyzon. Beta-lactam, a lactam having a four-membered ring structure, a structural element of many antibiotics such as penicillin. Beta-lactamase, an enzyme produced by certain bacteria responsible for their resistance to beta-lactam antibiotics such as penicillin. Beta-lactamases, plural of beta-lactamase. Beta-lactamic, of or pertaining to beta-lactams. Beta-lactams, plural of beta-lactam. Beta-lipoprotein, synonym of low-density lipoprotein. Beta-lipoproteins, plural of beta-lipoprotein. Beta-naphthol, a fluorescent crystalline solid with the chemical formula CH7OH used as an intermediate in the production of dyes and other compounds. Beta-oxidation, the catabolic process by which fatty acid molecules are broken down in the cytosol in prokaryotes and in the mitochondria in eukaryotes to generate acetyl-CoA, NAD, and FAD2. Beta-peptide, any artificial peptide made from beta amino acids used in some antibiotics in an attempt to counter resistance. Beta-peptides, plural of beta-peptide. Beta-pleated sheet, beta-sheet. Beta-pleated sheets, plural of beta-pleated sheet. Beta-quartz, alternative form of beta-quartz. Beta-read, to proofread a text, especially fan fiction. Beta-reading, present participle and gerund of beta-read. Beta-reads, third person singular simple present indicative of beta-read. Beta-sitosterol, a phytosterol found in many plant sources. It is used to reduce blood cholesterol. Beta-test, alternative form of beta-test. Beta-tested, simple past and past participle of beta-tests. Beta-tester, alternative form of beta-tester. Beta-testers, plural of beta-tester. Beta-testing, present participle of beta-tests. Beta-tests, plural of beta-tests. Beta-thalassemia, a form of thalassemia caused by a reduced or absent synthesis of the beta chains of hemoglobin. Beta-thalassemias, plural of beta-thalassemia. Beta-thromboglobulin, alternative form of beta-thromboglobulin. Beta-baculovirus, any of the genus Beta-baculovirus of viruses in the family Baculoviridae. Beta-baculoviruses, plural of beta-baculovirus. Beta-bean, alternative spelling of beta-beam. Beta-beans, plural of beta-beam. Beta-blockade, alternative form of beta-blockade. Beta-blockades, plural of beta-blockade. Beta-blocker, alternative form of beta-blocker. Beta-blockers, plural of beta-blocker. Beta-bucks, a beta male who acts as a provider for a woman who has decided to finally settle down. Beta-buckses, plural of beta-bucks. Beta-carotene, the international non-proprietary name of beta-carotene when used as a drug. Beta-cellulin, a protein belonging to the EGF family of growth factors synthesized primarily as a transmembrane precursor. Beta-cetylmethadol, a synthetic opioid, a diastereoisomer of alpha-cetylmethadol. Beta-sesum, a sound change in which B the voiced bilabial plosive shifts to V the voiced labiodental fricative. Beta-sesums, plural of beta-sesum. Beta-size, to cause to undergo beta-sesum. Beta-sized, simple past and past participle of beta-size. Beta-sizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of beta-size. Beta-sizing, present participle and gerund of beta-size. Beta-coronavirus, relating to beta-coronaviruses. Beta-coronavirus, any member of the genus beta-coronavirus. Beta-coronaviruses, plural of beta-coronavirus. Beta-sac, relating to beta-cyan. Beta-cyan, any of the beta-lane pigments which appear reddish to violet, found in beets, chard, and amaranthus tricolor. Beta-cyans, plural of beta-cyanin. Beta-cyaninuria, the presence of beta-cyanin in the urine, beeturia. Betadine, povidone used as a topical antiseptic. Beta, simple past and past participle of beta. Beta-endornavirus, any endornavirus of the genus Beta-endornavirus. Beta-endornaviruses, plural of beta-endornavirus. Beta-furin, an interferon used to treat multiple sclerosis. Beta-phyte, a radioactive mineral in the pyrochlora group, having chemical formula Cu-NB-TOOH. Beta-phytes, plural of beta-phyte. Beta-pho, Beta-pho, a town in Vakinankaratra, Madagascar. Beta-function, alternative form of beta-function. Beta-functions, plural of beta-function. Beta, a barangay of La Trinidad, Benguet, Philippines. Beta-gad, simple past and past participle of beta. Beta-ding, present participle and gerund of beta. Beta, a tenant that provides food for a household on Anglo-Norman manors. These workers were servile to their lords. Beta-gs, plural of beta. Beta-globin, alternative form of beta-globin. Beta-globins, plural of beta-globin. Beta-glucosidase, alternative form of beta-glucosidase. Beta-glycan, a particular protoglycan. Beta-glycans, plural of beta-glycan. Beta-glycerophosphate, any glycerophosphate in which the phosphate is attached to the 2 position of glycerol. Beta-glycerophosphates, plural of beta-glycerophosphate. Beta-gs, third person singular simple present indicative of beta. Beta herpes virus, any of the subfamily beta herpes viruses. Beta herpes viruses, plural of beta herpes virus. Beta histine, an antivertigo drug. Beta hypovirus, any hypovirus of the genus beta hypovirus. Beta hypoviruses, plural of beta hypovirus. Beta, to furnish with a tail. Beta, alternative form of beta-ine. Beta-ine, a sweet crystalline compound, not an alkaloid, trimethylammonium acetate, found in sugar beet and similar plants, sometimes used to treat muscular degeneracy, the Zoterian CHN plus CH2COO-. Beta-ines, plural of beta-ine. Beta, present participle and gerund of beta. Beta-ish, resembling or characteristic of a beta version. Beta, to take over, to take across, to deliver. Beta can, past participle of betake. Betakes. Third person singular simple present indicative of betake. Betaking, present participle and gerund of betake. Beta-lactam, alternative form of beta-lactam. Beta-lactamase, alternative form of beta-lactamase. Beta-lactamases, plural of beta-lactamase. Beta-lactams, plural of beta-lactam. Beta-lane, a class of red and yellow indole-derived water-soluble pigments found in beets and other plants of the caryophyllales and used commercially as coloring agents. Beta-lanes, plural of beta-lane. Beta-lamic acid, the beta-lane decarboxylic acid Se1234-tetrahydro-4-oxothylidene 2,6-spiridine decarboxylic acid. Beta-lite, a sealed capsule, internally coated with a phosphor and filled with a tritium whose beta decay causes the phosphor to glow. Beta-lites, plural of beta-lite. Beta-lipoprotein, alternative spelling of beta-lipoprotein. Beta-lipoproteins, plural of beta-lipoprotein. Beta, to talk about, discuss, tell, count, give an account of. Beta-opt, simple past and past participle of beta-op. Beta-king, present participle and gerund of beta-ok. Beta-oks, third person singular simple present indicative of beta-ok. Bill, to pay, count out money. Beta-low, to cover with tallow. Betamax, a home video cassette recording format developed by Sony in 1975, now known for having lost the format war to VHS. Betamax, simple past and past participle of Betamax. Betamaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of Betamax. Betamaxing, present participle and gerund of Betamax. Betamepridine, one of the isomers of mepridine. Betamethadol, a synthetic opioid analgesic and isomer of dimethaptanol. Betamethasone, a potent glucocorticoid CHFO5 that is isomeric with dexamethasone and has potent anti-inflammatory activity. Betamimetic, that mimics the stimulation of the beta-adrenergic receptors of the sympathetic nervous system. Betamimetics, plural of betamimetic. Betamiprin, a chemical compound used with panitinum to inhibit panitinum uptake into the renal tubule and prevent nephrotoxicity. Betacort, A surname. Betancourt, a surname from Spanish. Betancourts, plural of Betancourt. Betancourt, a surname. Betancourts, plural of Betancourt. Betinglet, to tangle around or about, entwine, encumber. Betanmult, simple past and past participle of betinglet. Betanles, third person singular simple present indicative of betinglet. Betanvoling, present participle and gerund of betinglet. Betanidin, the avlikon of betinin. Betanidine, a sympatholytic drug. Betanin, a glycoside obtained from beetroot. Betanins, plural of betanin. Betanotaviral, relating to the betanotaviruses. Betanotavirus, any necrotic virus of the genus Betanotavirus. Betanotaviruses, plural of Betanotavirus. Betanumeric, consisting only of digits and lowercase consonants except L, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, B, C, D, F, G, H, J, K, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Z. Matandos, a municipality of A Coruña, Galicia, Spain. Beta papillomavirus, any virus of the genus Beta papillomavirus. Beta papillomaviruses, plural of Beta papillomavirus. Beta partitivvirus, any partitivvirus of the genus Beta partitivvirus. Beta partitivviruses, plural of Beta partitivvirus. Beta protein, one of two isomers of protein. Beta protobacteria, plural of Beta protobacterium. Beta protobacterial, relating to Beta protobacteria. Beta protobacterium, any bacterium of the class Beta protobacteria. Bitter, an ancient Jewish village destroyed after the Bar Kokhba revolt, now the site of the Palestinian village of Batir. Retroatraviral, relating to retroatraviruses. Retroatravirus, any virus of the genus Retroatravirus. Retroatraviruses, plural of retroatravirus. Retroatravirus, similar to a retroatravirus. Beta-tained, synonym of tartane. Betas, plural of beta. Beta-satellite, a form of single-stranded satellite DNA associated with plant viruses. Beta-satellites, plural of beta-satellite. Beta-cell, to hang round or decorate with, or as with tassels. Beta-celt, decked out or covered with tassels. Beta-celt, alternative spelling of beta-cell. Beta-tetravirus, any virus of the genus Beta-tetravirus. Beta-thromboglobulin, a protein stored in platelets that stimulates mitogenesis, extracellular matrix synthesis, glucose metabolism, and plasminogen activator synthesis in human fibroblasts. Beta-ties, non-Oxford British English spelling of beta-ties. Beta-ties, simple past and past participle of beta-ties. Beta-tieses, third person singular simple present indicative of beta-ties. Beta-tizing, present participle and gerund of beta-ties. Beta-ties, to treat thermally. Beta-tized, simple past and past participle of beta-ties. Beta-tizes, third person singular simple present indicative of beta-ties. Beta-tizing, present participle and gerund of beta-ties. Betatron, a form of cyclotron used to accelerate electrons to high speed. Betatronic, relating to or produced by a betatron. Betatrons, plural of betatron. Betatrophin, a particular protein with possible future applications in treating diabetes. Edat. Simple past and past participle of beteach. Beta voltaic. Pertaining to electricity of beta rays from beta radiation due to beta particles. Beta voltaic effect. The creation of excess electron-hole pairs triggered by impinging beta particles. Beta voltaic effects. Plural of beta voltaic effect. Beta voltaics. The study or application of the beta voltaic effect. Betaware. A beta version of software. Betawater. To bedizen with Todd refinery. Betawi. A member of an Indonesian ethnic group consisting of the descendants of the people living around Batavia and Jakarta from around the 17th century. Betawi. Plural of Betawi. Beta-xanthan. Any of the beta-lane pigments which appear yellow to orange. Beta-xanthans. Plural of beta-xanthan. Betax. Subject to the payment of tax. Betaxol. A topical sympatholytic agent used to reduce ocular hypertension in the treatment of glaucoma. Betazole. A histamine H2 receptor agonist. That's alternative form of bitch. Beta. A female given name. Betcher. A surname. Betchers. Plural of betcher. Betches. Plural of betch. Betcho. Bet your. Betchu. Alternative form of Betcha. Betchwer. A village and civil parish in Mole Valley District, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2150. Atya. Alternative form of Betcha. Obsolete spelling of beat. Bert Noir. Misspelling of Bert Noir. Bert Noir. Someone or something that is unbearable and so particularly avoided or disliked, the bane of someone's existence, an object of aversion, an anathema. Vert Rouge. A mite of the genus Trymbidium. Beige. To show, point out. Beteaches. Third person singular simple present indicative of beteach. Beteaching. Present participle and gerund. Beteach. To tear, tear around the sides of tatter. Bea. An East India muslin, formerly used for cravats, veils, etc. Beas. Plural of betila. Betir. To permit, allow, suffer. Beamt. Simple past and past participle of betine. Beteeming. Present participle and gerund of betine. Betears. Third person singular simple present indicative of betine. Betactinite. A rare sulfide mineral. Bethel. Either of two parts of plants often used in combination. Betel bag. A small bag of cloth, often decorated, originally used for carrying betel leaf in Southeast Asia. Betel bags. Plural of betel bag. Betel leaf. The leaf of the betel, used for its medicinal properties or recreational chewing. Betel leaves. Plural of betel leaf. Betel nut. An egg-shaped seed of the betel palm, wrapped in the leaves of the betel pepper and chewed. Betel nut beauties. Plural of betel nut beauty. Betel nut beauty. In Taiwan, a young woman employed to sell betel nuts and cigarettes from an illuminated glass enclosure while wearing revealing clothing. Betel nuts. Plural of betel nut. Betel palm. An Asiatic palm, Erica catechu, whose seeds are betel nuts. Betel palms. Plural of betel palm. Betel pepper. An Asiatic plant, piper betel, whose leaves are used to wrap betel nuts for chewing. Betel peppers. Plural of betel pepper. Betel chewing. The act or practice of chewing betel. Betelgeuse, a bright red supergiant intrinsic variable star, the second brightest star in the constellation Orion, Alpha Orionis. It is the 10th brightest star in the nighttime, and one of the largest stars known. Betelgeusean, alternative form of Betelgeuse. Betelgeuseans, plural of Betelgeusean. Betelgeuse, relating to the star Betelgeuse or to inhabitants of the Betelgeuse system. Betelgeusians, plural of Betelgeusian. Betel, to speak or tell about, declare, narrate, describe. Beteli, a kind of muslin from India. Betelis, plural of beteli. Betele, present participle and gerund of betel. Betels, third person singular simple present indicative of betel. Betelnut, alternative form of betel nut. Betelnuts, plural of betelnut. Betels, plural of betel. Betelseller, seller of betel, someone who sells betel. Betelsellers, plural of betelseller. Betentacled, adorned with tentacles. Berts noirs, plural of beret noir. Berts rouge, plural of beret rouge. Bedesh, a surname. Bededa, a surname from Spanish. Bedadas, plural of beteta. That, a diminutive of the female given names Elizabeth or Bethany. Bethdin, alternative spelling of Bethdin. Bethdin, a rabbinical court which regulates certain parts of Jewish law. Beth Hamidrash, a Jewish house of study where the study of the Torah is undertaken. Beth Midrash, Beth Hamidrash. Beth Abura, ipe kind of wood. Meta, alternative form of Bethak type of knee bend. Betax, plural of Bethak. Bethalto, a village in Madison County, Illinois. United States. Bethan, a female given name from Aramaic, variant of Bethany, transferred use of the biblical place name. Bethanakal, alternative form of Bethankal. Bethankal, a parasympathomimetic agent administered in the form of its chloride C7HClN2O2 and used especially to treat gastric and urinary retention. Bethanian, of or relating to Bethania, North Carolina, a Moravian community established in 1759. Bethanians, plural of Bethanian. Bethanidine, alternative form of Betnidine. Betek, to bestow thanks upon, to thank. Betekt, simple past and past participle of bethank. Beteking, present participle and gerund of bethank. Betex, third person singular simple present indicative of bethank. Bethany, the village where Jesus stayed before going to Jerusalem and being crucified. Methard, a surname. Metech, to cover with thatch, to thatch. Metech, simple past and past participle of Bethech. Bethech is third person singular simple present indicative of Bethech. Betheching, present participle and gerund of Bethech. Bethossen, a village and commune of Timis County, Romania. Beth, a surname from German. Beth formula, a formula describing the mean energy loss per distance traveled of swift charged particles traversing matter or alternatively the stopping power of the material. Beth lattice, a kind of connected cycle-free graph. Beth lattice is plural of Beth, lattice. Slater curve, a chart showing the exchange energy for transition metals as a function of the ratio of the interatomic distance to the radius of the electron shell. It illustrates why certain metals are ferromagnetic and others are antiferromagnetic. Beth-Slater curves, plural of Beth-Slater curve. Beth-Weizsäcker cycle, synonym of carbon-nitrogen-oxygen cycle. Better, a surname. That is, plural of Bethia. Bethel, an ancient town in Palestine, generally identified with modern Beitin in the West Bank, the site of Abraham's first altar. Bethel Island, a census-designated place in Contra Costa County, California, United States. Bethel Park, a borough with home rule status in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, United States. Bethelite, a person from Bethel in Palestine. Bethelites, plural of Bethelite. Bethel, a surname. Bethel process, a process for treating timber with creosote and vacuum to preserve it. Bells, plural of Bethel. Bethural, obsolete form of beetle. Netherston, a village and civil parish in Ashford Borough, Kent, England. OS grid ref TQ 9240. Beth, plural of Beth. Bethesda, a pool in Jerusalem mentioned in the New Testament. Bethesda system, a system for reporting cervical or vaginal cytologic diagnoses, specifically Pap smear results. Bethesdan, of or relating to Bethesda. Bethesdans, plural of Bethesdan. Bethesdas, plural of Bethesda. Beth-Weizsäcker cycle, synonym of carbon-nitrogen-oxygen cycle. Betty, a diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth. Bethik, to think about, to recollect. Bethinking, the act of thinking about, considering, reflecting, or remembering. Bethinkings, plural of bethinking. Bethix, third person singular simple present indicative of bethink. Beth, a surname. That's, plural of Bethk. Bethlehem, a city in the West Bank, Palestine, believed to be the birthplace of Jesus. Bethlehem Lunwort, synonym of Bethlehem sage. Bethlehem sage, the flowering plant Pulmonaria saccharata. Bethlehemic, of or relating to Bethlehem. Bethlehemite, an inhabitant of Bethlehem in Judea. Bethlehemites, plural of Bethlehemite. Bethlehems, plural of Bethlehem. Bethlehemite, alternative form of Bethlehemite. Bethlehemites, plural of Bethlehemite. Bethnal Green, an urban area of London, in the borough of Tower Hamlets, Greater London. OS grid ref TQ 3482. Methond, weighing a thigh the underwear. Behorned, bearing thorns. Beva, intended, purposed, contrive. Bethixazin, a particular fungicide. Bethpage, a hamlet and census-designated place in Nassau County, Long Island, New York. Methvej, a place near Jerusalem mentioned in the New Testament. Mephero, obsolete form of beetle. Vetherol, to enthrall and slave. Vetherol, simple past and past participle of Betherol. Bethroling, present participle and gerund of Betherol. Betherols, third person singular simple present indicative of Betherol. Betheriven, threatened by mortal danger. Bethrond, having or seated upon a throne, enthroned. Bethror, to throng about or among, surround. Bevrut, alternative form of birthroot. Bevruts, plural of bathroot. That's right. Misspelling of betroth. That's right. Misspelling of betrothal. Vauro. To throw or twist about, throw off, torture. Bafras. To thrust forth or about, thrust forward, toward, or out. That's plural of Bath. Bethsaida, either of the two villages, Bethesda, Julias, and Bethesda of Galilee, mentioned in the New Testament. Bethu, the father of Rebekah and Laban, nephew of Abraham. Beho, to take hold of or mark with the thumbs, soil or mark with frequent thumbing. Method, simple past and past participle of Betham. Bethaming, present participle and gerund of Betham. Bethams, third person singular simple present indicative of Betham. Bethov, to thumped soundly. Bethopt, simple past and past participle of Betham. Bethamving, present participle and gerund of Betham. Bethoms, third person singular simple present indicative of Betham. Bethu, a surname from Norman. Bethu, a commune in Pas-de-Calais department, Hauts de France, France. Bethunes, plural of Bethune. Bethwai, to pelt, thrash, or cudgel soundly. Bethwack, simple past and past participle of Bethwai. Bethwacking, present participle and gerund of Bethwai. Bethwax, third person singular simple present indicative of Bethwai. May, a diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth. Beth-Isle, the ship of characters Beth Green and Darrell Dixon from the television series The Walking Dead. Bethelid, any wasp in the family Bethelidae. Bethelids, plural of Bethelid. Bethsaida, alternative form of Bethesda. Yes, synonym of Siad. A diagnostic reagent. The simple past and past participle of betai. Betai, often used in a prediction chiefly in woe betide or a wish to happen to someone or something to befall. Betide, simple past and past participle of betai. Betides, annually paya. Betides, second person singular simple present indicative of betide. Betida, third person singular simple present indicative of betai. Betiding, present participle and gerund of betai. Bethai, to tie round, bind fast. Avies, third person singular simple present indicative of betai. Bethided, dressed in tights. Bethember, to build. Bethember, simple past and past participle of betimber. Betimbering, present participle and gerund of betimber. Betimbers, third person singular simple present indicative of betimber. Bezion, to occur, betai. Beziont, simple past and past participle of betime. Betimely, early. Betimes, in a short time, soon, quickly, forthwith. Besigning, present participle and gerund of betime. Being, to hedge about and close, shut up. Beaind, hedged about. Beins, third person singular simple present indicative of betine. Bethining, present participle and gerund of betine. Ihu, the largest township of Kiribati's capital city, South Tarawa, and the country's main port. Berdise, silliness, folly, stupidity. Berdizes, plural of bear ties. This title, to provide with a title, to entitle. Is titled, simple past and past participle of the title. The titles, third person singular simple present indicative of the title. Is titling, present participle and gerund of the title. This a stereoisomer of 1,2,4,5-cyclohexaneditrol found in sugar beet molasses. Benjamin, a surname. Benjamin-esque, resembling the works of John Benjamin 1906–1984, English poet and broadcaster. Benjaminian, of or pertaining to John Benjamin 1906–1984, English poet and broadcaster. Betker, a surname from German. Betkers, plural of Betker. Betley, a village and civil parish served by Betley, Balterley and Rhinehill Parish Council in Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough, Staffordshire, England. Westgrid Ref SJ 7548. Betleys, plural of Betley. Beto, a male given name from Spanish. Bitogad, alternative form of betogad. Bitoge, alternative form of betogad. Bitoya, to worry or exercise with toil. Bitoil, simple past and past participle of betoil. Betoiling, present participle and gerund of betoil. Betoils, third person singular simple present indicative of betoil. Betoken, to signify by some visible object, show by signs or tokens. Betokened, simple past and past participle of betoken. Betokena, that which betokens. Betokenes, plural of the tokena. Betokines, second person singular simple present indicative of betoken. Betokeneth, third person singular simple present indicative of betoken. Betokening, present participle and gerund of betoken. Betokens, third person singular simple present indicative of betoken. Naphile salicylate. Beto, simple past and past participle of betel. Beton, to endow with a tone, give a special tone to, place stress upon, accentuate, emphasize. Betoned, simple past and past participle of beton. Betons, third person singular simple present indicative of beton. Bethai, a district of Yala Province, Thailand. Bethar, to assail with the tongue, flout, rally. Bethana scene, a betine derived from hydroxyproline. Bethtanicali, a tetracyclic lactone derives from bethany with EPAC name 1,11AS1,5-dihydroxy-4-hydroxymethyl 8,8-11A-trimethyl 1,7,7,A-9,10,11 hexahydronaphtho 1,2-E2 benzofuran 3,6-thione. Bethtanicasi, any of a group of diterpene glycosides present in some bethany plants. Bethtanicosides, plural of Bethtanicasi. Bethanis, plural of Bethany. Bestoning, present participle and gerund of betone. Bethany, any plant of the genus Stachys. Meta, simple past of betake. Beta, doza. Betopper, alternative form of betoppered. Betofs, third person singular simple present indicative of betop. Was out, wearing a toque brimless hat, chef's hat. Bizarre, torn in pieces, tattered. Thus, to toss about. Bedast, tossed around, turbulent. Is third person singular simple present indicative of betas. Betasing present participle and gerund of betas. Bedash to touch about or all over, contact, concern, regard, handle. Betouched simple past and past participle of betouch. Betouches third person singular simple present indicative of betouch. Betouching present participle and gerund of betouch. Beto to tow about, pull, draw, lead about, conduct. Betoweled wearing a towel. Betoweled wearing a towel. Betos third person singular simple present indicative of beto. Betoxicane an anesthetic drug. Betpactolite a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, calcium, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, molybdenum, and oxygen. Betrack to trace or track carefully. Betrayal to trail over or about. Betrayal simple past and past participle of betrayal. Betraying present participle and gerund of betrayal. Betrample to trample over, affect by much trampling, trample excessively. Betrap to catch in a trap and snare and close. Betrash to make or treat as trash. Betravail to work at, compose a book, etc. Betraddle to travel over, run with travelers. Betray to deliver into the hands of an enemy by treachery or fraud, in violation of trust, to give up treacherously or faithlessly. Betray simple past and past participle of betray. Betrayable capable of being betrayed. Betrayal the act of betraying. Betrayals plural of betrayal. Betray suffering from betrayal. Betrayed second person singular simple past indicative of betray. Betray one who has been betrayed. Betrays plural of betray. Betrayer someone who betrays or reveals confidential information, a squealer or informer. Betrayers plural of betrayer. Betrayus second person singular simple present indicative of betray. Betray third person singular simple present indicative of betray. Betraying that betrays. Betrayingly in a way that betrays or reveals. Betrayings plural of betraying. Betrayment betrayal. Betrayments plural of betrayment. Betrays third person singular simple present indicative of betray. Betray to tread over or walk upon. Betreade present participle and gerund of betread. Betrads third person singular simple present indicative of betread. Betree covered with trees. Betrench to cut up, carve, slash. Betray to play a trick on, to trick. Betrim to trim, decorate, to adorn, deck, or embellish. Betrimmed adorned, decked, decorated, embellished. Betrimming gerund of betrim, an act of adorning, decking, or embellishing. Betrimmings plural of betrimming. Betrims third person singular simple present indicative of betrim. Betrixaben a particular anticoagulant drug. Betra a surname. Betrox plural of betrock. Betray simple past of betread. Betrodden past participle of betread. Betrophy adorned with trophies. Betroth of a man to promise to take a woman as a future spouse to plight one's troth to. Betroth, archaic form of betrothed. Betrothable, fit or able to be betrothed, of marriageable age, quality, or status. Betrothal, the act of betrothing. Betrothals, plural of betrothal. Betroth, simple past and past participle of betroth. Betroths, plural of betrothed. Betrotheds, second person singular simple past indicative of betroth. Betrothen, betroth. Betroths, third person singular simple present indicative of betroth alternative spelling of betroths. Betrothus, second person singular simple present indicative of betroth. Betrotheth, third person singular simple present indicative of betroth. Betrothing, present participle and gerund of betroth. Betrothment, the act of betrothing or the state of being betrothed. Betrothments, plural of betrothment. Betroths, third person singular simple present indicative of betroth. Betrouser, wearing pants or trousers. Betroth, to trust. Betroth, to deceive, cheat. Betrumpet, to trumpet about. Trumpet the praise of. Betrack, to deprive a river of its lower course or trunk by submergence or erosion of the land by the sea. Betras, to trust, place confidence in a person. Betrusted, simple past and past participle of betrust. Betrusting, present participle and gerund of betrust. Betrustment, the act of entrusting or the thing entrusted. Betrustments, plural of betrustment. Betrusts, third person singular simple present indicative of betrust. That's a diminutive of Elizabeth. That's one's arse, third person singular simple present indicative of bet one's arse. That's one's boots, third person singular simple present indicative of bet one's boots. That's one's bottom dollar, third person singular simple present indicative of bet one's bottom dollar. That's out, third person singular simple present indicative of bet out. That's round, third person singular simple present indicative of bet round. That's the farm, third person singular simple present indicative of bet the farm. That's the house, third person singular simple present indicative of bet the house. That's the ranch, third person singular simple present indicative of bet the ranch. That's up, third person singular simple present indicative of bet up. That's a surname. That's a diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth. That's a bug, synonym of best bug. That's a bugs, plural of Betsy. Bog. Betchow, a hamlet in Southfleet Parish, Dartford Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6071. That's a diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth. Betsaboka, a river in Madagascar. That's a diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth. Betsaleo, any of a Highland ethnic group of Madagascar speaking a dialect of Malagasy. Betsawaelos, plural of Betsaleo. Betsamisaraka, a large ethnic group of Madagascar. That's a diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth. Betsybedel, synonym of best bug. Betsybedels, plural of Betsy beetle. Betsybug, synonym of best bug. Betsy bugs. Plural of Betsy bar. Today, a 2004 controversy around allegations that former United Kingdom Conservative Party leader Ian Duncan Smith had put his wife Betsy on his payroll without her doing any work. A surname. Any fish of the genus Betta, especially Betta splendens, the Siamese fighting fish. Bettable. Suitable for betting, capable of being gambled. Bizzecchi. A surname from Italian. Bettaccini. A surname from Italian. Betta. Pronunciation spelling of better. Bettany. A surname transferred from the given name. Bettanaise. Plural of Bettany. Bettas. Plural of Betta. Betzer. A surname. Bet. A variant of Betty, a diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth. Bet. Simple past and past participle of bet. Betted one's arse. Simple past and past participle of bet one's arse. Etoe. A surname from Lakota. But. A surname. Betancourt. A surname from French. Bettenhausen. A surname from German. Bettenhausens. Plural of Bettenhausen. Bettens. Plural of Betten. Better. Comparative form of good. Good. More good. Better an egg today than a hen tomorrow. It is better to have a sure thing now than a possibility of more later. Better angels. Morally upright or otherwise positive attributes of human character. Better angels of one's nature. Alternative form of better angels. Better angels of someone's nature. Alternative form of better angels. Better raw. Synonym of foreball. Better built. Comparative form of well built, more well built. Better dead than red. Alternative form of better dead than red. Better dead than red. Alternative form of better dead than red. Better dead than red. It is preferable to be deceased than to be a communist or ruled by communists. Better for, in a more favorable position on the whole due to something, despite possible drawbacks. Better for someone. Comparative form of good for someone, more good for someone. Better for you. Comparative form of good for you, more good for you. Better half. A person's spouse or lover, most commonly a man's wife. Better halves. Plural of better half. Better's the enemy of good. Synonym of perfect is the enemy of good. Better known. Comparative form of well known, more well known. Better known as. Used to introduce a common stage name known to the public, as opposed to a legal name. Better late than never. It's better to do something late than to never do it at all. Better late than never. Misspelling of better late than never. Better light. A way of presenting or perceiving something such that it appears more favorably than by an alternative presentation or perception. Better luck next time. Used to wish somebody hope in future success after a failure. Better nature. The more amiable qualities of someone. Better nature. Comparative form of good-natured, more good-natured. Better off. Comparative form of well off, more well off. Better part of. Almost all of, most of. Better place. Heaven, happiness after death. Better safe than sorry. It is preferable to be cautious in one's choices and actions than to act recklessly and suffer afterwards. Better safe than sorry. Misspelling of better safe than sorry. Better sleep month. The month of May observed to raise sleep quality awareness. Better than a kick in the teeth. Better than nothing. Better than a poke in the eye. Synonym of better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. Better than a poke in the eye with a burnt stick. Synonym of better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. Better than a poke in the eye with a rusty nail. Synonym of better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. Better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. Better than nothing, not unsatisfactory but also not a reason for enthusiastic excitement. Better than a poke in the eye with a shitty stick. Synonym of better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. Better than nothing, barely useful, almost worthless or pointless, but nevertheless better than having nothing at all. Better than sex. Superlative, wonderful. Better the devil you know. Alternative form of better the devil you know than the devil you don't know. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. Alternative form of better the devil you know than the devil you don't know. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't know. Something bad and familiar is better than something bad and unknown. Better the devil you know than the one you don't. Alternative form of better the devil you know than the devil you don't know. Better the devil you know than the one you don't know. Alternative form of better the devil you know than the devil you don't know. Better to be late than be dead on time. It is better to arrive late than to risk one's life speeding to a destination. Better to light a candle than to curse the darkness. Alternative form of better to light a single candle than to curse the darkness. Better to light a single candle than to curse the darkness. Even in the face of hopelessness and discontent, it is more worthwhile to do some good, however small, in response than to complain about the situation. Better to light one candle than to curse the darkness. Alternative form of better to light a single candle than to curse the darkness. Better to light one small candle than to curse the darkness. Alternative form of better to light a single candle than to curse the darkness. Better verse. Comparative degree of well-versed. Better. Better than. Better appointed. Comparative form of well-appointed, more well-appointed. Better behaved. Comparative form of well-behaved, more well-behaved. Better brought up. Comparative form of well brought up, more well brought up. Better built. Comparative form of well built, more well built. Better defined. Superlative form of well defined, most well defined. Better developed. Comparative form of well developed, more well developed. Better formed. Comparative form of well formed, more well formed. Better grounded. Comparative form of well-grounded, more well-grounded. Better-hearted. Comparative form of good-hearted, more good-hearted. Better-humored. Comparative form of good-humored, more good-humored. Better humor. Comparative form of good-humored, more good-humored. Better on. Comparative form of well-hung, more well-hung. Better informed. Comparative form of well-informed, more well-informed. Better intentioned. Comparative form of well-intentioned, more well-intentioned. Better known. Comparative form of well-known, more well-known. Better lit. Comparative form of well-lit, more well-lit. Better looking. Comparative form of good-looking, more good-looking. Better manner. Comparative form of well-mannered, more well-mannered. Better natured. Comparative form of good-natured, more good-natured. Better off. Alternative spelling of better off. Better pay. That earns a better wage than others. Better preserved. Comparative form of well-preserved, more well-preserved. Better read. Comparative form of well-read, more well-read. Better run. Comparative form of well-run, more well-run. Better timed. Comparative form of well-timed, more well-timed. Better to do. More well-to-do, better off. Better verse. Comparative degree of well-versed. Betterable. Able to be bettered or improved. Better. Simple past and past participle of better. Betterer, one who betters, makes something better. Betterer, synonym of better. Betterers, plural of betterer. Betterus, second person singular simple present indicative of better. Bettera, third person singular simple present indicative of better. Betterfee, simple past and past participle of betterfee. Betterfees, third person singular simple present indicative of betterfee. Betterfee, to make better. Betterfee, present participle and gerund of betterfee. Betterod, the state or condition of being better, superiority. Betteridge, an English surname. Betteridge's Law, alternative letter case form of Betteridge's Law. Betteridge's Law, an adage stating that any headline ending in a question mark can be correctly answered by the word no. Betteridge's Law of Headlines, alternative form of Betteridge's Law. Bettering, present participle and gerund of better. Betterings, plural of bettering. Betterish, somewhat better, of somewhat superior sort. Betterment, an improvement. Betterments, plural of betterment. Bettermus, to superior. Betteret, better not used in a tagged question. Betterness, the state or quality of being better, superiority. Betternesses, plural of betterness. Betters, plural of better. Bettership. Betterment, improvement. Bettersaw, characterized or marked by betterness, finer, superior, improved. Bettertown. A surname. Bettertoni, a white monoclinic arsenate mineral with the formula Al as OOHH20 Japanese symbol 11H20. Bettertons, plural of Betterton. That's a surname. Bettisays, plural of Betts. Bettishanger, a settlement and former colliery in Northbourne Parish, Dover District, Kent, England. OS grid RFTR 3353. Bettis, second person singular simple present indicative of bet. Betta, third person singular simple present indicative of bet. Metha, pronunciation. Spelling of better. A surname from Italian. Betty number, any of a sequence of numbers denoted Bn which characterize a given topological space K by giving, for each dimension, the number of holes in K of said dimension, formally the rank of the nth homology group Hn of K. Betty numbers, plural of Betty number. A diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth. Betta, simple past and past participle of Betty. Bettis, plural of Betty. But, a surname. But, pronunciation spelling of betting. Betta, describing one who bets or gambles. Betting one's arse, present participle and gerund of bet one's arse. Betting one's boots, present participle and gerund of bet one's boots. Betting one's bottom dollar, present participle of bet one's bottom dollar. Betting out, present participle and gerund of bet out. Betting parlor, a business establishment for the placing of wagers on athletic competitions and horse or dog races. Betting parlors, plural of betting parlor. Betting ring, an area at a racecourse in which bookmakers take bets from punters. Betting rings, plural of betting ring. Betting round, present participle and gerund of bet round. Betting shop, the premises of a bookmaker where people may place bets, watch horse races, etc. on television, and collect their winnings. Betting shops, plural of betting shop. Betting terminal, a self-service machine where a user can quickly place a bet on sports or other events without outside assistance. Betting terminals, plural of betting terminal. Betting the farm, present participle and gerund of bet the farm. Betting the house, present participle and gerund of bet the house. Betting the ranch, present participle and gerund of bet the ranch. Betting up, present participle and gerund of bet up. Bettinger, a surname. Bettingers, plural of Bettinger. Bettes, plural of betting. Battens, plural of batten. Beves, plural of Betty. Bettisfield, a village in Mailer's South Community, Wrexham Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SJ 4635. Bettle, a beetle, a mallet. Bettles, plural of bettle. A surname. Any of the marsupial genera Bettinga and Epiprimus, closely related to kangaroos. As, plural of Betten. Ans, plural of batten. Other, a person who makes a bet, such as a wager on the outcome of a game of chance or a sporting event. Betters, plural of better. Bets, plural of bet. As is, plural of bets. That was, a village in Bridgeon Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SS 8986. Betwas Sedwing, a village in Betwas Community, Montgomeryshire. Powys, Wales OS Grid Ref SO 1296. A diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth. Betty Boop, a fictional female entertainer introduced in cartoons in the 1930s, characterized by a high-pitched singing and speaking voice, short and curly black hair, and sexually provocative clothing, mannerisms, and facial expressions. Betty Boopish, alternative form of Betty Boopish. Betty Boopish, resembling or characteristic of Betty Boop. Betty Lamp, a lamp consisting of a shallow-lidded metal vessel with a small spout for a coarse wick fueled by tallow, grease, or oil, usually hung by a hook and chain and used especially in the American colonies. Betty Lamps, plural of Betty Lamp. Betty Boopish, alternative form of Betty Boopish. Betta Lamp, alternative letter case form of Betty Lamp. Betta Lamps, plural of Betta Lamp. Present participle and gerund of Betty. Bitulaceous, of or relating to the Bitulaceae. Bitulase, an enzyme that hydrolyzes the glucoside of methyl salicylate. Bitulate, any salt or ester of bitulenic acid. Bitulates, plural of bitulate. Bitulin, a naturally abundant triterpene, commonly isolated from the bark of birch trees that can be converted to bitulinic acid. Bitulinamuric acid, an organic compound with chemical formula CHO obtained by adding bitulin to nitric acid. Bitulin, synonym of bitulin, especially when used as a medication. Bitulinic, relating to bitulinic acid or its derivatives. Bitulinic acid, a naturally occurring pentacyclic triterpenoid with antiretroviral, antimalarial, and anti-inflammatory properties. Bitulins, plural of bitulin. Bitulinyl, a univalent radical derived from bitulinic acid. Bitulinate, any salt or ester of bitulinic acid. Bitulinates, plural of bichelonate. Bichelone, a hydroxy derivative of lubanon. Bichelonic acid, a particular triterpenoid carboxylic acid related to bichelinic acid. Bitumble, to cause to tumble or to throw into disorder or disarrange the parts of. Bihumboldt, simple past and past participle of bitumble. Utter, behwing. Bethurend, wearing a turban. Bethurad, alternative spelling of beturbane. Bicheria, alternative form of beecheria. Other, to turn round or about. Turtleneck, wearing a turtleneck. Bedracht, synonym of tusk, having tusks. Bedax, synonym of tuxedoed. Tuxedoed, synonym of tuxedoed. Noah, abbreviation of between. Betwaddle, alternative spelling of betwaddle. Betwaddled, alternative spelling of betwaddle. Betwaddles, third person singular simple present indicative of betwaddle. Betwaddling, present participle and gerund of betwaddle. Betwaddle, to surprise, to confound, to befuddle, to put in a distressed state of mind. Betwaddled, surprised, confounded, befuddled, to be in a distressed state of mind. Betwaddles, third person singular simple present indicative of betwaddle. Betwaddling, present participle and gerund of betwaddle. Betwing, in the position or interval that separates two things or intermediate in quantity or degree. See usage notes below. Between a rock and a hard place, in a difficult and inescapable position. Between decks, the space between any two decks of a ship. Between jobs, unemployed. Between ourselves, synonym of between you and me. Between Scylla and Charybdis, between two dangers. Between the devil and the deep blue sea, between undesirable alternatives. Between ears, on the head. Between the hammer and the anvil, with the choice between two unpleasant or distasteful options in a predicament or quandary. Between the jigs and the reels, eventually, despite all the confusion. Between the pegs, designating the body length of a killed animal based on the distance between a peg placed near its nose and another near the end of its tail. Between the pipes, between the goalposts with respect to or playing the position of goaltender. Between the sheets, synonym of in the sack in bed, especially in the context of sexual intercourse. Between the sticks, 86. Between time, alternative form of between time. Between times, alternative form of between times. Between two stools, not fitting neatly into either of two categories or positions. Between wind and water, in that part of a ship's side or bottom which is frequently brought above water by the rolling of the ship or fluctuation of the water's surface. Between you and I, alternative form of between you and me. Between you and me, in confidence, used to impose an obligation to keep something being discussed secret. Between you and me and the bedpost, synonym of between you, me, and the bedpost. Between you and me and these four walls, synonym of between you and me. Between you, me, and the bedposts. Between you and me. Between you, me, and the fence posts. Synonym of between you, me, and the bedpost. Between you, me, and the gateposts. Synonym of between you, me, and the bedpost. Between you, me, and the lamppost. Synonym of between you, me, and the bedpost. Between seasons jacket. Synonym of transitional jacket. Between seasons jackets. Plural of between seasons jacket. Between step. An intermediate or intermediary step, stage, process, or phase. Between steps. Plural of between step. Between subjects. Of an experiment designed so that each participant is tested on one variable. Between time. The period or time between two events. Interim, meantime, meanwhile. Between times. Plural of between time. Betweenager. Synonym of tweenager. Betweenagers. Plural of betweenager. Betweening. Any bicyclic alkene having a double bond, each trans position of which is joined by a chain of carbon atoms. Betweenanes. Plural of betweenang. Between ring. Alternative form of tween brain. Between brains. Plural of between brain. Between. Obsolete spelling of between. Awareness. Misspelling of betweenness. Betweenhood. The state or condition of being between or in between, intermediate condition, betweenness. Betweenities. Plural of betweenity. Betweenity. The state of being between two things. Of awareness. The state or quality of being between. Awareness says. Plural of betweenness. Awanes. Plural of between. Between times. In an interim period, meanwhile. Between whiles. From time to time, now and again. Between. Obsolete spelling of between. Betwine. To twine together, and twine. Betwixt. Obsolete form of betwixt. Betwixen. Betwixt, between. Betwixt, between. Betwixt and between. Neither one thing nor the other. Betwixt the devil and the deep blue sea. Alternative form of between the devil and the deep blue sea. Betwixt. Obsolete form of betwixt. Betwixtmas. Synonym of twixtmas. Betwixtness. The state or quality of being betwixt. Betwound. Simple past and past participle of between. Betws Garman. A village in the community of the same name of Gwynedd, Wales, the United Kingdom. OS Grid Ref SH 5357. Betws Y Coed. A village and community in Conwy Borough County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SH 7956. Betwend. To escape. Betwends. Third person singular simple present indicative of the twin. Betwending. Present participle and gerund of betwend. Betwixt. Obsolete form of betwixt. Betile. Alternative spelling of betile. Betiles. Plural of betile. That's a surname. That's cell. A large pyramidal cell neuron located within the fifth layer of the gray matter in the primary motor cortex. Betz cells. Plural of Betz cell. Betz limit. The limit of achievable efficiency described by Betz's law. Betz limits. Plural of Betz limit. Betz's law. A law describing the maximum power that can be extracted from the wind. It states that no turbine, regardless of its design, can capture more than 16/2759.3% of the kinetic energy in wind. Betzer. A surname from German. Betzers. Plural of Betzer. Betzes. Plural of Betz. Betzold. A surname from German. Betzolds. Plural of Betzold. Butanite. A trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, iron, lead, oxygen, and sulfur. Biofemma, a surname from West Frisian. Biohemes, plural of Bucama. Bio, a female given name from Hebrew. Uniformed, wearing a uniform. Björnenten, a village in Gelderland, Netherlands. Rure, a surname. Rure, a dough made of mostly butter, used in French cuisine. Buerages, plural of buerage. Bure, any of various pears with soft, melting flesh. Bue block, a warm emulsified sauce made with a reduction of vinegar and/or white wine, normally muscadet and gray shallots, into which butter is whisked. Bue medier, a dough consisting of equal parts of soft butter and flour, used to thicken soups and sauces. Bue monte, butter emulsified in water. Bue rouge, an emulsified sauce of butter in red wine. Bures, plural of bure. A surname. Biosolenk, a surname. Biosis, plural of bues. Biosite, a monoclinic prismatic reddish-brown mineral containing calcium, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, and phosphorus. Bidel, a surname from German. Bidels, plural of butyl. Buder, a surname. The, initialism of Black English vernacular. Avery, initialism of billion electron volt, 10^9 eV, a unit used for measuring the energy of subatomic particles. The, a diminutive of the female given names Beverly and Beverly. Bevalk, alternative form of Bevalk. Bevalk, the segment of the commercial drink industry involved in the manufacturing, distribution, and sale of alcoholic beverages. Health, abbreviation of Beverly Hills. Bevacizumab, an anti-cancer drug that is a genetically engineered monoclonal antibody administered intravenously to slow or inhibit tumor growth, especially in some metastatic forms of cancer such as colorectal cancer. It acts by binding to and inhibiting the activity of vascular endothelial growth factor, a protein that promotes the growth of new blood vessels which supply a spreading tumor. It is marketed under the trademark Avastin. Bevacqua, a surname. Bevaquas, plural of Bevacqua. Bellenga, a town and commune in the province of Perugia, Umbria, Italy. Bevalk, alternative form of Bevalk. Bella, a surname from Welsh. Bedan circle, the circle through the centers of the 3x circles of a triangle. Bevan point, a triangle center defined as the center of the Bevan circle. Bevanism, the ideology of a faction of the Labour Party UK led by Ered Bevan. Bevanite, a member of a faction of the Labour Party UK led by Aneurin Bevan. Bevanites, plural of Bevanite. Bevans, a surname from Welsh, variant of Bevan. Bevantala, a drug that acts as a beta blocker and calcium channel blocker. Bevard, a surname. Bevards, plural of Bavard. Bevacizumab, a drug that was investigated for the treatment of wet age-related macular degeneration. Bevatri, a particle accelerator of the 1950s capable of imparting energies of billions of electron volts. Bevatrons, plural of Bevatron. Vedel, to cover or furnish with a veil. Vedelt, covered or furnished with a veil. Bevel, a surname. Bevelgear, a kind of gear in which the two wheels working together lie in different planes and have their teeth cut at right angles to the surfaces of two cones whose apices coincide with the point where the axes of the wheels would meet. Bevel gears, plural of bevel gear. Bevel wheel, a wheel forming part of a bevel gear. Bevel wheels, plural of bevel wheel. Beveled, simple past and past participle of bevel. Beveler, alternative form of beveler. Bevelers, plural of beveler. Beveling, present participle and gerund of bevel. Bevelings, plural of beveling. Beveled, simple past and past participle of bevel. Beveler, one who bevels. Bevelers, plural of beveler. Bevelless, without a bevel. Beveling, present participle and gerund of bevel. Bevelings, plural of beveling. Bevelment, the replacement of an edge by two similar planes equally inclined to the including faces or adjacent planes. Bevelments, plural of bevelment. Bevels, plural of bevel. Bever, a surname. Beverage, a surname. Beverages, plural of beverage. Beverageware, drinking utensils collectively. Bevercoats, a hamlet and civil parish served by Markham Clinton Parish Council in Bassetlaw District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6972. Bever, simple past and past participle of bever. Bever, a rabbit of a rare Belgian breed. Beverens, plural of beverin. Beverhouse, a surname. Beverage, a surname from Middle English. Beverage curve, a graphical representation of the relationship between unemployment and the job vacancy rate. Beverage curves, plural of beverage curve. Beverage model, a health care system in which the government provides care for all its citizens through income tax payments. Beverage models, plural of beverage model. Beveragian, alternative form of beveragian. Beverages, plural of beverage. Beveragian, of or relating to William Beveridge 1879-1963, British economist and Liberal politician who played a central role in designing the British welfare state. Beverly, present participle and gerund of bever. Beverly, a place name. Beverleys, plural of Beverly. Beverlyn, a surname. Beverlands, plural of Beverlyn. Beverly, a surname. Beverly Hills, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States, known for its many celebrity residents. Beverly Hills Iranian, a member of the Iranian diaspora in the United States, particularly one living in affluent regions like Beverly Hills, who is perceived as being out of touch with contemporary issues in Iran and the broader Middle East, often implying alignment with rhetoric or policies that are unsympathetic to the population of Iran and other Middle Eastern nations. Beverlys, plural of Beverly. Bevers, plural of Bever. Beversdorf, an awesome surname. Beverwijk, a city and municipality of North Holland, Netherlands. A surname from French. Bevers, plural of Bevier. Bevies, plural of Bevy. Bell, a surname. Bevilacqua, a surname from Italian. Bevilacquas, plural of Bevilacqua. Beviles, alternative form of Bevel. Bevel, a surname from Norman. Bevel, a surname from French. Bevel, notched with an angle like that enclosed by a carpenter's bevel, set of a partition line of a shield. Bevels, plural of bevel. Vedels, plural of bevel. Vevels, plural of bevel. Bevan, a surname. Bevan boy. Any of the young British men conscripted to work in the coal mines between 1943 and 1948. Bevan boys, plural of Bevan boy. Bevington, a hamlet in Ham and Stone Parish, Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 657,949. Bevingtons, plural of Bevington. Beviramet, an anti-HIV drug derived from a botulinic acid-like compound. Bebes, an English habitational surname of Norman French origin. Bevo, a style of fabric weave originally produced by punch-card jacquard looms from the companies of Lucas Vorstaer and Yule Vorstaer in Wuppertal Barman, later merging to become the Batalagum Vorstaer Company. Eva, a diminutive of the unisex given name Beverly/Beverly. Voice, to give voice to, endow with a voice. Bevoiced, simple past and past participle of bevoice. Bevoice is third person singular simple present indicative of bevoice. Bevoice, present participle and gerund of bevoice. Vomit, to vomit upon, vomit all over. Bevomited, simple past and past participle of bevomit. Bevomiting, present participle and gerund of bevomit. Bevomets, third person singular simple present indicative of bevomit. Bevonium, a particular antimuscarinic. Medar, a portion of plate armor to protect the lower face and the neck, typically in two parts, called upper bever and lower bever. Bevers, plural of bever. Vevelt, containing a large number of vowels. The plural of BAV. Ives, plural of BV. Ves, plural of bev. What? Alternative spelling of bevy. Meve, simple past and past participle of bevy. That is, plural of bevy. What? Alcoholic beverage. Ede, present participle and gerund of bevy. Vaux, initialism of battery electric vehicle with extender, a battery electric vehicle with a range extender, a type of plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. What? A group of animals, in particular quail. A surname from Welsh. Doa, to wag about, waggle. Doad, third person singular simple present indicative of the wag. Bewail, to wail over, to feel or express deep sorrow for. Bewailable, able to be or fit to be bewailed, lamentable. Bewailed, simple past and past participle of bewail. Bewailer, someone who bewails. Bewailers, plural of bewailer. Bewailists, second person singular simple present indicative of bewail. Bewaileth, third person singular simple present indicative of bewail. Bewailing, present participle and gerund of bewail. Bewailingly, in a bewailing manner. Bewailings, plural of bewailing. Bewailment, the act of bewailing. Bewailments, plural of bewailment. Bewails, third person singular simple present indicative of bewail. Bewaistcoated, synonym of waistcoated. Bewake, to watch, keep watch over, guard. Bewalla, to wallow around or about, wallow all over. Bewander, to wander around or about. roam. The wander, simple past and past participle of bewander. The wandering, present participle and gerund of bewander. The wanders, third person singular simple present indicative of bewander. Nowhere, to guard about or completely protect. The words, third person singular simple present indicative of the word. Beware, to use caution. Pay attention to use both with and without of. Beware of Greeks bearing gifts. One should not trust one's enemies. Beware, simple past and past participle of beware. Beware, third person singular simple present indicative of beware. Bewaring, present participle and gerund of beware. Beware, to make warm, warm all over, warm up. Beware, fought over, war-torn. Beware, to drench someone or something with water, to wash someone or something all over. Bewaste, to waste utterly or completely. Bewasted, simple past and past participle of bewaste. Bewasts, third person singular simple present indicative of bewaste. Bewasting, present participle and gerund of bewaste. Bewatch, to keep watch over, guard, observe. Bewater, to water about or all over, cover, douse, or fill with water, make wet, water, hydrate. Bewater, watered about or all over, wet, hydrated. Bewatering, present participle and gerund of bewater. Bewaters, third person singular simple present indicative of bewater. Beware, to shield, hide. Bewaves, third person singular simple present indicative of bewave. Bewaving, present participle and gerund of bewave. Away, by way, because. Beways, alternative form of beway. A boo woman's breast. Plural of boo. Abbreviation of Blue Eyes White Dragon, a trading card in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Both Eyes, plural of both eye. Olai, a town and civil parish with a town council and Wyre Forest District, Worcestershire, England. OS grid ref so 7875. Odai, pronunciation spelling of beauty. A weapon, to furnish, fit, or supply with a weapon, arm. A weapon, armed with weapons. Beweaponing, present participle and gerund of beweapon. A weapons, third person singular simple present indicative of beweapon. Beweb, covered in webs. To pledge oneself to, betroth, wed, marry. Thus, third person singular simple present indicative of bew. To weep over, weep for, weep about, deplore, lament. The waiter, one who beweeps or laments someone or something. Beweepers, plural of beweeper. Beweepe, present participle and gerund of beweep. Beweeps, third person singular simple present indicative of the weep. Away, to determine the weight of, weigh, consider. Beway, simple past and past participle of beway. Bewaying, present participle and gerund of beway. Beways, third person singular simple present indicative of beway. Bewelcome, to welcome, greet or bestow with a welcome, welcome fully or completely. Bewell, to well up. Bewelter, to welter all over, besmear by weltering. Bewelter, besmeared by weltering in blood. Bewend, to turn, turn around. Bewende, present participle participle and gerund of bewend. Bewends. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewend. Bewet. Simple past and past participle of bewend. Bewet. Simple past and past participle of beweed. Bewerwe. A village and civil parish in Harrogate Borough, North Yorkshire, England. Westgrid Ref SE 1564. Roet. A surname. Bewest. To the west of. Bewet. To wet or moisten profusely. Bewets. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewet. Bewetted. Simple past and past participle of bewet. Bewetting. Present participle and gerund of bewet. Bewhack. To whack about, whack all over. Bewacked. Simple past and past participle of bewack. Bewet. To bewilder, amaze, confuse, utterly confound. Bewine. To whine about. Bewind. Simple past and past participle of bewine. Bewines. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewine. Bewining. Present participle and gerund of bewine. Whisker. To give or add whiskers to put whiskers on. Whisker. Having whiskers. Bewhiskering. Present participle and gerund of bewhisker. Bewhiskers. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewhisker. Bewhisper. To whisper. Bewhisper. Simple past and past participle of bewhisper. Bewhispering. Present participle and gerund of bewhisper. Bewhispers. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewhisper. Bewhiten. Synonym of whiten. Bewhiten. Simple past and past participle of bewhiten. Bewhitening. Present participle and gerund of bewhiten. Bewhitened. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewhiten. Yor. To make a whore of, prostitute, treat as a whore. The whore. Simple past and past participle of a whore. The whores. Third person singular simple present indicative of a whore. The whoring. Present participle and gerund of a whore. The a place name. The Wix swan. A small swan, Cygnus columbianus, of the family Anatidae. The Wix swans. Plural of the Wix swan. The Wix rang. Freya means Bewigiae and North American and. The Wix. Plural of Bewick. The Wild. To hold in hand, rule, control, manage, handle, wield. Bewilded. Simple past and past participle of bewield. Bewilding. Present participle and gerund of bewield. Bewilds. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewield. Bewi. To furnish or cover with a wig, put a wig on. Bewed. Wearing a wig. Bewigging. Present participle and gerund of beway. Bewigness. Third person singular simple present indicative of the wig. Bewilder. To confuse, disorientate, or puzzle someone, especially with many different choices. Bewildered. Baffled, confused. Mystified, at a loss, not thinking clearly, or uncertain. Bewilderably. In a bewildered manner, with puzzlement. Bewilderness. The state or quality of being bewildered. Bewilderer. Agent noun of bewilder, one who bewilders. Bewilderers. Plural of bewilderer. Bewilderist. Second person singular simple present indicative of the wilder. Bewildereth. Third person singular simple present indicative of the wilder. Bewildering. Very baffling, confusing, or perplexing, often due to a very large choice being available. Bewilderingly. In a bewildering manner, or to a bewildering extent. Bewilderingness. Quality of being bewildering. Bewilderings. Plural of bewildering. Bewilderment. The state of being bewildered. Bewilderments. Plural of bewilderment. Bewilders. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewilder. Bewile. To delude, deceive, beguile. Bewiled. Simple past and past participle of bewile. Bewiles. Third person singular simple present indicative of the while. Bewiling. Present participle and gerund of bewile. Bewill. To will to, bequeath by a will or testament. Bewilled. Simple past and past participle of bewill. Bewilling. Present participle and gerund of bewill. Bewills. Third person singular simple present indicative of the will. Bewimple. To cover with a wimple, veil. Bewimpled. Simple past and past participle of bewimple. Bewimples. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewimple. Bewimpling. Present participle and gerund of bewimple. Bewin. To gain, win, or get possession of. Bewind. To wind a thing about, involve, envelop with. Bewi. To furnish or equip with wings. Bewinged. Having or equip with wings. Bewing. Present participle and gerund of bewing. Bewares. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewing. Bewinning. Present participle and gerund of bewin. Bewins. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewin. Bewinter. To make like winter. Bewish. To confer, grant, or make a wish. Bewit. Simple past and past participle of bewish. Bewish. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewish. Bewishing. Present participle and gerund of bewish. Bewest. Food, provision, victual, a living. Bewit. To endue or impart wit to, instruct. Bewitch. To fascinate or charm. Bewitched. Simple past and past participle of bewitch. Bewitchable. Capable of being bewitched. Bewitched. Under a spell, subject to an act of witchcraft. Bewitchably. While, or as if, bewitched. Bewitchiness. The state or quality of being bewitched. Bewitchy. One who is bewitched. Bewitchies. Plural of bewitchy. Bewitcher. One who bewitches an enchanter. Bewitcheries. Plural of bewitchery. Bewitchers. Plural of bewitcher. Bewitchery. The power of bewitching or fascinating, charm, witchcraft. Bewitches. Third person singular simple present indicative of bewitch. Bewitches. Second person singular simple present indicative of the witch. Bewitcheth. Third person singular simple present indicative of the witch. Bewitchful. Bewitching, alluring, fascinating, amazing. Bewitching. The act by which somebody is bewitched. A curse or enchantment. Bewitchingly. In a bewitching manner. Bewitchingness. The state or quality of being bewitching. Bewitchings. Plural of bewitching. Bewitchment. The characteristic of being bewitched. Bewitchments. plural of bewitchment. The a makeshift substitute. The wits, plural of bewit. The witted, simple past and past participle of bewit. Bewitting, present participle and gerund of bewit. Bewiller, to influence by, or as though by, a wizard or wizardry. Bewildered, simple past and past participle of bewizard. Bewizarding, present participle and gerund of bewizard. Bewizards, third person singular simple present indicative of bewizard. Bewhy, a surname. Bewise, plural of bewly. Away, of or relating to Truman Bewly * 1941, American economist. Away, simple past and past participle of bewin. Bewonder, to wonder about, wonder over, wonder at, regard wonderingly, admire. Bewonder, simple past and past participle of bewonder. Bewonderment, wonderment, amazement, a state of wonder. Bewere, to happen, come to pass. Beware, simple past of aware. Aware, to work around or about, surround. Beworking, present participle and gerund of bework. Bewere, simple past and past participle of beworry. Beware is third person singular simple present indicative of beworry. Beware, to worry about. Beware, present participle and gerund of beworry. Bewound, to wound all over, cover, or afflict with wounds. Woven, woven about, woven into or throughout, by extension pervasive. Duré, obsolete form of berayed. Bra, to wrap up or otherwise conceal, clothe, envelop. Berat, simple past and past participle of berat. Berate, present participle and gerund of berat. Berafs, third person singular simple present indicative of berat. Berat, bath. Beret, to accuse, malign, speak evil of. Beret, simple past and past participle of beret. Berer, a betrayer or divulger. Berers, plural of berer. Bereng, the act or process of divulging or revealing information. Berengly, by way of disclosing secrets in such manner as to bewray. Berengs, plural of bereng. Berayment, the act or process of bewraying, betrayal. Beres, third person singular simple present indicative of bewray. Bereth, to avenge, revenge. Bereth, to wreath. Bereath, simple past and past participle of bereath. Bereathen, present participle and gerund of bereath. Eris, third person singular simple present indicative of bereath. Berek, to wreck completely, ruin. Destroy. Berivgal, to make or put a wrinkle or wrinkles in, furrow, fill with wrinkles. Berenkult, filled with or characterized by wrinkles. Bereit, to write about, describe. Bereits, third person singular simple present indicative of bereit. Bewriting, a description. Berette, written about, depicted, portrayed, described. Beruth, simple past of bereit. Beruth, embroidered. Lex, a municipality in Vaud Canton, Switzerland. Bixablaflazen, an anti-diabetic Medication. Bexar County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, San Antonio. Bexarotene, a particular oral antineoplastic drug. Bexfield, a hamlet in Falsham Parish, Broadland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 0225. Bexhill, a coastal town in Rother District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7407. Bexhill-on-Sea, synonym of Bexhill, East Sussex. Bexley, a suburban town in the borough of Bexley, southeast Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4973. Bexley, a suburban town in the borough of Bexley, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4975. Bexosome, relating to bexosomes. Bexosome, an exosome composed of B cells. Bexosomes, plural of bexosome. Baxton, a locality and civil parish served by Plumley with Toft and Baxton Parish Council in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England, next to Knutsford. OS Grid Ref SJ 7476. A surname. B, alternative form of Heya. B, pronunciation spelling of beyond. Bebe, a type of spinning top toy originally developed and manufactured by Takara Tomy. Beyblader, someone who uses Beyblades passionately. Beybladers, plural of Beyblader. Beyblades, plural of Beyblade. Beychella, the appearance of the American musician Beyonce at the music festival Coachella. Bedom, the rank or status of Bey. Bedoms, plural of Bedom. Bedown, a surname. Beydowns, plural of Beydown. Mer, to yearn over or about, yearn for, long for, desire. Below, covered or tinted with yellow color. Balp, to boast about or glory in, especially in a loud manner. Balping, present participle and gerund of bail. Bain, a surname. Bayans, plural of Bain. Rare, a surname from German. Vergerat, synonym of Gerat, a type of articulated steam locomotive. Bergerats, plural of Bergerat. Wherein, a particular bridged tetracyclic diterpene that is isomeric with trachalobane, corin, and atosirin. Berens, plural of Beren. Berise, a carbonate mineral. Bears, plural of bear. Bayhive, alternative form of Bayhive. Bayhive, the singer Beyonce's online fanbase. Beylegan, a city in Azerbaijan. Beyleri, the governor of a province of the Ottoman Empire, ranking immediately below the Grand Vizier. Ottoman administrative title. Beyleris, plural of Beyleri. Beylik, alternative form of Beylik. Beyliko, relating to a Beylik. Beylikate, synonym of Beylik. Beylicates, plural of Beylikate. Beylex, plural of Beylik. Beylik, the jurisdiction or the territory of a bey. Beyliko, alternative form of Beylikal. Beylex, plural of Beylik. They, obsolete spelling of being. Venge, obsolete spelling of being. Venon, a surname from Welsh. Venon, plural of Beynon. Beyonce, a female given name transferred from the surname. Beyond, further away than. beyond a reason of a doubt. Eggcorn of beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt. A legal standard for deciding the outcome of a criminal charge, requiring evidence that is sufficient to eliminate any doubts that a reasonable person might entertain about whether a claim is true or false. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Without any doubt or hesitation at all. Beyond a shadow of doubt. Alternative form of beyond a shadow of a doubt. Beyond belief. Synonym of unbelievable. Beyond compare. Better than anything else with which it might be compared. Supreme, best. Beyond comparison. Alternative form of beyond compare. Beyond dispute. Undisputed, undisputable, without dispute. Beyond measure. Very large. Great, huge. Beyond one's depth. Synonym of out of one's league. Beyond one's ken. Beyond one's knowledge or understanding. Beyond one's pay grade. Beyond one's level of authority. Beyond one's wildest dreams. Alternative form of in one's wildest dreams. Beyond one's years. Extraordinary compared to most in one's age group, characteristic of an older person. Beyond question. Something that is certain or definite, without doubt. Beyond reason of a doubt. Eggcorn of beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond reasonable doubt. Alternative form of beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond redemption. Without the possibility of recovery or restoration, beyond a state of improvement or saving. Beyond seas. Overseas, abroad. Beyond someone's grasp. Out of reach, impossible for someone to achieve. Beyond someone's scope. Synonym of out of one's league. Beyond the beyonds. Beyond acceptable limits, outrageous. Beyond the black stump. In an extremely isolated place remote from populated areas, in the middle of nowhere, typically used to refer to outback areas. Beyond the call of duty. More than what is needed. Beyond the grave. After death. Beyond the pale. Of a person or their behavior, outside the bounds of what is acceptable or regarded as good judgment, morality, ethics, etc. Beyond the shadow of a doubt. Alternative form of beyond a shadow of a doubt. Beyond words. To such a great extent that it is inexpressible. Beyond. Obsolete spelling of beyond. Bandish. Characterized or marked by removedness, remoteness, eccentricity, or outlandishness. Beyondness. The state or quality of being beyond. Beyonds. Plural of beyond. Boundward. Toward a point that lies beyond. Be sense. Synonym of zound. Batch. Alternative spelling of batch. Batches. Plural of batch. Vapor. Obsolete form of Bapor. Vapor. An ancient port town and a locality town in Kozhikode district in the state of Kerala, India. Vapor. Alternative form of Bapor. Barychite. Synonym of violorite. Barychitine. Any extinct ammonoid of the genus Barychites. Barychitines. Plural of barychitine. Beryl. Dated spelling of Beirut. As. Plural of bay. Bayship. The role or status of a bay. Bayships. Plural of bayship. Bay. Alternative form of bay. Baits. Plural of bait. Bet. The second tine of an antler's beam, the bezantler. Bezantler. Alternative form of bezantler. Bezantlers. Plural of bezantler. Be. A surname. Bed. a fortress city in Zabdacene. Vebe, a surname from Amharic. Vebes, plural of Bezebe. Bezafibrate, a fibrate drug used to treat hyperlipidemia. Velale, alternative form of Bezil. Bedal, the chief artisan of the tabernacle and the Ark of the Covenant. Bedanson, a surname from French. Bedansons, plural of Bezenson. Bezat, alternative letter case form of Bezant. Bezante, alternative form of Bezanti. Bezantid, synonym of Bezanti. Bezante, alternative form of Bezanti. Bezantler, Bez, second branch of a deer's antler. Bezantlers, plural of Bezantler. Bezants, plural of Bezant. Bezadi, covered with bezants, seme strewn with bezants. Bez, plural of Beza. Beloit, obsolete form of bezant. Beloits, plural of bezant. Belawata, former name of Vijayawada, India. Bez, alternative form of pizzas. Vezet, a commune of Dambavita County, Romania. Vedekwek, a village in Turpan, China, where the Bezeklik 1000 Buddha caves are. Bedel, the sloping edge or face on a cutting tool. Bedelless, without a bezel. Bels, plural of bezel. Bez, plural of bez. Meta, a North Caucasian language, spoken primarily in southern Dagestan, Russia. Beze, a surname from French. Ade, a Bezier. Curve. Bezier curve, a type of parametric curve defined by a set of control points, two of which are the ends of the curve, while the others determine its shape. Bezier curves, plural of Bezier curve. Bayers, a city in Hérault Department, Occitania, France. Bayers, plural of Bezier. Bel, alternative form of bezel. Bel, plural of bezel. Bezai, a trick-taking card game for two players. Beziks, plural of bezik. Bezatraumai, a particular narcotic painkiller. Bezlatox, UMAB, a particular monoclonal antitoxin antibody. Bedor, a mass, usually of hair or undigested vegetable matter found in a human or animal's intestines, similar to a hairball. Bezor goat, a wild goat, Capra aegagrus, native to Asia Minor and the Middle East and also found on Crete, now believed ancestral to the domestic goat. Bezor goats, plural of Bezor goat. Bezor ibex, the Bezor goat. Bezor ibexes, plural of Bezor ibex. Medor, obsolete form of Bezor. Bezordic, pertaining to or compounded with Bezor. Bezordics, plural of Bezordic. Meords, plural of Bezord. Beors, plural of Bezor. Bezordic, alternative form of Bezordic. Medeld, a surname from German. Bezold effect, an optical illusion whereby a color looks different depending on its relation to adjacent colors. Bezold effects, plural of Bezold effect. Bezold-Bruch effect, a change in hue perception as light intensity changes. Bezold-Bruch effects, plural of Bezold-Bruch effect. Bezold-Bruch phenomenon, Synonym of Bezold-Brooke effect. Bezold-Brooke shift. Synonym of Bezold-Brooke effect. Bezold-Brooke shifts. Plural of Bezold-Brooke shift. Bezonian. A beggar, pauper, or rascal. Bezonians. Plural of Bezonian. Bezos. A surname. Bezoses. Plural of Bezos. Bezosian. Of or pertaining to Jeff Bezos, entrepreneur and founder of Amazon. Bezout. A surname. Bezout domain. An integral domain in which the sum of two principal ideals is also a principal ideal. Bezout's identity. A theorem in the elementary theory of numbers. Let a and b be integers, not both 0, and let d be their greatest common divisor. Then there exist integers x and y such that x plus by equals d. Bezout's lemma. Synonym of Bezout's identity. Bezout's theorem. A statement in algebraic geometry concerning the number of common zeros of n polynomials in n indeterminates. In its original form, the theorem states that in general the number of common zeros equals the product of the degrees of the polynomials. Bezbapovets. Singular of Bezbapovtsi. Bezbapovtsi. A branch of Old Believers which is primarily known for its rejection of the ordained priesthood. Bezratnavi. An orthorhombic dipyramidal bright orange-yellow mineral containing copper, gold, lead, and tellurium. Etwada. Alternative form of Bezawada, the former name of Vijayawada, India. Bezant. Archaic form of Bezant. Bezants. Plural of Bezant. Bezecchi. A surname from Italian. Plural of Bezo. A best friend. Plural of Bezi. Bedel. To plunder, to lay waste to in riot. Velv. Simple past and past participle of bezel. Dels. Third person singular simple present indicative of bezel. Bele. Present participle and gerund of bezel. Veda. An old silver Venetian coin worth half a soldo. Best friend. Belchato. A city in Lodz Voivodeship, Poland. Initialism of boyfriend. Initialism of boyfriend. AF Homes. A barangay of Parañaque, Metro Manila, Philippines. IF%. Body fat percentage. Initialism of Bachelor of Fine Arts. BIFAR. Acronym of Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Plural of BFA. Behas. Abbreviation of breakfast. Behasts. Plural of BFAS. Initialism of British Forces Broadcasting Service. ASE. Initialism of Brentford Football Club. Initialism of Black Friday Cyber Monday. ASE. Plural of BFC. AE. Initialism of Big Fucking Deal. AE. Initialism of Bachelor of Forest Engineering. AE. Plural of BFE. AE. Initialism of Best Friend Forever. AE. Alternative letter case form of BFF. AFL. Initialism of Best Friend S for Life. BFL. Plural of BFFL. BFR. Initialism of be fucking for real. Beta. Plural of BFF. BS. Plural of BFF. AFE. Initialism of Big Friendly Giant. AFD. Plural of BFF. AH. Initialism of bitch from hell. AH. Plural of BFH. AI. Initialism of brute force and ignorance. B file. LOB data type accessible directly from the operating system without using the DBMS. B file. Plural of B file. ALV. Initialism of big fish little pond effect. ALV. Plural of the FLV. ALS. Initialism of Burgess for Sman-Lehmann syndrome. AFN. Initialism of basic fighter maneuvers, the corpus of maneuvers and tactics expected of fighter aircraft and their pilots. AFN. Plural of BFM. AFN. Initialism of British Forces Network. AFO. Initialism of basic formal ontology. Mehai. Best fare of the day. Mehai. Plural of B5. Behai. Initialism of bona fide occupational qualification. Behai. Plural of BFOC. AFO. Plural of BFO. AFE. Initialism of British Freedom Party. AFEO. Initialism of British Forces Post Office. AFEO. Plural of VFEO. AFU. Initialism of Byte Force Quotient. AFU. Plural of BFQ. BFI. Initialism of Body Fat Redistribution. BFME. Synonym of Body Focused Repetitive Behavior Disorder. AS. Initialism of Bread First Search. A. Plural of VF. AS. Plural of VF. AE. Initialism of Byzantine Fault Tolerance. AE. Beaufort Scale. AE. Initialism of Battle Force Tactical Training. AV. Initialism of Bradley Fighting Vehicle. AV. Plural of BFV. AD. Initialism of boy/girl. AD. Abbreviation of background. AD. Abbreviation of Bulgarian. AJY. Initialism of Baldur's Gate. AG2. Initialism of Baldur's Gate Roman 2, Shadows of Am. BG3. Initialism of Baldur's Gate 3. AVA. Initialism of Ball Grid Array. BIGAN. Initialism of Broadband Global Area Network. ADA. Plural of BGA. ADSC. Initialism of Bonifacio Global City. ADA. Abbreviation of BAY. BJAPA. Initialism of Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act. BJAS. Plural of BGA. ADA. Initialism of Bovine Growth Hormone. BGH compound. A barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. ADA. Abbreviation of BOT. ADL. Initialism of blood glucose level. ADM. The station code of Beladari railway station in India. ADM. Plural of BJM. ADP. Initialism of Border Gateway Protocol. ADA. Initialism of boy-girl relationship. ADA. Plural of BGR. ADS. Initialism of Baller-Gerald syndrome. ADS. Plural of BG. ADSU. Initialism of Bowling Green State University. ADT. Initialism of Britain's Got Talent. A. Initialism of Boko Haram. Initialism of butylated hydroxyanisole. Bhaji. Alternative form of bhaji. Bhajis. Plural of bhaji. The alternative form of bang cannabis. Babar. A region south of the lower Himalayas and the Sivalik Hills in Kumaon, India. Baba. Of or relating to Homi K. Baba, born 1949, postcolonial theorist. Babar. Alternative form of Babar, region of India. Navai. A title used for a sister-in-law. Nabar. Alternative form of Babar. Nabar. Alternative form of Babar, region of India. Evan. A spicy snack made from puffed rice, peanut, and coconut. Badawi. A city and district of Mirzapur Division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Davan. The 6th month of the Nayak Shahi calendar and Punjabi calendar, coinciding with August and September in the Gregorian calendar. Mebra. A goddess of the hunt and one of Shiva's Kana. Bhadrakali. Name of a Hindu goddess in South India. Nadrala. A class of rich high-caste Brahmin landlords in Bengal formed during the British Raj. Bhadrapada. The 6th month in the lunar calendar. Venchai. Alternative form of Bihenchai. Venchads. Plural of Beanchad. Math. Initialism of Brighton and Hove Albion Football Club. Beth. A certain small division of land. Bhaga. One of the Adityas, a god of wealth and marriage in Hinduism. In the Rigveda, Bhaga is the god who supervises the distribution of goods and destiny to each man corresponding to his merits. Bhagadatta. A king of Prajatisha kingdom and the son of Narakasura, who fought for the Kauravas in the Mahabharata, killed by Arjuna. Bhagalpur. A city in the state of Bihar, India. Bhagalpur Division. One of the administrative divisions of the Republic of India. Bhagat. A surname. Bhagats. Plural of Bhagat. Bhagavad Gita. An epic poem from Mahabharata where Krishna gives Arjuna a discourse on ethics. Bhagavad Gita. Alternative spelling of Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita. Alternative spelling of Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gitas. Plural of Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavata Purana. One of the Hindu Puranas with its primary focus on the incarnations of Vishnu, particularly Krishna. Bagdar. A landholder in possession of a bag. Bagdars. Plural of Bagdar. Badi. Alternative form of Baji. Madhyas. Plural of Baji. Madhyaratha. A great king who brought the river Ganges, personified as the river goddess Ganga, to earth from the heavens. Vav. Plural of Bag. Vadva. A Hindutva, a supporter of Hindutva or Hindu nationalism. Babai. Anad. Babans. Plural of Bhagwan. Babwal. A village in Karyan Tehsil, Gujarat district, Punjab, Pakistan. Bagais. Plural of Bagwa. Batwat. A surname from Marathi. Batwats. Plural of Bagwat. Badatindu. An Indian male given name. What? Friend, dude, man. Bishara. Brotherhood, amity. Badan. Brinjal, eggplant, aubergine. Bagans. Plural of Bagan. Besuki. An ancient writing system used to write Buddhist texts in Sanskrit. Irava. A Shaivite and Vajrayana deity worshipped by Hindus and Buddhists. As. plural of by. Dhai letter 1e63 a jy a guru. A bodhisattva in Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism. Dhai letter 1e63 a jyar a macron jaya. A bodhisattva in Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism. Bhai letter 1e63 a jyasm yudhiya. A bodhisattva in Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism. Or elder brother. Or yes, plural of Baya. Or yeah, alternative form of Baya. Or yes, plural of Baya. Madan, a type of Indian devotional song. Madans, plural of Bhajan. Vadi, alternative spelling of Baji. Vanyas, plural of Bhaji. Adi, any of various Indian dishes of fried vegetables. Ade, plural of Bhaji. Madhyas, plural of Vadya. Ajis, plural of Bhaji. Metya, alternative form of Bhaji. Vadyas, plural of Bhajya. Madhi, alternative form of Bhaji. Madis, plural of Bhaji. Makari, a type of round, coarse flatbread typically made from millet. Bakris, plural of Bakri. Mak, someone who practices bhakti, a person who is devoted to God, a devotee, a worshipper, a religious disciple. Bhakta, a surname. Bhaktas, plural of Bhakta. Bhakti, devotion to God. Bhaktis, plural of Bhakti. Bhakts, plural of Bhakt. Balavali Bhasha, an Indian language spoken in the two districts of the state of Karnataka, namely Dakshina Kannada district with Mangalore as its headquarters and Kodagu. It is a form of Marathi that has been heavily influenced by Kannada, Telugu, and other Dravidian languages. Bal, a surname from Punjabi. Balas, plural of Bala. Vebor, alternative form of Banpur. Bamadapati, a surname from Telugu. Bamadapatis, plural of Bamadapati. Babo, city in Kachin State, Myanmar, Burma. Benpur, a historical city in Sindh, Pakistan. Ben, one of the traditional folk entertainers of India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. Bandari, a surname. Bandaris, plural of Bandari. Vans, plural of band. Cannabis and preparations thereof. Bang lassi, a lassi to which a preparation of marijuana has been added. Bang lassis, plural of bang lassi. Bangur, alternative form of Bangur. Bangers, plural of Bangur. That, under the effects of bang cannabis or any comparable drug. Benzi, alternative form of Bangi. Banji is, plural of Banji. Bambi, a member of the Bangi caste, traditionally restricted to cleaning latrines and handling dead bodies. Bangis, plural of Bang. Manmias, plural of Bangi. Biometer, a non-imaging radiometer used to detect nuclear detonations and determine the yield of the nuclear weapon. Biometers, plural of biometer. Bengra, a lively style of music originating from India. Mangramuffin, a genre of ragamuffin dancehall influenced by Bhangra or other music from the Indian subcontinent. Bangres, plural of Bhangra. The alternative form of bang. Thathan, a Rajasthan drum made from a section of a gourd with a leather skin stretched over the opening. Bharadwaj, a surname from Hindi. Bharadwajs, plural of Bharadwaj. Bharal, a blue sheep, being any species of the genus Pseudoes, goat-like bovids of the Himalayas and western China with a bluish-gray coat. Himalayan blue sheep Pseudoes nawar. Bharals, plural of Bharal. Arani, the second nakshatra in Hindu astronomy, corresponding to 35, 39, and 41 Arides. Arera, a surname from Punjabi. Areras, plural of Barara. Bararisang, the summer capital of Uttarakhand, India. Mera, India, the Republic of India. Bharat Army, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see Bharat Army, an Indian army. Bharatha, a legendary emperor of India and is referred to in Hindu and Jain theology. He was son of King Dushyanta and Shakuntala. Bharatanatyam, a form of classical dance originating in the South Indian state of Tamil Nadu. Marathapaya, a river in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, India that empties into the Lakshadweep Sea. Arati Braille, a semi-unified Braille script of Greater India. Arati Braille, alternative form of Bharati Braille. Bharatiya, Indian, a person nationally identified with the Republic of India. Bharatpur, a city in India. Bharatpur Division, one of the administrative divisions of the Republic of India. Marathai, an Indian male given name. Mardwaj, a surname from Hindi. Mardwaj, plural of Bardwaj. Mardav, alternative form of Bhargava. Bhargava, a surname. Bhargavas, plural of Bhargava. Mardari, the goddess Lakshmi. Marta, a South Asian dish of seasoned mashed vegetables or eggs. Martas, plural of Bharta. Bartrari's paradox, the linguistic paradox that, if there are unnameable things, their existence cannot be indicated without naming them in some way. Bartrarian, of or relating to Bhart letter 1e5 Bhari, an Indian grammarian of the 5th century. Bartraharian, alternative form of Bartrarian. Bharat, a city and district at the mouth of the Narmada River in Gujarat, India. Basan, a surname. Basans, plural of Basan. Baskar, a surname from Hindi. Bhaskar Jagannathan syndrome, a rare genetic disorder with symptoms such as long thin fingers, poor balance and coordination, high levels of amino acids in the urine, cataracts during infancy, and ataxia. Bhaskars, plural of Bhaskar. A surname from Sanskrit of Indian usage. Vaya, a surname. Vaishya-Davis inequality, an upper bound on the variance of any bounded probability distribution on the real line. Vaishas, plural of Vaishya. Bathinda, alternative spelling of Bathinda. Batdal, a coastal town in the Uttarakhand district of the state of Karnataka in India. Batlate Numaru, a small village in Maklapatnam, Vijag, Andhra Pradesh. Vatnagar, a surname. Vatnagars, plural of Bhatnagar. Bedora, a fluffy deep-fried leavened bread from the Indian subcontinent. Batoras, plural of Batora. Vatpara, a city and a municipality of West Bengal, India. That's plural of Bath. Bath, a surname from Sanskrit of Indian usage. A surname from Sanskrit of Indian usage. Bhattacharjee, a surname from Bengali. Bhattacharjees, plural of Bhattacharjee. Bhattacharya, a surname from Bengali. Bhattacharyas, plural of Bhattacharya. Bhattacharya, a surname from Bengali. Bhattacharya distance, synonym of Hellinger distance. Bhattacharya distances, plural of Bhattacharya distance. Bhattacharyas, plural of Bhattacharya. Matarai, a surname. Bhattarais, plural of Bhattarai. Bhattas, plural of Bhatta. A surname from Punjabi. Bhattapralu, a variant of the Brahmi script used in South India. Bhattis, plural of Bhatti. Bachara, alternative form of Batora. Bacharas, plural of Bachara. Hana, the 8th year of the 60-year cycle of the Tamil calendar. Mavakakra, symbolic representation of S. A letter 1E43S A macron Ra or cyclic existence. Bhavakakras, plural of Bhavakakra. Bhavai, a type of folk theatre from Gujarat. Alani, a Hindu goddess, Durga in her amiable form. Bhava, plural of Bhava. Damir, a city and its encompassing district in the Saurashtra region of Gujarat, India. Mavsar, a surname. Bhavsars, plural of Bhavsar. What? Initialism of Brighton and Hove Albion Women Football Club. What? An Indo-Aryan language spoken in Sindh, Pakistan. Ayati, abbreviation of Blue Horizontal Branch. Ayati, plural of BHB. AHC, initialism of Behavioral Health Consultant. Hut, initialism of busy hour call attempts. AHD, initialism of Bert-Hogdubay syndrome. AHD, abbreviation of brotherhood. The dated form of bail. Thus, plural of Beal. Beer. Beer. Beer, plural of beer. Beastie, alternative form of beastie. Beasties, plural of beastie. Beastie, a water carrier as to a household or a regiment. Beasties, plural of beastie. Beastie, alternative form of beastie. Bel, alternative form of bale tree, eagle marmelos. Belpuri, alternative form of Belpuri. Belpuri, alternative form of Belpuri. Belpuri, alternative form of Belpuri. Belpuris, plural of Belpuri. Belpuri, an Indian dish of puffed rice with potatoes and a tangy tamarind sauce. Belpiris, plural of Belpuri. Vels, plural of Bel. Elsa, former name of Vidisha. Menchad, alternative form of Behenchad. Benchads, plural of Benchad. Ver, alternative form of Bur type of tree. Ars, plural of Bur. Beva, a unit of land area used in India, Bangladesh, and Nepal that varies in size from 1/3 to 1 acre. Bikari. Mavir. Bikaris, plural of Bikari. Leru, a male Buddhist monk or priest, one who follows all Buddhist precepts as a full member of the Sangha. Bhikkhuni, a Buddhist nun. Bhikkhunis, plural of bhikkhuni. Bhikkhass, plural of bhikkhu. Thayur, alternative form of bhikkhu. Bhikkhas, plural of bhikkhu. Bhikshu, a bhikkhu. Bhikshudi, alternative form of bhikkhuni. Bhikshudis, plural of bhikshuni. Bhikshas, plural of bhikshu. Bhiksu, alternative form of bhikkhu. Bhikshuni, alternative form of bhikkhuni. Bhikkhunis, plural of bhikshuni. Bhikkhas, plural of bhiksu. A member of an ethnic group of Indic origin residing in central India. Melai, a city in Chhattisgarh in eastern India. Bilawan, the Indian beech tree Pangamia pinnata, a legume native to South Asia and Southeast Asia, cultivated for its oil-rich seeds that are used for biodiesel production, traditional medicine, and as a source of resin. Veloinol, a poisonous organic compound found in plants of genus Semicarpus, later determined to be a mixture of cis and trans isomers of a urushiol. Veloinols, plural of bilwenol. Veli, a Central Indo-Aryan language spoken in West Central India. Vels, plural of Bil. Velsa, former name of Vidisha, India. In the Hindu epic Mahabharata, the second of the Pandava brothers. Virao, a male given name from Sanskrit. Vendi, synonym of okra, the plant or its edible capsules. Vendis, plural of bindi. Vishva, the name of a hero in the Mahabharata. Disha, a city, the capital of the Eastern Cape, South Africa. This alternative form of beastie. Vishtis, plural of bishti. Visma, alternative form of bishma. Vesti, alternative form of beastie. Vestes, plural of bisti. Vesti, alternative form of beastie, a traditional water carrier of South Asia. Vesti, alternative form of beastie, a traditional water carrier of South Asia. Vestes, plural of bisti. Vestes, plural of bisti. HK, initialism of bedroom as hall and kitchen. AHL, initialism of British Hockey League. A10, initialism of Brinal hardness number. A10, plural of BHN. Initialism of browser helper object. Bhojpur, a neighborhood of Bhojpur, Bhojpur district, province No. 1, Nepal. Bhojpuri, an Indo-Aryan language spoken primarily in India, Mauritius, Nepal, Fiji, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, and Guyana. Bajwani, a surname. Agra, synonym of silk tree Albizia julibrisson. Ola, a surname. Bola district, one of the 6 districts in the Bursal division of Bangladesh. Ovis, plural of Bola. Bona, the god Shiva in his aspect as the Lord of Innocence. Bolaya, alternative form of Bolaya. Olayas, plural of Bolaya. alternative form of bong device for smoking cannabis. Lives, plural of bong. Monsol, a prominent group within the Maratha clan system. What? Alternative form of Buna type of curry. Burnes, plural of Buna. Artha, the husks and straw of various kinds of corn recovered from threshing and used to feed cattle. A supernatural creature, usually the ghost of a deceased person. What's plural of boot? Alternative form of Bihar. Bhopal, the state capital of Madhya Pradesh, India. What? Simple past and past participle of bop. Vate, alternative form of bee hopping. Las, third person singular simple present indicative of bop. Plural of bhao. I dialect spelling of boy. Ois, the Celtic football club from Glasgow, Scotland. B, initialism of bacteria pain palil. B, initialism of brake horsepower. B, plural of bhb. Ringaraj, alternative form of bringraj. Ringaraja, alternative form of bringraj. Ringraj, synonym of false daisy. Ringraja, alternative form of bringraj. Binaraja, alternative form of bringraj. Ruh, obsolete form of barach. Initialism of bioidentical hormone replacement therapy. AHS, initialism of Beck hopelessness scale. Plural of BH. AHSA, abbreviation of Bachelor of Health Science. Initialism of butylated hydroxytoluene. Bhubaneswar, alternative spelling of Bhubaneswar. Bhubaneswar, a city, the state capital of Odisha, India. Bada, misspelling of Buddhas. Badadam, misspelling of Buddhism. Udui, synonym of Bhumi. Yuanhar, synonym of Bhumihar. Yuanhars, plural of Bhuinhar. Rurian, a surname from Bengali or Assamese. Rurians, plural of Bhuian. Mad, a city in Gujarat, India. A crispy Indian snack made from moth beans, gram flour, and spices. Buller, a surname. Bullers, plural of buller. Bhumi, the earth element in the Hindu elemental tradition. Bhumi, alternative spelling of Bhumi. Bhumihar, a member of a Hindu Brahmin caste mainly found in Bihar, formerly a prominent landowning group of eastern India. Bhumihars, plural of Bhumihar. Bhumed, a Munda ethnic group of India. Bhumis, plural of Bhumi. Bhumis, plural of Bhumi. Mara, a type of curry in which the onions and spices are cooked in oil with no water. Vanau, alternative form of Buna type of curry. Ornas, plural of Buna. Bonder, a rhesus macaque. Bonders, plural of bunder. Dundi, alternative form of banki. Dunbis, plural of bunbi. Patti, a surname from Sanskrit. Bhupatharaju, a surname from Telugu of some Kshatriyas in India. Bhupathis, plural of Bhupathi. Bhupendra, a male given name from Sanskrit. Buragaya, a town in Assam. Urdi, scrambled. Alternative form of Barta. Ardas, plural of Berta. Wadas, a strangler, one who murders by strangling. Warduts, plural of Burdot. Yasa, alternative form of Busa. Busawa, a city in Maharashtra, India. Buso, synonym of Bombay mix. Alternative form of boot. But jalokia, a kind of very spicy hot chili pepper from India. What jalokias, plural of but jalokia. Alternative form of boot. Bhutan, a country in South Asia in the Himalayas. Official name, Kingdom of Bhutan. Capital, Thimphu. Bhutan cypress, synonym of Himalayan cypress Cupressus tuberosa. Bhutan cypresses, plural of Bhutan cypress. Bhutan pine, a coniferous evergreen tree of species Pinus wallachiana. Bhutan time, the official time zone of Bhutan, which is 6 hours ahead of UTC. Bhutanese, of, from, or pertaining to Bhutan, the Bhutanese people. Bhufani, a member of a Balak tribe residing in Balochistan, Pakistan. Buddhas, plural of Buddha. Bhutatathata. The unchanging essence of all things. Usha, a community of Sikkimese people living in the state of Sikkim in northeastern India who speak Drenjang or Sikkimese. Bus, plural of bus. Bhutto, a surname from Sindhi. Bhuttos, plural of Bhutto. Bhyatshara, describing a settlement made with the village as a community, the several claims and liabilities being regulated by established customs or special traditional rights. What? Initialism of business interruption. What? Bisexual. Bi now, gay later. A slogan suggesting that bisexual people tend to become exclusively homosexual later in life. Bi and Pak, alternative form of BIPOC. What? 2 in number. Biannual, alternative spelling of biannual. Bisexual, romantically or aesthetically attracted to members of either sex, but not experiencing sexual attraction to others. Bicrenate, alternative spelling of bicrenate. Curiosity, the state of being bicurious. Bicurious, interested in having relationships with both men and women, curious about one's potential bisexuality, especially of heterosexual people considering a first sexual experience with a member of the same sex. Bidentate, alternative spelling of bidentate. Mighty, alternative form of biddy, bidirectional. Bidirectional, alternative spelling of bidirectional. Bidirectionalities, plural of bidirectionality. Bidirectionality, alternative spelling of bidirectionality. Vidike, a bisexual woman or non-binary person who prefers female or femme partners to male or masc partners. Bidikes, plural of bidike. Bielliptic transfer, a type of movement of a spacecraft from one orbit to another in which the spacecraft first raises its apophysis to an extremely high altitude, then, at the new, higher, apophysis, performs an Endian burn to change its periapsis to that of the desired orbit, and, finally, upon reaching the new periapsis, performs a third burn to lower the eccentricity of its orbit and circularize in the desired orbit, or performs these steps in reverse to move from a higher to a lower orbit. Bielliptic transfers. Plural of bielliptic transfer. Idea. Supporting both big endian and little endian processing. Bi-erasure. The tendency to ignore, deny, or minimize the existence of bisexual people or of bisexuality. Bifictional. Alternative form of bifictional. Iowa. Alternative form of bihourly. Iliac. Relating to both iliac bones. Bi-infinite. Alternative spelling of bi-infinite. Bilevel. Alternative form of bilevel. Bilevels. Plural of bilevel. Bilingual. Rare spelling of bilingual. Bilipskits. Being an injected Lipskits function whose inverse function is also Lipskits. Bimetal strip. Alternative spelling of bimetal strip. Bimetal strips. Plural of bimetal strip. Bimode. Alternative form of bimode. Bimodes. Plural of bimode. Bipartisan. Alternative spelling of bipartisan. Birandom. Alternative form of birandom. Biritual. Able to celebrate the divine liturgy and administer the sacraments of two different sui ius churches. Biserate. Alternative spelling of biserate. Bitext. Dated form of bitext. Biweekly. Alternative form of biweekly. Initialism of Bureau of Indian Affairs, a U.S. government federal agency for dealing with Native Amerindians. The goddess and personification of force. Biacetabular. Relating to both acetabula. Biach. Alternative form of Biach. Biach Saint-Vaast. A commune in Pas-de-Calais department, Hauts-de-France, France. Biaches. Plural of biach. Biacid. Of a base having two hydrogen atoms that can be replaced by negative atoms or radicals to form salts. Biacroial. Interacroial. Biactivation. Dual activation. Biacuminate. Having points in two directions. Biacuru. Alternative form of Bakuru. Maita. Synonym of acabia. Biadjacency. The adjacency of a product graph. Biadjoint. A joint in two different ways. Bijunction. A biadjoint adjunction. Bijunctions. Plural of bijunction. Biafine. A fine in two different ways. Biafra. A short-lived secessionist state that declared independence from Nigeria in the late 1960s. Biafran. Of, from, or relating to Biafra. Biafrans. Plural of Biafran. Bijani. A surname. Bijanas. Plural of Bijani. Edoe. Synonym of Urartu. Biajaka. Cyclosoma tetracantha, a Cuban cichlid fish. Biajakas. Plural of Biajaka. Bijawa. Lane snapper Luginus zinigris. Bijabas. Plural of Bijaba. Bi. A small island north of New Guinea. Biac whistler. Pachycephala melanorhincha, a species of typical whistler or thicket bird. Biac whistlers. Plural of Biac whistler. Bialemicol. An antiprotozoal drug. Bialaphos. A natural herbicide produced by the bacteria Streptomyces hygroscopicus and Streptomyces viridocromogenes. Bilas. A surname from Polish. Biolate. Having two wings or wing-like structures. Bielecki. A surname from Polish. Bielekis. plural of bialeki. Bialek, a surname. Bialex, plural of bialek. Bialgebra, a particular form of vector space that is a compatible form of two algebras. Bialgebraic, of or pertaining to bialgebra. Bialgebras, plural of bialgebra. Bialgebroi, a double algebroi. Bialgebroids, plural of bialgebroid. Biales, plural of biali. Bile, a surname. Bialkali, two alkali metal atoms or ions in a compound. Bilas, a surname. Bilelic, of or pertaining to both alleles of a gene in a heterozygote. Biallelically, as or through two alleles. Biallelism, a biallelic mutation. Biallelisms, plural of biallelism. Bialong, a barangay of Mlang, Cotabato, Philippines. Bialois, a surname from Polish. Bialoises, plural of Bialoas. Bialoans, a surname from Polish. Bialtitude, a perpendicular to two opposite edges of a tetrahedron. Bialtitudes, plural of bialtitude. Ele, a flat bread roll topped with onion flakes. Instead of a hole like a bagel, it has a depression in the middle. Bialas, plural of biali. Bialystok, alternative form of bialystok. Biamorous, open to having a romantic relationship with both males and females. Biromantic. Biopt, of an audio system using biamping. Biamperometer, relating to biamperometry. Biamperometry, a form of amperometry using two electrodes for measurement. Biamping, the use of two channels of amplification to power each loudspeaker within an audio system. Bi, a surname. Bianalytic, bijective and analytic. A female given name from Italian. Biancan, of or relating to the Shakespearean character Bianca. Diandis, plural of Bianca. Bianchi, a surname from Italian. Bianchini, a surname from Italian. Bianchinas, plural of Bianchini. Biandang, a Taiwanese lunchbox. Biandangs, plural of Biantang. Bindery, the state of having two male partners. Bianan, a barangay of Makalala, Cotabato. Philippines. Biang noodles, a type of thick noodle from China's Shanxi province, said to be named for the sound a noodle makes when slapped against the work's surface while being made, and famed for the unusually complex Chinese character used in its name Bian. Biando, a didion or bidion, a two-sided shape especially in non-Euclidean geometry. Biangles, plural of biangle. Biangular, having two angles or corners. Biangulate, synonym of biangular. Biangulated, alternative form of biangulate. Biangulates, third person singular simple present indicative of biangulate. Biangulating, present participle and gerund of biangulate. Biangulation, the establishment of the two-dimensional position of a point relative to a fixed point by first establishing the position of an intermediate point. Biangulations, plural of biangulation. Bianisotropic, of, pertaining to, or exhibiting bianisotropy. Bianisotropy, an inhomogeneous, asymmetric form of anisotropy. Bianjing, synonym of kaifang. Bianliang, synonym of kaifang. Biannual, occurring twice a year, semiannual. Biannually, taking place twice per year, semiannually. Biannuals, plural of biannual. Biannulate, having two rings. Biannulated, alternative form of biannulate. Biaking, a set of kings or sounding stones used in Chinese music. Bians, plural of bian. Biantenaries, plural of biantenary. Biantenary, having the form of two antennae. Biantheriferous, having two anthers. Bianthraquinon, any compound that has two sometimes linked anthraquinone moieties. Bianthraquinons, plural of bianthraquinon. Bianthroin, the extended quinone 10H1099 bianthracenolidine 1010-ione formed by fusion of two anthrones. Bianthrones, plural of bianthrone. Biantid, any member of the biantidae. Biantids, plural of biantid. Biantotropical, synonym of amphitropical. Bianjong, a set of bronze bells played to provide melody of ancient Chinese origin. Bio, a Tai-Kadai language or perhaps three languages spoken in southwestern Huiji County and Fengkai County, Jiaqing, Guangdong, China. Biopenum, a carbapenem antibiotic with in vitro activity against aerobes. Biopeco, having two apexes. Vire, a geometric figure consisting of two circular arcs tangent at their common endpoint. Yayis, plural of Yaki. Yudi, synonym of Daiachi, ruled by two people. Iris, plural of Biarc. Biarcuate, having two arcuate curves. Biarcuated, synonym of biarcuate. Biareal, consisting of two areas. Biarazena, alternative form of Berezina River in Belarus. Biard, having two arms or similar structures. Biarmasuchian, any therapsid of the suborder Biarmasuchia. Biarmasuchians, plural of Biarmasuchian. Byarosa, a city in Brest Oblast, Belarus. Biarritz, a coastal city in Pyrénées-Atlantiques department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Arsenical, any of a group of fluorescent compounds that contain two arsenic atoms used to visualize proteins. Bioarsenically, in a bioarsenical manner. Bioarsenicals, plural of bioarsenical. Bioarsenite, the anion HSO2, any salt containing this anion. Bioarsenites, plural of bioarsenite. Biarticular, affecting or connecting two joints. Biarticularity, the condition of being biarticular. Biarticulars, plural of biarticular. Biarticulate, having or consisting of two joints. Biarticulated, doubly articulated. Viral, any compound containing a substructure that is an assembly of two aromatic rings or aryl groups if joined by a single bond. Virals, plural of viral. Bias, one of the 7 sages of Greece from Priene, living in the 6th century BC. Bias binding, synonym of bias tape. Bias distortion, distortion in an electronic circuit caused by the potential applied across elements to provide a zero signal. Bias distortions, plural of bias distortion. Bias tape, a narrow strip of fabric cut on the bias diagonally across the weave for greater stretchiness, used in making piping, binding seams, finishing raw edges, etc. Bias tapes, plural of bias tape. Bias splies, plural of bias sply. Bias ply, synonym of cross ply. Bias robust, pertaining to statistics that are relatively unbiased even when some assumptions about the data or the model do not hold true. Bias robustness, the condition of being bias robust. Biasable, able to be biased. Biasca, a town in Riviera District, Ticino Canton, Switzerland. Bias, exhibiting bias, prejudiced. Biasably, in a biased manner. Biasness, the property of being biased, partiality, bias. Biases, plural of bias. Biasello, a surname. Biasing, present participle and gerund of bias. Biasings, plural of biasing. Biasness, biasness, bias. Biasnesses, plural of biasness. Biasogram, a graphical representation of bias in genetic data. Biasograms, plural of biasogram. Biasaw, a barangay of Picon, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Bispectual, of verbs having two grammatical aspects, perfective and imperfective. Bias, simple past and past participle of bias. Biasness, alternative form of biasness. Biases, plural of bias. Biasing, present participle and gerund of bias. Biasings, plural of biasing. Bias, simple past and past participle of bias. Biasthenic, relating to or connecting both asterians. Biastophile, one who has biastophilia. Biastophiles, plural of biastophile. Biastophilia, a paraphilia involving sexual arousal from committing rape. Biastophiliac, one who has biastophilia. Biastophiliacs, plural of biastophiliac. Biastophilic, of or relating to biastophilia. Biaswise, slantingly. Biatch, alternative form of bitch. Biatches, plural of biatch. Biathlete, an athlete who competes in the biathlon. Biathletes, plural of biathlete. Biathlon, racing combining cross-country skiing and rifle shooting, countable a particular instance of such a race. Biathloner, a biathlon competitor. Biathloners, plural of biathloner. Biathlons, plural of biathlon. Biatomic, diatomic. Biatory, resembling the lichen genus Biatora. Atho, having or involving two atia, especially both atia of the heart. Biural, alternative form of binaural. Biauricular, having or relating to two auricles. Biauriculate, having two auricles. Biutomata, plural of biutomaton. Biutomatic, having two multiplier automata. Biutomaton, a finite automaton which arbitrarily alternates between reading the input from the left and from the right. Biaxial, archaic form of biaxial. Biaxial, having two axes. Biaxiality. Mechanism of biaxial. Biaxialway. In a biaxial fashion, along two axes. Ryla. A town in Opole, Poland. Mila Podlaska. A city in Lublin Voivodeship, Poland. Myalabazagi. A town in Masovian Voivodeship, Poland. Myalagard. A town in West Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. Bialiniki by Yela decomposition. A T-stable cellular decomposition of a smooth T variety. Bialiniki by Yela decompositions. Plural of Bialiniki by Yela decomposition. Myalista. A city, the capital of Podlaski Voivodeship, Poland, largest city in northeastern Poland. The initialism of brought in by. The an item of clothing for people, especially babies, tied around their neck to protect their clothes from getting dirty when eating. Bib or number. The number on a bib that is used to identify entrants in a race. Bib numbers. Plural of bib number. Bib short. A pair of bib shorts. Bib shorts. Cycling shorts which are held up by suspender-like straps instead of a waistband. The abbreviation of Babel. Etta. Brought in by ambulance. Bibacious. Addicted to drinking alcohol. Alcoholic. Bibacities. Plural of bibacity. Bibacity. The practice or habit of drinking too much alcohol. Dualism. Fallism that affects both sides of the body. Bibnals. Loose-fitting pants, trousers with supporting cross straps and a panel of material in the chest called a bib, often associated with farm work. Bibbin range. Synonym of Bibbin's mountain range. Bibania. Plural of Kibania. Bibbins. A chain of mountains in northern Algeria, bordering the south of Kabylie. Bibasal. Bibasilar. Bibasic. Having two replaceable hydrogen atoms, dibasic. Bibasilar. Relating to the bases of both lungs. Libation. Drinking, act of drinking, especially alcohol, imbibing. Libations. Plural of libation. Libativeness. Penchant for drinking, love of liquids not necessarily alcoholic, thirst. The a surname. Bibb County. A county of Alabama, United States. County seat, Centerville. Bibb lettuce. A variety of head lettuce with loose arrangement of leaves, known for its sweet flavor and tender texture. Bibb lettuces. Plural of Bibb lettuce. Mebne. Simple past and past participle of bib. Mede. A surname. Verius. Plural of bibby. Never. One given to drinking alcoholic beverages too freely, a tippler. Bitters. Plural of bibber. Bibber. Drinking, especially of alcohol. Me. A surname originating as a matronymic. Ibidin de bidiboo. A light-hearted magical incantation. Dire. Present participle and gerund of bib. Deres. A surname. Diddle. To eat and slash or drink noisily. Bibble babble. Idle talk, babble. Bibble babbles. Plural of bibble babble. Bibble babble. Hell. Bibble babble. Simple past and past participle of bibble babble. Bibble babbles. Third person singular simple present indicative of bibble babble. Bibble babbling. Present participle and gerund of bibble babble. Diddle. Simple past and past participle of bibble. Ever. Alternative form of Bibler. Biblers. Plural of Bibler. Biblos. Third person singular simple present indicative of Bibble. Bibli. Present participle and gerund of Bibble. A surname originating as a matronymic. A surname originating as a matronymic. Thou. A work of child pornography containing a webcam video of a boy. Bibcams. Plural of bibcam. Bibhi. An appliance, typically a valve with a threaded outlet allowing the provision of hose connections outside of buildings. Bibthas. Plural of bibcock. Vibe code. An alphanumeric code used in astronomical data systems to identify a specific literature reference. Vibe codes. Plural of vibe code. A type of banshee whose cry indicates someone's impending death. Maidao. A surname from French. Maibaos. Plural of baibao. Baibelas. A bauble, knick-knack, or trinket. Baibelats. Plural of baibelas. Bibendum. The symbol of the Michelin Tire Company. Bibenzimidazole. Any organic compound formed from two benzimidazole moieties linked by a single bond, but especially one H1,2,2 bibenzimidazole linked via the imidazole rings. Bibenzimidazoles. Plural of bibenzimidazole. Bibenzonium. A particular cough suppressant. Bibenzonium bromide. A particular antitussive drug. Bibenzyl. 1,2-diphenylethanes, an aromatic chemical compound that forms the central core of certain natural products, such as dihydrostilbenoids and isoquinoline alkaloids. Bibenzyls. Plural of bibenzyl. Nib. Plural of bib. Bivench. Madagascar mannequin Lepidophaga nana. Bibfinches. Plural of bibfinch. Debate. A 2009 controversy around American skier Bill Demine's disqualification for not wearing his bib during the ski jumping part of the team event at the FIS Nordic World Ski Championships. Bebe. A surname from Hindi. Bebe. A surname. Ariano. A surname. Arianos. Plural of Bibiano. Bibians. Plural of Bibian. I'd biddies. Men's or boys' briefs. I'd biddy. Grandmother as a respectful term of address. I'd bidgies. Plural of bibidgy. Bibliography. Misspelling of bibliography. Badimda. Alternative spelling of bibimbap. Aninad. Plural of bibimbal. Bibimbap. A Korean dish of white rice topped with vegetables, beef, a whole egg, and gochujang chili pepper paste. Bibimbap. Plural of bibimbap. Bibimbap. Alternative spelling of bibimbap. Bibimbap. Alternative spelling of bibimbap. Bibimbaps. Plural of bibimbap. Bibingkahan. A barangay of Sorsogon City, Sorsogon, Philippines. Bibingka. A rice cake made using rice flour, sugar, and coconut milk and wrapped in banana leaves. Bibingas. Plural of bibinka. Adanit. Any of the family variety of metaflies. Adanids. Plural of bibayanid. Iberian. Alternative form of biberine. Biburu. A tropical South American tree, Chlorocardium rhodii, the greenheart. Biburus, plural of Biburu. Bibis, plural of Bibi. Adbisi, a surname from Italian. Ibises, plural of Bibisi. Badbitori, of or pertaining to drinking. Idle, abbreviation of Ilevavi. Ivo, abbreviation of biblical. Bible, the main religious text in Christianity. Bible banger, synonym of Bible thumper. Bible bangers, plural of Bible banger. Bible basher, a fundamentalist Christian preacher or other fervent Christian who is seen to take every opportunity to talk about Christianity and attempt to convert those around them. Bible bashers, plural of Bible basher. Bible beater, synonym of Bible basher fervent Christian. Bible beaters, plural of Bible beater. Bible Belt, an area where socially conservative Protestant Christianity is a pervasive or dominant part of the culture. Bible Belt, alternative letter case form of Bible Belt. Bible Belter, someone from the Bible Belt. Bible Belters, plural of Bible Belter. Bible Hill, a village in Nova Scotia, Canada. Bible Humper, egg-corn of Bible thumper. Bible humpers, plural of Bible humper. Bible leaf, Taeacetum balsamida, a Eurasian perennial herb that has flowers that are yellow and button-like. Bible leaves, plural of Bible leaf. Bible literalists, someone who interprets words in the Bible according to an hermeneutical and literal approach. Bible literalists, plural of Bible literalists. Bible pounder, synonym of Bible basher fervent Christian. Bible pounders, plural of Bible pounder. Bible puncher, synonym of Bible basher fervent Christian. Bible punchers, plural of Bible puncher. Bible school, alternative letter case form of Bible school. Bible school, a school or organized study program primarily dedicated to biblical or religious teaching. Bible schools, plural of Bible school. Bible schools, plural of Bible school. Bible societies, plural of Bible society. Bible Society, an organization which promotes, distributes, and, on occasion, translates the Holy Bible. Bible studies, plural of Bible study. Bible study, the study of the Christian Bible in an informal setting. Bible thumper, a Christian fundamentalist or overzealous evangelical Christian. Bible thumpers, plural of Bible thumper. Bible thumping, Christian fundamentalist, evangelical. Bible basher, alternative form of Bible basher. Bible bashers, plural of Bible basher. Bible black, having the color of a Bible bound in black. Bible pounder, alternative form of Bible pounder. Bible pounders, plural of Bible pounder. Bible puncher, alternative form of Bible puncher. Bible punchers, plural of Bible puncher. Bible thumper, alternative form of Bible thumper. Bible thumpers, plural of Bible thumper. Bibler, a surname. Biblers, plural of Bibler. Bibles, plural of Bible. Bibless, without the bib. Bible thumping, tending to loudly and knowingly proselytize especially of a Christian, Catholic, or other religion to which the Bible is an important book. Bible woman, a female missionary who preached Christianity and sometimes acted as a nurse. Bible women, plural of Bible woman. Bibles in, a Bible or portions of the Bible published in a magazine-like format. Bible zines, plural of Bible zine. Biblia, books that are purely informational or propagandist and have no literary merit. Biblia Hopperan, a medieval Bible consisting of mainly pictures rather than text. Bibli, alternative letter case form of biblic. Biblical, alternative letter case form of biblical. Biblical Aramaic, the form of the Aramaic language that is used in the books of Daniel, Ezra, and a few other places in the Hebrew Bible. Biblical blue, a particular bluish color mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. Biblical Hebrew, the archaic form of the Hebrew language spoken by the Israelites in the area known as Canaan/Israel in the first millennium BC, best attested in the Tanakh Hebrew Bible. Biblical Latin, late Latin as used in translations and commentaries on the Bible, influenced by Biblical Greek and Hebrew. Biblicalities, plural of biblicality. Biblicality, the quality of being biblical. Biblically, alternative letter case form of biblically. Biblically accurate, having an unsettling or cursed, unfathomable appearance, especially one with many eyes and wings. Biblicism, learning or literature relating to the Bible. Biblicisms, plural of biblicism. Biblicis, of, relating to, or characteristic of biblicism. Biblicistic, biblicis. Biblicists, plural of biblicis. Biblidine, any butterfly of the subfamily Biblidini. Bib-like, resembling or characteristic of a bib. Bibli, bibli, the kind of people who read excessively. Bibli, a blog or online journal concerned with the Bible. Bibli, a contributor to a blog or online journal concerned with the Bible. Bibliabloggers, plural of bibliablogger. Bibliablogging, the process of writing and publishing a bibliablog. Bibliablogs, plural of bibliablog. Bibliocentric, based around the Bible. Bibliasse, synonym of book burning. Bibliacedes, plural of bibliace. Bibliaclism, destruction of books, especially of the Bible. Bibliaclisms, plural of bibliaclism. Bibliaclast, one who destroys books, especially the Bible. Bibliaclastic, destroying books. Bibliaclasts, plural of bibliaclasts. Bibliocracy, rule based on a book, especially the Bible. Bibliodiversity, cultural diversity as applied to the world of writing and publishing. Bibliorama, the acting of stories from the Bible. Bibliodramatic, relating to bibliodrama. Bibliodramatist, a dramatist involved in bibliodrama. Bibliodramatists, plural of bibliodramatists. Bibliofilm, microfilm as a means of storing books and documents in public libraries. Bibliofilms, plural of bibliofilm. Bibli, abbreviation of bibliography. Bibli, abbreviation of bibliography. Bibliogenesis, the production of books or literature. Bibliognost, one versed in books. Bibliognoste, relating to a bibliognost, being versed in books. Bibliognosts, plural of bibliognost. Bibliogony, the production of books. Bibliography, a graphical representation of the occurrences and associations of words in a text. Bibliographes, plural of bibliogram. Bibliograph, det created wherever so tethered. Bibliograph, simple past and past participle of bibliograph. Bibliographer, a person who compiles bibliographies or who studies bibliography. Bibliographers, plural of bibliographer. Bibliographic, of or pertaining to bibliography. Bibliographic database, an electronic index to journal or magazine articles containing citations, abstracts, and often either the full text of the articles or links to the full text. Bibliographic databases, plural of bibliographic database. Bibliographical, bibliographic, bibliographically, concerning bibliography. Bibliography, spelling of bibliographic. Bibliographies, plural of bibliography. Bibliography, the act of creating a bibliography. Bibliographist, bibliographer. Bibliographists, plural of bibliographists. Bibliographize, to compile a bibliography of. Bibliographize, simple past and past participle of bibliographize. Bibliographizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bibliographize. Bibliographizing, present participle and gerund of bibliographize. Bibliographs, plural of bibliograph. Bibliography, a section of a written work containing citations, not quotations, to all the books referred to in the work. Biblioinformatic, relating to biblioinformatics. Biblioinformatics, the study of statistics relating to published scientific papers. Biblioclat, a person who steals books. Bibliocletomania, a mental disorder that produces a compulsion to steal books. Bibliocleptomaniac, someone who suffers from bibliocleptomania. Bibliocleptomaniacs, plural of bibliocleptomaniac. Biblioclets, plural of biblioclet. Bibliolater, a worshipper of books, especially the Bible. Bibliolaters, plural of bibliolater. Bibliolatic, relating to or exhibiting bibliality. Bibliolatical, alternative letter case form of bibliolatrical. Biblialities, plural of bibliality. Bibliolatical, alternative letter case form of bibliolatrical. Biblialities, plural of bibliality. Biblialitis, alternative form of bibliolater. Biblialists, plural of biblialitis. Biblialitis, relating to or exhibiting bibliality. Bibliality, alternative letter case form of bibliolatry, the worship of the Bible. Bibliological, relating to bibliology. Bibliologies, plural of bibliology. Bibliologist, one who studies bibliology. Bibliologists, plural of bibliologists. Bibliology, they say the history of verse and the art of praying. Bibliomancer, a person who carries out bibliomancy. Bibliomancers, plural of bibliomancer. Bibliomancies, plural of bibliomancy. Bibliomancy, divination by interpreting a passage chosen at random from a book, especially from the Bible. Bibliomane, synonym of bibliomaniac. Bibliomanes, plural of bibliomane. Bibliomania, a passion for owning valuable books. Bibliomaniac, a person who is obsessed with owning books, especially valuable ones. Bibliomaniacal, having or pertaining to a passion for books. Bibliomaniacally, in a bibliomaniacal manner. Bibliomaniacs, plural of bibliomaniac. Bibliomanian, exhibiting or relating to bibliomania, having an obsession with collecting books. Bibliomanianism, great enthusiasm for books, bibliomania. Bibliomanias, plural of bibliomania. Bibliomaniac, of or pertaining to bibliomania. Bibliomanis, synonym of bibliomaniac. Bibliomanists, plural of bibliomanis. Bibliomantic, relating to bibliomancy. Biblio, the complete set of biological journal articles and associated information. Bibliometric, of or pertaining to bibliometrics. Bibliometrically, in terms of or by means of bibliometrics. Bibliometrician, one who studies bibliometrics. Bibliometricians, plural of bibliometrician. Bibliometrics, the statistical analysis of texts, especially of published literature and especially of reference citations as semantically important connections between articles. Bibliometrist, a practitioner of bibliometrics. Bibliometrists, plural of bibliomphis. Bibliography, the quantitative analysis of text, including citation analysis. Biblionic, pertaining to bibliomes or to bibliomics. Bibliomics, the study of bibliomes. Bibliomigrancies, plural of bibliomigrancy. Bibliomigrancy, the movement of books between geographical locations or physical or textual formats. Bibliomysteries, plural of bibliomystery. Bibliomystery, a genre of mystery novels which have books as the central theme of the plot. Bibliopedia, bibliopgy. Bibliopgy, of or pertaining to bookbinding. Biblioptically, with regard to or in terms of bibliopgy bookbinding or the binding of a particular book. Bibliopgism, bookbinding. Bibliopgist, synonym of bookbinder. Bibliopgiste, relating to bookbinding. Bibliopgistical, of or relating to bibliopgy or bookbinding. Bibliopgists, plural of bibliopgists. Bibliopgy, the art of bookbinding. Bibliophid, a person who loves to read books, a bookworm. Bibliophagus, plural of bibliophage. Bibliophadic, devouring books literally or figuratively. Bibliophagus, a bibliophage, one who loves to read books. Bibliophagists, plural of bibliophagists. Bibliophatus, book consuming. Bibliophety, the habit of voracious reading. Bibliophile, dated form of bibliophile. Bibliophilately, the collection or study of postage stamps and other philatelic material thematically related to books or libraries. Bibliophile, one who loves books. Bibliophiles, plural of bibliophile. Bibliophilia, the love of books. Bibliophilic, having or pertaining to. Bibliophilia, the love of books. Bibliophilically, in a bibliophilic manner. Bibliophiles, plural of bibliophily. Bibliophilism, a love of books. Bibliophilis, a lover of books, a bibliophile. Bibliophilis, plural of bibliophilis. Bibliophiles, plural of bibliophile. Ivlevoe, a love of books. Ilafo, one who fears and hates books, book learning or reading. Bibliaphos, plural of bibliapho. Ilafove, the fear or dislike of books. Ilafove, averse to books, literature, or book learning. Bibliaposi, the making of books. Bibliapoa, concerned with bookselling. Bibliapo, a bookseller. Bibliapolary, bookselling. Bibliapoles, plural of bibliapol. Bibliaphile, of or relating to bookselling. Bibliopolical, alternative form of bibliopolic. Bibliopolically, in terms of bookselling. Bibliopolizan, bookselling. Bibliopolis, bibliopol. Bibliopoliste, of or pertaining to bibliopolism. Bibliopolis, plural of bibliopolis. Bibliophile, bookselling. Bibliazone, the pleasant smell and aroma of a new or any book caused by the gradual chemical breakdown of the compounds used within the paper. Bibliaznish, someone who does not return books after borrowing them. Bibliasnich is plural of bibliasnich. Bibliath, one who buries books, typically by hoarding them unread, hiding them, locking them away, or otherwise shutting them up and keeping them from use. Bibliadath, being or relating to bibliadath, hiding away books. Bibliadavis, synonym of bibliadath. Bibliadavis, plural of bibliadaphis. Bibliadas, plural of bibliadath. Bibliathach, a library. Bibliatheca, a library. Bibliatheci, plural of bibliotheca. Bibliothecal, belonging or pertaining to a library. Bibliothecario, relating to libraries. Bibliothecarian, a librarian. Bibliothecarians, plural of bibliothecarian. Bibliothecaries, plural of bibliothecary. Bibliothecary, a librarian. Bibliothecas, plural of bibliotheca. Bibliothecography, the study of topics related to libraries. Bibliothecology, the study of libraries. Bibliothecs, plural of bibliothec. Bibliothec, alternative form of bibliothek. Bibliothecs, plural of bibliothek. Bibliothek, a collection of books or treatises. Bibliothecs, plural of bibliothek. Bibliotherapeutic, relating to bibliotherapy. Bibliotherapeutical, alternative form of bibliotherapeutic. Bibliotherapies, plural of bibliotherapy. Bibliotherapist, a therapist who provides bibliotherapy. Bibliotherapists, plural of bibliotherapists. Bibliotherapy, a non-pharmacological therapy using reading materials to meet people's therapeutic or developmental needs. Bibliothetic, pertaining to libraries. Bibliothetical, pertaining to libraries. Bibliotic, or pertaining to bibliotics. Bibliotics, the study of documents and handwriting in order to verify authorship or authenticity. Bibliotis, one who studies or practices bibliotics. Bibliotis, plural of bibliotis. Bibliovar, someone or something that consumes books. Bibliovars, Plural of Bibliavoie. Belles, a municipality in Bergstrasse district, Hesse, Germany, north of Mannheim. Biblism, I believe that the Bible is the sole authority in Christianity other than any subsequent tradition. Biblist, alternative letter case form of Biblist. Biblists, plural of Biblis. Biblos, plural of Bible. Vilo, initialism of bulk in slash bags out, a type of bulk carrier that takes in bulk cargo and is equipped to bag it to provide bagged cargo for disembarkment. Bivine, or relating to the genus Bibos or animals of this genus. Bibracteate, having two bracts. Bibactealate, having two bracteoles. Biref, a bibliographic reference typically contains a title and other text. Bibrefs, plural of Bibref. Bibliha, a city in Lviv Oblast in western Ukraine. Vibrotixin, a toxin derived from the venom of the asp Atricdespes vibrotii. Virau, a pair of eyebrows which do not meet in the middle as opposed to a unibrow. Viras, plural of bibrau. The, plural of bib. Bib short, alternative spelling of bib short. Bib shorts, alternative spelling of bib shorts. EDX, a reference management software for formatting lists of references. Bibliate, to bibble or tipple. Bibliated, simple past and past participle of bibliate. Bibliates, third person singular simple present indicative of bibliate. Bibliating, present participle and gerund of bibliate. Bibulation, drinking of alcohol. Bibulations, plural of bibulation. Bibulosity, a fondness for tippling. Bibulus, very absorbent. Bibulously, in a bibulous manner, drunkenly, as if intoxicated. Bibulousness, the quality of being the jealous. Bibuus, a Roman cognomen. Bibundle, a generalized bundle in a like group. Bibundle, plural of bibundle. Bibury, a village and civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1106. The initialism of bank identifier code. The a surname. The clipping of bicalutamide. Bicalcarate, having two spurs. Bicalysene, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon composed of two cyclopentadiene rings and two cyclopropene rings fused to one of cyclopentadiene, a dimer of calysine. Bicalos, having two callosities or hard spots. Bicalotami, an oral nonsteroidal antiandrogen used in the treatment of prostate cancer and hirsutism. Vida, bicameral. Bicameral, being or having a system with two, often unequal, chambers or compartments of, signifying, relating to, or being the product of such a two-chambered system. Bicameral legislature, a legislative body consisting of two chambers or houses. Bicameral legislatures, plural of bicameral legislature. Bicameral mind, the hypothetical mentality, neurology, and sociology of the theory that before the historical emergence of introspective consciousness, ancient humans and the earliest civilizations were governed by auditory hallucinations spoken by the right cerebral hemisphere and heard by the left hemisphere as the voices of God. Bicameral minds. Plural of bicameral mind. Bicameralism. The practice of dividing legislative bodies into two chambers with complementary powers and limitations designed to provide checks and balances against one another. Bicameralisms. Plural of bicameralism. Bicameralists. A supporter of bicameralism. Bicameralists. Plural of bicameralists. Bicamerality. The state or quality of being bicameral or having bicameral structure or function. Bicamerally. In a bicameral manner, based on or indicating bicameral organization. Bicamerate. Having two chambers or loculi. Bicamerists. An advocate of bicameralism of two legislative chambers. Bicamerists. Plural of bicamerists. Bicanalicular. Involving two canaliculi. Bicanonical. Canonical on both the left and the right. Bicapitalization. Alternative letter case form of bicapitalization. Bicapitalization. The practice of spelling a two-word name without a space, using a capital letter to indicate the start of each constituent word. Most words thus formed, but not all, are trade names. Bicapitalize. Alternative letter case form of bicapitalized. Bicapitalized. Written with bicapitalization. Bicapitate. To divide something equally between two people or organizations. Bicat. Having a cap in the shape of a pyramid at each end. Bicapsular. Having two capsules, or a double or bilocular capsule. Bibar. Bicarbonate. Bicarb soda. Sodium bicarbonate. Bicarbonate. The univalent anion HCO, any salt of carbonic acid in which only one of the hydrogen atoms has been replaced. Bicarbonate of soda. Synonym of sodium bicarbonate. Bicarbonatemia. The presence of bicarbonate in the blood. Bicarbonates. Plural of bicarbonate. Bicarbonaturia. The presence of bicarbonate ions in the urine. Bicarbs. Plural of bicar. Bicarburetted. Containing two atoms or equivalents of carbon in the molecule. Bicarburetted. Alternative form of bicarburetted. Bicardia. The condition of having two hearts. Igaio. Having two separate hearts. Bicarinate. Dividing into 2 points at the end. Bicarinated. Alternative form of bicarinate. Bicarotid. Having two carotid arteries. Bicarpillary. Having two carpals. Bicarpellate. Having two carpals. Bicarsa. Acronym of billing, inventory control, accounts receivable, sales analysis. Bicartesian closed categories. Plural of bicartesian closed category. Bicartesian closed category. A Cartesian closed category which also has an initial object and such that for any pair of objects A and B in the category has another object which is their coproduct, a B. Mecas. Being a less durable form of leather made with a split leather backing covered with a layer of polyurethane that is applied to the surface and then embossed. Bicategorical. Of or pertaining to a bicategory. Bicategories. Plural of bicategory. Bicategorize. Placed in either of two categories. Bicategory. A particular construct in category theory used to extend the notion of category to handle the cases where the composition of morphisms is not strictly associative, but only associative up to an isomorphism. Bication. Indication. Bications. Plural of bication. Bicaudal. Having two tails. Bicaudate. Having two tails. Bicausal. Having two independent causes. Bicausality. The condition of being bicausal. Bicause. archaic spelling of because. Bicaval, relating to both veins of the vena cava. Bicavitary, relating to or affecting two body cavities. Vedat, a town in Nemt County, Romania. Vicesce, a village and commune of Nemt County, Romania. Bicazu Ardelean, a commune and village in Nemt County, Romania. Vicolite, an isometric hextetrahedral colorless mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Vepsi, alternative form of bici. Viviet, plural of bixi. Vicacuan, misspelling of bicoculine. Vivi, alternative form of biscuit, a cookie. Mice, a surname. Mice blue, a deep blue color like that of the sky on a clear day. Mice green, a bright green color like that of a leaf. Micelle, a self-assembled aggregate of phospholipid in water that combines flat biliary-like and curved micelle-like features. Micelles, plural of bicell. Bicellular, composed of two cells having two cells. Bicentenarian, one who or that which is between 200 and 299 years old. Bicentenarians, plural of bicentenarian. Bicentenaries, plural of bicentenary. Bicentenary, a 200th anniversary. Bicentennial, relating to the 200th anniversary of an event or happening. Bicentennially, every 200 years. Bicentennials, plural of bicentennial. Bicentral, having or involving two centers. Bicentric, having two centers. Bicentricity, the state or quality of being bicentric having two centers. Bicentrism, the state or quality of being bicentric having two centers. Bicep, a biceps. Bicep curl, a weight training exercise in which a person bends their arm towards their body at the elbow in order to increase strength in the upper arm. Bicep curls, plural of bicep curl. Bicept, having a certain type or form of biceps. Bicephalic, having two heads. Bicephalism, the condition of having two heads. Bicephalous, having two heads. Bicephaly, the condition of having two heads. Biceps, any muscle having two heads. Biceps brachii, the flexor in the upper arm. Biceps brachiarum, plural of biceps brachii. Biceps femoris, the flexor of the knee, a two-headed muscle in the back of the upper leg. Biceps femorum, plural of biceps femoris. Bicepses, plural of bicep. Mices, plural of bice. Bicester, a town and civil parish with a town council in Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 5822. This, a surname. Bichalcone, a dimer composed of two same or different chalcones. Bichalcones, plural of bichalcone. Bichamber, having two chambers. Bichaperone, involving two chaperones. Bicharacter, a type of bilinear complex number. Bicharacteristic, describing a line of tangency of two characteristics. Bicharacters, plural of bicharacter. Bichat's fat pad, any of the buccal fat pads. Bichat's fat pads, plural of Bichat's fat pad. Bication, of or relating to Xavier Bitat 1771-1802, French anatomist and pathologist, known as the father of modern histology. Bichectomy, plastic surgery that removes a piece of buccal fat pad tissue from each side of the face. Bichero, one who runs an illegal numbers game in South America. Bicheros, plural of bichero. Bichelama, the Bislama language. Bichelemer, the Bislama language. Bichemera, a chimera of two conspecifics. Bichemeras, plural of bichemera. Bichir, any ray-finned fish of the genus Polypterus in the family Polypteridae, having elongated bodies covered in thick, bone-like, ganoid scales. Bichirs, plural of bichir. Bichais, a village and commune of Muurs County, Romania. Bichler, a surname from German. Bichlers, plural of bichler. Bichloride, a dichloride. Bichlorides, plural of bichloride. Bichloroacetate, synonym of dichloroacetate. Bichloroacetates, plural of bichloroacetate. Bichloroacetic acid, synonym of dichloroacetic acid. Bichon, any of a class of toy dogs with curly or wavy hair and long curled tails. Bichon fries, alternative spelling of bichon frise. Bichon frise, a small bichon with white fur and dark eyes and nose, originating in Spain, Belgium, and France. Bichons, plural of bichon. Bichons frises, plural of bichon frise. Bichord, a chord of two notes played at the same time. Bichords, plural of bichord. Bigoyane, alternative form of dichorianic. Bichromate, synonym of dichromate. Bichromated, simple past and past participle of bichromate. Bichromates, plural of bichromate. Bichromatic, of two colors. Bichromatically, in a bichromatic manner. Bichromating, present participle and gerund of bichromate. Bichromatism, the condition of being bichromatic. Bichromatize, to combine or treat with a bichromate, especially with bichromate of potassium. Bichromatize, simple past and past participle of bichromatize. Bichromatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bichromatize. Bichromatizing, present participle and gerund of bichromatize. Bichrome, having two colors. Bichromic, related to bichromate. Bichromophoric, having two chromophores. Bichsel, a surname from German. Bichsels, plural of bichsel. Bicicletta, a cocktail made with white wine, Campari, soda water, citrus. Bicicletas, plural of bicicletta. Bicifidine, a serotonin-norepinephrine dopamine reuptake inhibitor developed as an analgesic. Isolate, having two cilia. Biciliate, alternative form of biciliate. Bison Bisinchonic, misspelling of bisinchoninic. Bisinchononate, any salt or ester of the quinoline carboxylic acid 2,2-biquinoline 4,4-decarboxylic acid. The sodium salt is a colorimetric reagent used to detect proteins. Bisinchoninic, of or pertaining to bisinchoninic acid or its derivatives. Bisinchoninic acid, A dicarboxylic acid composed of two carboxylated quinoline rings that is used for protein assay. Bisynchronic, misspelling of bisynchronic. Bisynchronic, misspelling of bisynchronic. Icean, N-bis-2-hydroxyethylglycine, a derivative of glycine that is used as a buffer. Bisepital, of or pertaining to a biceps. Bicepites, plural of biceps. Bicipitoradial, relating to the biceps and the radius. Bicipitus, having two heads. Bicipital. Bicircular, having the form of two circles. Biciramat, a particular mouse monoclonal antibody. Bicystron, a second co-expressed plasmid. Bicistronic, having or involving two cistrons, loci responsible for generating a protein. Bicystronically, via two cistrons.